The ruined city appears as Gao Xiaoliang, an ordinary student, wanders lost in the gray desolation. After a roommate's mishap, he rushes to school, gets hit by a car, and meets a tragic end. He wakes in confusion, mind blank amid half-consciousness. He realizes he's fallen into an apocalyptic world ruled by a giant tentacled monster. A blonde warrior leaps and slices off one of the beast's tentacles. Seeming victory fades as new tentacles grow, proving the creature's immortality. Screams echo as people panic over its endless regeneration. Xiaoliang watches silently, burdened and disillusioned about his supposed destiny. He once believed himself a story's hero, but harsh reality crushes that faith. Leading survivors for the first time, he dies horribly in zombie jaws, then resets. Next round, he avoids zombies but starves to death. Later, disguised as a zombie for food, he's shot dead by soldiers. After building a base and gaining powers, he's betrayed and killed again. After countless deaths, in the 9th loop, only exhaustion and despair remain. Wanting to quit, fate drags him into the army against monstrous chaos. Xiaoya is gripped by tentacles, crying helplessly for aid. The monster lifts her to devour alive, her scream echoing in the air. Seeing this, Xiaoliang resolves to risk his life one last time for meaning. He roars, turning into lightning and charging the giant beast. The fleeing people freeze, thinking he's insane to face death. Ignoring them, he grips his sword, eyes blazing with resolve. A sharp slash tears through the monster's tentacle. Xiaoya escapes, trembling in tears, awed by his bravery. He coldly replies and leaves, letting her stare after him. His next target is a small shop behind the monster. Inside is eerily quiet, goods untouched by chaos. He rushes to eat, devouring food like a starving man. Finding a cola bottle, he laughs and drinks, feeling reborn. Outside, the furious monster glares toward the shop. As he enjoys himself, a massive tentacle creeps in to strike. Moments later, blood fills his vision before he awakens again. He's still at the same spot, shocked not to have reset. He checks his body, wondering if he's truly alive. A cold mechanical voice declares he just died and revived. The voice introduces itself as System no Haing Hin Ba Trumba Moiba, belonging to him. A glowing orb appears, making him gasp its name. He rushes to hug the orb, overwhelmed to meet his savior again. Crying, he complains it came too late. The system backs off, softly asking him to calm down. It admits its delay was caused by a minor malfunction. He sternly demands a specific explanation. The system confesses its roommate unplugged the charger, leaving him speechless. He overlooks the mistake and urges it to grant full support power. The system displays a map and mission, stating he's in a post-apocalyptic world. His mission is to restore order and save this fallen world. Success means revival. Failure erases his soul, his last chance in 10 loops. The system advises him to forget past errors and focus on the little time left. As it speaks, space warps, forming a light gate for his new journey. In an instant, he's teleported to a ruined street where his first mission is selling food for upgrade crystals. The absurd scene makes him grit his teeth in anger and humiliation. He roars, questioning why a world-saving hero must sell snacks. His shout draws the attention of nearby zombies. One still chewing human flesh makes his hair stand on end. Panicking, he blames the system for picking such a dangerous spot, screaming in despair. With no choice, he sprints desperately from the monsters. Xiaoliang dashes madly through the ruins to escape. The clueless system asks why, making him yell that running means survival. While fleeing, he suddenly halts, remembering something vital. His eyes light up. He has the system's support, so zombies no longer scare him. Hands on hips, he calls Lao Er, and the system corrects him to call it No Haing Hin Batramba Moiba. He smirks, exuding confidence and arrogance. Clenching his fist, he orders the system to activate his superhuman power. A data panel appears. Every stat is 0 except for 2 points of intellect. He frowns, questioning the line unaccounted points. The system calmly explains his stats are too weak and need earned points to unlock. He sighs bitterly, realizing his only functioning asset is his brain. A zombie suddenly lunges, making him scream in panic. He runs again, gasping and cursing the system for deception, while it coolly says a tool was already granted. It mocks him coldly, saying he failed to value the stall gift. He freezes, wondering if that's the torn cloth from before. The system snaps, insisting it's a rare artifact, making him rush back. He picks up a rusty iron bar as a temporary weapon. Determined to stop fleeing, he braces to face the monsters head-on. He swings the bar hard, crushing a zombie's skull. As he nears the cloth, his strikes grow stronger and more precise. Suddenly, one bites his thigh, knocking him down. He rolls several times and stops atop the mysterious cloth. The zombies swarm in, forming a dense encirclement. He laughs bitterly, realizing he's about to die again in record time. In despair, he gives up, losing even the will to look at the snacks. At that moment, blinding light bursts out, surrounding him. The zombies that touch the light instantly freeze motionless. Then they turn away, acting as if he's invisible. He gasps in disbelief, unable to grasp what's happening. He asks the system if the zombies suddenly went blind. The system sighs, saying that's his golden finger, not some rag. He hugs the cloth emotionally, praising it as his life-saving treasure. Then he curiously asks its limit, and the system explains it creates a safe zone as long as he stands within the stall's range. He jumps in joy, calling himself the immortal merchant, singing and spinning happily. The system coldly reminds him the defense works only 3 times a day and expires if the mission isn't done by sunset. It urges him to hurry, warning zombies grow fiercer after dark. He sighs wearily, lamenting that there's no one left to open business with. Suddenly, voices echo from afar, full of excitement. 3 men carrying loot appear, chatting about bringing rewards to their leader. Gao Xiaoliang secretly rejoices, feeling fate has given him a chance. When they notice him, he quickly sets up the stall, posing like a real vendor. They glance around, surprised to see fruit candy packs, rare in this world. He beams, introducing snacks, chips, shrimp cakes, and sodas for them to pick. The trio cheers like finding treasure, thrilled by chips, jerky, and rare drinks. Gao Xiaoliang pitches fast. Today only numb moi course for everything. No bargaining needed. The 3 fall silent, exchanging scheming looks. Then they laugh mockingly, ridiculing his offer as childish stupidity. The masked man opens a cola, raises his gun, and orders him to leave the goods or face bullets. Gao Xiaoliang frowns, glances at them, then steps forward without hesitation. He snatches the cola back, muttering he expected saviors, not time-wasters. The masked man raises his gun, cold, killing intent clear in his eyes. A gunshot rings as an invisible shield activates around Xiaoliang. The bullet never hits him. Instead, the gun explodes in the attacker's hand. The blast throws the man several meters away, knocking him unconscious. His comrades stare wide-eyed, panicking at the weapon's explosion. They whisper nervously, wondering if the boy has superpowers. He ignores them, hugging the cloth in awe that it could reflect bullets. The 2 remaining men whisper scornfully, probing his identity and motives. Gao Xiaoliang confidently replies that among all gifted people, only he was chosen. He keeps promoting only Moi cores for all items plus a free photo and autograph. Offended, the 2 men roar angrily, ready to unleash violence. He sighs helplessly at their stubbornness, accepting the awkward situation. One throws a fierce punch, but his invisible shield blocks it. The rebound makes the man clutch his arm in pain, his scream echoing through the ruins. Seeing that, the blond man freezes, eyes wavering with fear. The injured pair shout for him to kill the opponent immediately. Gao Xiaoliang stays silent, staring coldly at the blond man. His gaze cuts like a blade, making the man tremble. He raises his hand as blue lightning crackles menacingly within his palm. The blond man panics, fleeing while screaming and calling him a monster. His comrades curse him, but also turn and run to save themselves. Xiaoliang calls after them, wanting to ask about survivors, but they're gone. Turning back, he spots a strange burlap sack lying abandoned. The sack's mouth twitches slightly, startling him. Curious, he pokes it a few times, thinking an animal might be trapped. He then carefully unties the rope around its opening. A human figure suddenly bursts out, making him jump back instinctively. Upon seeing clearly, he's stunned. It's a living woman. She has silver hair shining like a waterfall under the sunset. Her alluring figure and deep gaze make time seem frozen. He blurts out in awe, amazed by her beauty. But her eyes instantly gleam with madness and killing intent. She charges like an arrow, forcing him to flee in panic. He screams, convinced she's a mutated zombie. Her strike cracks the ground, and he barely rolls away in time. Gasping, he's horrified. No zombie had ever been that fast. In fear, he grabs a black object and throws it at her by reflex. She blocks it easily and keeps charging relentlessly. He quickly dashes toward the stall, his only safe zone. He hurriedly gathers the magic cloth, lamenting he's used up all protection charges. When he looks up, she's mid-air, about to land in front of him. Her landing is light yet sharp, cutting off his escape route. Startled, he falls backward, snacks scattering across the ground. She coldly raises her hand, energy gathering for a destructive strike. He screams in terror, hurling snacks wildly while begging her to stop. His actions only enrage her further, her eyes blazing with fury. Still refusing to yield, he grabs another snack bag and throws it. Without aiming, he flings it hard and shuts his eyes tight. The silence that follows makes him cautiously peek open. In front of him, the silver-haired woman calmly chews dried squid with delight. She swallows contentedly, looking as if savoring a gourmet feast. He freezes, stunned that this kind of zombie loves snacks. After eating, she slowly crawls toward him again. Her eyes glow, drool dripping as if craving more. He frantically searches around, despairing that he's out of squid and doomed. An idea flashes. Maybe she'll eat other food, too. He quickly opens a biscuit pack and tosses a piece at her. She snaps it up, chewing happily in satisfaction. He exhales in relief, feeling he narrowly escaped death. While throwing snacks, he slowly backs away to keep distance, until his heel hits the edge of a deep crack. Below glows the fiery red of molten lava. Without hesitation, he tosses the last snack bag into the chasm. The silver-haired girl dives after it, entranced by the food. He wipes sweat and sighs, muttering that being full should stop her from eating people. As he's about to leave, he spots something glowing near his foot. Bending down, he finds an exquisite dagger. He gasps uneasily, sensing trouble. On its hilt is a golden gear emblem, the mark of the notorious Jinglei Legion. He remembers their leader as a ruthless, highly evolved monster. His subordinates are madmen who even raid the army for loot. Cold sweat drips as he realizes the 3 men earlier were from that gang. He carefully stores the dagger and picks up the sack that once held the silver-haired woman. Opening it, he finds another small bag hidden deep inside. Upon opening, dazzling light reflects, filled with precious energy crystals. He cheers in joy, hugging it as a heaven-sent gift. Exactly moi cores to finish the mission. The system cuts in coldly, saying the crystals don't count since they weren't from sales. He protests, arguing the zombie was a customer who bought dried squid and jerky. Seeing the system falter, he scolds it harshly for narrow thinking hindering his grand business path. He fakes crying to provoke it until it snaps over its own error. Reluctantly, the system declares mission complete and awards space upgrade points. A luxurious supply cart appears before him, unlike the shabby old one. Every item gleams and is neatly arranged. Gao Xiaoliang stands stunned, admiring it for a while. Snapping back, he checks and confirms it's the legendary storage space. However, it holds only 4 basics: water, rice, meat, and vegetables. He wonders why it's so little while others have weapons, medicine, even aircraft. The system replies mockingly that he just started and shouldn't be greedy. He asks about point exchange. The list appears, but his high Moimot points can't buy anything valuable. He sighs, feeling everything still so fragile. He realizes the stall's defense is limited and he must strengthen himself. He converts all points into stamina, and the system confirms completion. Both wait to see if anything changes, but nothing happens, leaving him disappointed. The system issues a new mission: earn Motrum cores and hire a servant for high Moaban hours. He panics at the high demand, puzzled by the meaning of hiring someone. A gust of wind blows a sheet of paper into his face. On it is a picture of a maid with a welcoming greeting. He realizes it's an ad from the milk tea shop across the street. He recalls the girl who once handed him that flyer and invited him to try a drink. The memory stirs him, wondering if she's still alive. He imagines a blonde maid calling him boss, filling him with excitement. Reinvigorated, he pushes his cart onward. The scene shifts to the glowing red lava fissure. A figure leaps up from the abyss. It's the same silver-haired woman he tricked into falling earlier. She surveys her surroundings, then slowly stands. Her face carries sorrow before she suddenly runs off for unknown reasons. As dawn breaks, he pushes the cart all night to a ruined store. He cautiously calls inside, asking if anyone's there. The noise makes 4 zombies turn toward him. He quickly shuts the door, politely apologizing for disturbing them. Without delay, he runs off, grumbling at meeting the same zombies again. The system teases that he's the real wandering ghost. The zombies howl and chase after him wildly. One jumps high, diving straight at the cart. The shield flashes, knocking it far away. Has frustrated since the shield only works 3 times a day and can't be wasted. He speeds up to escape. Behind him, the flung zombie begins to mutate grotesquely. It bends over, roaring furiously. Then crawls at insane speed, jaws aiming for his heel. He dodges just in time, cursing at the sneak attack. He retaliates with a strong kick to its head. The creature flies back, crashing into a vending machine. The loud impact makes the others freeze. The machine topples, crushing several zombies underneath. He stands, stunned, unable to believe he caused that. Joy bursts forth as he shouts that he's truly gotten stronger. The system congratulates him on his first zombie kill and rewards him with a disposable raincoat. He inspects it. Dismayed, it looks like plastic. The system explains it's high-tech, anti-toxic, radiation-resistant, but one-time use. He remains doubtful about the claim. Rapid footsteps approach, signaling a zombie swarm. He panics as they surround him from all sides. Realizing the noise drew them, despair fills his heart. Suddenly, a soft voice from behind tells him to run sideways. A girl in a maid outfit peeks from behind a door, motioning for him to hurry. He sees the zombies under the vending machine struggling back up. More monsters crowd the front, ready to pounce. Without hesitation, he pulls his cart and dashes toward the girl. The door slams shut, blocking the zombies outside. He exhales in relief, thanking her for saving him from danger. Realizing who she is, he exclaims in shock. She asks in surprise if they've met. He happily recalls meeting her amid chaos, saying he once studied at School A and got a milk tea flyer from her. She smiles, saying she remembers him but thinks he's just an ordinary guy, while he naively insists he plays soccer, not digs holes. She quickly changes the topic, touching his shoulder. He's too distracted by her softness. After chatting a while, he asks her name. She introduces herself as Nai Qin and he as Gao Xiaoliang. She gently calls him in a sweet tone, Liang Ge. The address moves him to tears, his first time being called so by a pretty girl, while she sighs, baffled by his reaction. Suddenly, a sound echoes nearby. He grows alert, looking around and calling out who's there. He picks up a soda can, sensing something off. More noises come from a side door, startling him. He slowly approaches, intending to open it. Nai-chin screams in fear, claiming there's a rat. She clings to him, whining that she just saw one scurry past. He asks where, but she answers vaguely to distract him. Behind the door, a head peeks out, eyes cold and watching. Nai-chin pretends to scream again, then collapses unconscious. He panics, catching her and asking if she's okay. She weakly complains she's starving after 5 days trapped without food. He chuckles lightly, saying a meal will fix that. He rushes to the cart, eager to cook for her. He cheerfully rummages through supplies, talking about what dish to make. Naikin watches coldly, feeling contempt. She notices the cart filled with rare food. She's secretly shocked by how much he owns. A sinister smile forms. She now sees him as easy prey. She secretly grabs an egg, but it instantly vanishes from her hand. She tries several times in vain. The system protects goods from theft. Nai-chin stares, thinking she imagined the disappearance. She shrugs it off, deciding to kill him and seize the cart instead. She reaches back for her hidden knife but finds it gone, terrified. Gao Xiaoliang speaks up, holding the knife, asking if she's looking for this. She freezes, seeing her weapon in his hand, shocked and asking how he got it. It turns out he secretly took it when she faked fainting. He smiles faintly, saying he just borrowed it for cooking since he lacked tools, asking her not to mind. She forces a smile, inwardly shaken that he'd been wary all along. She feigns weakness, explaining the knife was only for self-defense in the apocalypse. He smiles, pretending to believe her, saying there's no misunderstanding. She asks if he'll return it afterward. He agrees immediately. He hands the knife back, warning her to be careful, while she accepts it with a sweet yet malicious smile. Right after that, she suddenly attacked, stabbing him while shouting that he was a damn fool. However, his automatic shield activated, throwing her back and making her scream in pain. He sighed regretfully, reminding her he had warned not to swing knives recklessly. She sat down, staring in shock as she realized he was an Esper. Even so, she screamed for a duel to avenge herself. She leapt up, dust flying, sparks flashing underfoot as if ready to fight. He calmly pulled out a spray can and sprayed it straight into her face. She was caught off guard, tears streaming down as she screamed from the sting. She writhed on the ground, clutching her eyes and moaning in agony. He laughed, showing the mustard bottle and mocking that she should have said she couldn't handle spice. He deliberately sprinkled more mustard on her while teasing, making her beg him to stop. Then he turned toward the door, shouting for those inside to come out or watch their ally suffer. The door creaked open, then suddenly burst wide. 2 kids, a boy and a girl, charged with sticks, yelling to release their boss. He froze, stunned by the strange sight. The boy shouted to calm his sister, while the crying girl bravely scolded him for hurting their leader. He easily restrained both kids, sternly lecturing them, but they struggled and screamed to be released. Lady Cam forced herself up, yelling for him to spare the children and target her instead. He coldly replied that those were her own words. He threw the 2 kids toward her, making all 3 crash to the floor. He stepped into the secret room and found piles of food, noodles, biscuits, canned goods. He chuckled at the sight of the 3 masterminds tied up, realizing they'd tricked many before him. Lady Cam suspiciously asked how he discovered her plan. He replied that those who fell before were simply too stupid. He pointed out her flaw. She claimed to starve for 5 days, yet the soup can was freshly opened. Moreover, there were fresh bloodstains on the floor, though she was uninjured. From that, he concluded someone else had been hurt or killed here. He sighed, thinking he'd nearly become their next victim. The boy protested, saying they only punished bad people and never tricked the good. The girl agreed, calling him evil too. He froze, wondering how he looked like a villain. Lady Cam calmly said that in the apocalypse, everyone only seeks to survive, no one is truly wrong. He nodded thoughtfully, finding it reasonable. Then he suddenly sneered, saying in that case they couldn't blame him for doing the same. Lady Cam trembled and asked fearfully what he planned to do. He glanced at the 3 and smiled chillingly, saying he hadn't eaten fresh meat in a long time. The 2 children burst into tears, begging him not to eat humans. He delighted in their fear, inwardly pleased with his prank. Lady Cam shielded the kids, pleading for him to kill her instead. The girl cried for mercy for her sister, while the boy bravely offered himself, saying child meat is softer. He only meant to scare them, but the 3 scammers' affection for each other made him look like a real monster. Suddenly, the little girl started coughing violently. The boy panicked and called out to his sister. Lady Cam hurriedly said Xiaoling was injured, and being tied tightly made it hard for her to breathe. He stayed cautious, suspecting they were using a self-harm trick to make him loosen the ropes and counterattack. But the girl's coughing continued weakly and genuinely. He began to hesitate, though outwardly still tough, saying her acting even surpassed her sister's. The boy shouted their words were true, and Lady Cam pleaded that without help the child would be in danger. Seeing their panic, he didn't untie them yet, but quietly ordered the system to scan. The system scanned and revealed a glowing light, confirming the girl had a severe infection with pus inside. It further warned that without timely treatment, she would only live about 3 days. While they were talking, Xiaoling suddenly coughed up blood. He quickly cut the ropes with a knife to help her. As the rope loosened, the girl fell forward, and Lady Cam cried out her name, Xiaoling, in worry. When he removed her outer clothes, he found blood seeping through the gauze on her chest. Seeing that, he grew furious, believing the wound was from a bullet and cursing whoever did it. Lady Cam bitterly said it was done by a military group called Jing Lei. She held back tears, telling how the children's mother was a regular customer who bought milk tea when everything began collapsing. She said she had closed the shop after seeing the chaos and zombie outbreak news, telling everyone to stay inside. At first, the community worked together awaiting rescue, but as food ran out, people's darker nature emerged. A man casually snatched a loaf of bread from the mother's hands despite her pleas that it was their share. He sneered, saying children didn't deserve equal portions and took extra for himself. The mother explained her daughter was sick and needed food, begging him to return it. He coldly said the girl wouldn't last 2 days anyway, so eating her or letting her die made no difference. The son jumped up and bit the man's hand, trying to protect their food. The man, enraged, tried to throw the boy while the mother screamed his name, Xiaolak. Lady Cam couldn't bear to watch, stepped in, and skillfully knocked the man down. She lifted Xiaolak, scolding that with limited supplies, he had no right to steal. He yelled that the meager food wasn't worth much and asked if she wanted everyone else to starve. She snapped back sarcastically that she owed him nothing and he should find his own. She glared at him as a coward, too afraid to face zombies yet bullying women and children. He cursed back furiously, humiliated by her words. A middle-aged woman in the shop stepped up to suggest sharing a bit of food, and another customer agreed, promising to repay later. Lady Cam explained it was just a small milk tea shop, their food storage was limited, and they had already taken all they could. A young woman pointed at the locked room, suspicious, and demanded it be opened to see what was inside. Lady Cam calmly stated it was only a changing room with no food inside. The woman didn't believe her, urging her to open it immediately to prove her honesty. Lady Cam frowned in irritation. Under pressure from the hungry crowd shouting accusations of selfishness, they suspected she hid food for herself. Xiaolak and Xiaoling's mother intervened, urging them not to act cruelly since Lady Cam had saved them during the chaos. But hunger clouded their minds, blaming her for delaying their departure for rescue, saying they'd be saved if they had left earlier. Lady Cam laughed disdainfully, calling them ungrateful. A hostile man shouted she was arrogant. The crowd moved forward, trying to take control and threatening to break the door down. The leading man rushed in, threatening to search for food himself if she didn't open it and warning of consequences. After several kicks, the door burst open, revealing only women's dresses inside. The man looked confused, mumbling why a milk tea shop had so many dresses. A middle-aged woman mocked that she wasn't a proper lady, while a young girl continued to sneer at her fashion. Lady Cam angrily retorted when a loud explosion outside startled everyone. A vehicle crashed into the main door, smashing the fence and barreling into the shop. On the car was a symbol of a gear and lightning bolt, marking some organization. A man stepped out laughing, announcing they had found survivors. Everyone in the shop grew tense, suspecting he and his group came to rob them. The leader claimed to be from the Jinglei Corps, ordering them to surrender food or die. The previously arrogant man now begged in fear. He pointed at Lady Cam, saying all resources were managed by her, the shop owner. A Jinglei soldier smirked lustfully, planning to assault the beautiful women and seize all supplies, even to eat them. Lady Cam barely had time to shout before dragging the 2 children to flee. In another corner, 2 robbers restrained a couple. The man begged for mercy while his girlfriend screamed in panic. A blonde thug closed in on Lady Cam, spouting vulgar words. She swung her arm, drew a knife, counterattacked, and cursed back at him. The man was caught off guard and furious for being tricked. He snapped and fired his gun. Xiaoling jumped in front of Lady Cam, taking the bullet and getting severely injured. Everyone screamed her name in horror. The gang leader scolded his men for making noise that could attract zombies. In anger, he killed the woman who had stood against Lady Cam. He decided to loot everything and retreat, leaving nothing behind. Anyone attempting to flee was shot instantly. Lady Cam and the two children were cornered with no escape. The children's mother rushed forward, holding the enemy tight and yelling for everyone to run. Xiaolak cried out for his mother in panic. The thug struck her hard on the head, but she still clung on, sacrificing herself to save the others. The mother, dying, begged Ngai Kam to take care of her two children. Ngai Kam held Xiaolak in shock and pain. She gritted her teeth and jumped through the window to escape. The mother pulled the grenade's pin, dying together with the enemy. The shop exploded, turning into ashes. Now Ngai Kam sat blankly, tormented for failing to keep her promise. She burst into tears, blaming herself for being useless. Xiaoling woke up, comforted her, and innocently asked about their mother. Ngai Kam calmed her while Xiaolak desperately begged his sister not to die. The system cried emotionally, and Cao Xiaoliang mocked its contradiction. He thought bringing kids was a burden, but still admired her kindness. He asked the system for medicine to save Xiaoling, but was denied due to low clearance. He mocked the system's coldness, and it exposed his attempt to cheat. Cao Xiaoliang secretly admitted the system was quite clever. Even without unlocking higher access, the system hinted he could use homemade food for healing. Cao Xiaoliang was overjoyed that the snack bar had healing effects, but the system warned success depended on level and luck. He rolled up his sleeves, determined to try despite slim odds. Seeing only eggs, flour, and strawberries on the table, he pondered what to make. An idea struck him, and he exclaimed with excitement. He began mixing ingredients and cooked skillfully on the pan. The aroma drew curiosity, and Xiaolak swallowed hungrily. After a while, he proudly presented the finished cake with a smile. Ngai Kam looked doubtful, but he assured her it wasn't poisoned. He handed Xiaoling the egg cake, saying it was his childhood favorite. The girl accepted happily, thanking him with a bright smile. After a bite, she praised its sweet and fragrant taste. Suddenly, she felt her body recover, standing up to Ngai Kam's astonishment. Ngai Kam checked and found her fever gone, wounds healing. Xiaolak rejoiced. Ngai Kam suspiciously asked what he had added to the cake. She guessed he had a special ability, but he hid it, saying long-term eating was needed for full recovery. He grinned slyly, saying next time there'd be a fee. Ngai Kam agreed, trading food for Xiaoling's treatment. Xiaolak approved. Cao Xiaoliang refused the trade, saying he already had enough supplies. He pointed at Ngai Kam, declaring he wanted her to come with him. The two children reacted fiercely, thinking he had bad intentions toward her. He complained, confused why they always misunderstood. He explained he wanted her as a snack bar worker with food and shelter provided. Ngai Kam discussed with the kids and realized following him was safer and beneficial. Finally, she agreed to work for him on the condition she could bring the two children. Cao Xiaoliang felt a pang of regret, sensing he'd invited trouble. Ngai Kam pulled out a contract, smirking that everything must be clearly stated. He read it and sweated, seeing clauses detailed like a pre-apocalypse company's. Cao Xiaoliang cursed irritably, while Ngai Kam calmly demanded extra benefits for the children. A strange voice came from outside, sniffing the tempting aroma. The glass door shattered under a metal axe strike. 4 strong men entered, the burly leader confirming there were people inside. Da Zhuang immediately noticed Xiaoling's egg cake and shouted excitedly at its aroma. Xiaolak shielded his sister, declaring no one could touch her cake. Cao Xiaoliang stepped forward to face the group. The man put his hand on his weapon, threatening a fight. Contrary to the tension, Cao Xiaoliang smiled casually and invited them to taste his cooking. Daezhuang turned to ask his boss for permission to eat. Boss Lei Hong pondered in silence. He asked the price of Cao Xiaoliang's egg cakes. He thought this was a chance to earn crystal cores and complete a mission. He presented the menu and invited them to look. Lei Hong was stunned by the high price, but he reasonably explained the scarcity of the times. Lei Hong nodded, generously ordering 10 pieces, and he cheerfully accepted. Da Zhong threatened to smash the stall if it tasted bad, and he mumbled nervously without replying. Lei Hong overheard and angrily asked if he was mocking him. Ngai Kam quickly intervened, playfully apologizing on his behalf. Lei Hong blushed upon seeing her act affectionately. She kept flattering him, making him flustered and embarrassed. The underlings laughed loudly, teasing their boss for being dazed by a beauty again. Ngai Kam skillfully drew him inside to wait, winking secretly at Cao Xiaoliang. He silently praised her quick wit, realizing hiring her was a wise choice. He turned on the stove and began making the egg cakes. The three underlings watched hungrily, drooling. Soon the cakes turned golden and fragrant. They picked them up and took a bite. Cao Xiaoliang and Ngai Kam waited anxiously for their reaction. Lei Hong was astonished and praised the cake as delicious. Dai Zhuang got emotional recalling childhood flavors, the green-haired girl grew nostalgic, and another man choked up remembering the past. Lei Hong tossed a bag of crystal cores as payment, complimenting his skill, and Cao Xiaoliang accepted with a grin. He asked about other dishes on the menu. He calmly replied there were plenty more. Then he listed a series of tempting foods. He added a variety of drinks as well. Lei Hong interrupted, ordering 10 servings of each. Cao Xiaoliang hesitated, saying ingredients were short, but Lei Hong confidently said he could supply them all. He frowned, finding Lei Hong's tone arrogant. Ngai Kam whispered her guest that they were apocalypse merchants and suggested cooperation. He agreed. The two worked together, negotiating and flattering subtly to propose a long-term partnership. Lei Hong and Da Zhuang were surprised when they were called bosses. The underlings burst out laughing, joking their leader's business was zero-cost trade, meaning robbery. Cao Xiaoliang and Ngai Kam's expressions darkened. Lei Hong suddenly recalled the Ahu team had been gone too long, and Da Zhuang replied he left a signal. They'd return on their own. Outside, an off-road vehicle approached. A man rushed in, panicked, bringing bad news. He said a Hus group was badly injured, making everyone look toward the door warily. 4 ragged men stumbled in, battered and miserable. Cao Xiaoling recognized them as troublemakers and sensed bad news coming. Lei Hong was shocked at their state and asked who had done this to them. Ahu tearfully said they were beaten by a little fox, mentioning someone claiming to be chosen by heaven. Lei Hong roared in anger, calling it nonsense like a story. Dai Zhuang chimed in, saying if it were true, their boss should test his strength against him. The underlings sighed, insisting that the man was strange. Every attack was reflected back, injuring them instead. Lei Hong grew suspicious, guessing he was an esper, but Da Zhuang shook his head, saying he'd never heard of such an ability. Ngai Kam silently watched, secretly amazed by Cao Xiaoliang's mysterious power. She suddenly recalled the cloth item he carried, imagining its destructive force like sound waves that could snap necks. After hearing the soldiers talk, she secretly glanced at him, worried about Lei Hong's reaction. Thinking he was about to be exposed, he tried sneaking away, mumbling to retreat, but she blocked him, scolding him like a traitor. Lei Hong burst into fury, eyes red, declaring anyone who harmed his people would be executed. She fell silent under pressure. He froze, and the 2 children cried, recognizing Lei Hong's notorious name. She stepped forward, demanding directly if the man was truly Lei Hong, leader of that corps. Da Zhuang answered for him, confirming his identity, while the injured ones smirked proudly at their boss's fame. Lei Hong, flustered before her, pretended to be generous and promised to assist if needed. The 2 children rushed forward angrily, accusing his men of brutally hurting their mother and sister. Lei Hong lifted them up gently, calming them and asking who said their mother was dead. Da Zhuang and the blonde man protested, insisting they never harmed women or children. Suddenly she exploded with inner energy, lunging with a fierce kick and demanding he release them, her voice icy cold. Lei Hong skillfully dodged and threw the children aside to keep them safe. The kids landed safely, though Xiaolak groaned as Xiaoling landed on him. The clash between Lei Hong and her intensified, fierce and unyielding. She launched a flurry of martial strikes, but he dodged with graceful agility. She grew angrier, pouring all her power into stronger, storm-like attacks. The subordinates cheered wildly, praising her skill, while Da Zhuang worried since his boss disliked hitting women. Lei Hong blushed, reluctantly defending himself, frustrated his men weren't helping. The green-haired girl teased him, saying it was just a psychological block he needed to overcome. The two kept dodging and countering, consuming their spiritual energy. The noise of battle attracted a strange creature from a hole in the ceiling. Giant tentacles spread across the gap, slime dripping onto the shop floor. He stood aside, observing, finding the chaotic fight between enemies oddly familiar. Then he suddenly realized his limit. He only had one chance left today. Panicking, he snuck toward the supply truck, planning to flee to the safe zone. Ahu spotted him and shouted for the others, declaring he was the so-called chosen one. Lei Hong turned toward where they pointed, recognizing the target was him. He angrily flung Ngai Kam aside, making her fall hard. Da Zhuang pinned her down, coldly declaring it would be her end. Lei Hong blocked Cao Xiaoliang's path, gritting his teeth and accusing him of stealing crystal cores and assaulting his men. He pretended to be clueless, smiling awkwardly and claiming it was a misunderstanding. Ahu and the bald man shouted warnings, exposing him as one who always faked foolishness to defeat opponents. The two children immediately defended him, shouting that Da Ge was stronger than all of them. Ngai Kam also interjected mockingly, taunting Lei Hong as weak and afraid to hit women. Lei Hong exploded with fury, feeling humiliated to the point of madness. Cao Xiaoliang grew exasperated, tugging his ear and yelling for everyone to shut up. Lei Hong unleashed rage, thick with murderous ki, and charged to challenge him. He slammed a devastating punch into the floor, cracking the ground. Cao Xiaoliang staggered back in shock. Black energy and scorching flames erupted from the fissures. Lei Hong's massive form radiated fire thunder pressure, his breath like explosions, terrifying everyone. As the anger subsided, the flames died down. Ngai Kam stared in horror at the cracked floor, incredulous at that power. The two children cowered, trembling, calling him a monster. Daezhuang boasted that their boss was a top-tier esper. Ahu raised his head proudly, smugly asking if they were scared yet. Cao Xiaoliang stood frozen, shuddering at the esper's force, thinking even a graze would shatter bones. Lei Hong charged again with iron fists. Cao Xiaoliang dodged hurriedly but was taunted as a coward. He roared, channeling spiritual force into the next blow to finish the fight. 543A barrage of fiery punches struck. Cao Xiaoliang braced with both hands, the pressure shaking his whole body. The shockwaves thundered with each blow, the space around them trembling. Cao Xiaoliang coughed up blood. He survived, but his organs were severely damaged. Lei Hong was stunned that he still stood after so many strikes and grew more determined to end him. He attacked relentlessly, sneering that the opponent was far beneath him. The two kids hid in a corner, trembling. Xiaoling cried for him, while Xiaolak feared losing the tasty food. Ngai Kam calmly thought that if he died, the goods on the truck would belong to her. Cao Xiaoliang flew into anger and retaliated verbally, calling them scum. Lei Hong scoffed, dismissing him as a deluded man obsessed with novels. A heavy punch hurled him into a wall, blood spurting from his mouth. He tried to lift his head, eyes full of pain. 554 blood gushed from his abdominal wound, staining his shirt. He sank to his knees, forcing himself up through pain, determined to fight instead of run despite being outmatched. His eyes darted to the food truck, a flicker of hope igniting. He recalled the rule. The harder you strike, the stronger the fan force. He lunged for the truck, resolved to use the only thing that might save him, surprising Lei Hong. Lei Hong smirked, assuming he sought a fair duel, and roared a killing blow. He launched a flurry of punches, unaware the other had a different plan. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang slipped low past his legs, shouted, and yanked Lei Hong's pants down. Li Hong froze, exposed, a cold breeze making him stiff with embarrassment before the crowd. Ngai Kam went speechless, eyes wide. The two children trembled in shock. The cronies stifled laughter. Ahu and Da Zhuang looked away, while the blonde and green-haired girl burst into hysterical laughter. Cao Xiaoliang shouted triumphantly, flaunting the humiliating victory over his enemy. Lei Hong raged, eyes blazing red, roaring like a beast. He charged like a storm, vowing to crush Cao Xiaoliang immediately. Amid the chaos, Xiaole saw a dagger at Da Zhuang's side. He recklessly struck Da Zhuang's weak spot, forcing him to release Ai Qin. Xiaole seized the dagger and ran toward Lei Hong. He shouted in a choked, vengeful voice, wanting to avenge his mother. Ai Qin and Xiaoling panicked. The girl screamed, fearing her brother would act rashly. Da Zhuang immediately fired at him, warning the boss, causing both sides to clash. Gao Xiaoliang glared at Da Zhuang, sensing his lies. He pushed the cart with all his strength toward Xiaolei. The cart blocked the boy before the bullet could hit. The bullet ricocheted off the cart, the sharp sound frightening Xiaolei. However, the one in danger was Gao Xiaoliang, as Lei Hong launched a fierce fire attack. He lamented fate, thinking of Xiaoling and Xiaolei, bitter about the cruel twist of destiny. He closed his eyes, bracing for the finishing blow, but the fiery punch suddenly stopped. A massive explosion tore the entire house apart. Bif Fay stepped out amid the thick black smoke. Her gaze was icy, radiating a deadly aura that terrified everyone. Without a word, she charged at Ahu and Da Zhuang's group. Her first kick aimed directly at Lei Hong. Lei Hong panicked, eyes wide as her foot neared his face. Her look was as cold as a blade, warning him for attacking Gao Xiaoliang. Lei Hong stared at her, muttering, realizing he was hit. Embarrassed and furious, he stammered, calling her a woman. Gao Xiaoliang recognized her, exclaiming Bif Fay in shock. She used spiritual power to kick Lei Hong, sending him flying in pain. The single kick slammed him into the wall, shattering the room. After the explosion, she stood proudly amid smoke and flames, eyes on the burning Lei Hong. The subordinates panicked. The green-haired girl shouted, asking Bif Fay's identity. The blonde man realized she was the captured Zheng Shi. They lined up immediately, loading weapons, ready to shoot her. Bullets rained down, but she moved lightly, dodging every shot. The blonde fearfully dropped his gun, yelling she was not an ordinary corpse, but a mutant. Bif Fay leapt onto Gao Xiaoliang's cart. Da Zhuang swung his blade to attack, intending a direct confrontation. Gao Xiaoliang was distressed about the cart, shouting not to destroy the stall. He pushed the cart with all his strength, helping Bif Fay evade the strike. An opportunist aimed at Bif Fay and shouted, "Ready to shoot!" Cao Saoliao desperately rushed to stop him. The gunshot rang out, breaking his heart. The bullet flew toward her, but she calmly treated it as harmless. Just before impact, she jumped aside, the shot nearly destroying the cart. She quickly pulled the cart back, saving it from the explosion. Gao Xiaoliang cheered and raised his hand in praise. The bullet hit the wall, causing a powerful explosion. Lei Hong crawled from the rubble, angrily cursing at the sneak attack. A wooden beam hit his head, knocking him down as he groaned miserably. The subordinates panicked, calling out his name. Lei Hong angrily scolded them. The blonde awkwardly denied blame. Furious, he ordered a full-force counterattack. The punk immediately loaded and fired continuously at Gao Xiaoliang. Lei Hong's team unleashed a heavy gunfire, forcing Bif Fay to dodge through the chaos. Gao Xiaoliang and his teammates fled in panic, but he still tried to protect the cart despite being scolded for stubbornness. He reacted irritably, arguing they had to seize the chance to escape. Xiaolei, though scared, cursed the bandits to meet evil retribution. Bif Fay turned to watch the group fleeing chaotically. She puffed her cheeks in anger, silently criticizing their speed. She picked up an iron bar, transforming it into a counterattack weapon. She threw the bar hard, creating a whirlwind through the bullet storm. The commander was hit, dropping his gun in pain. Their weapons flew chaotically, causing bullets to ricochet everywhere. Gao Xiaoliang's group hid behind the cart, relieved to survive. Da Zhuang and his men panicked, fleeing and yelling, afraid of being hit by their own bullets. After the gun chaos, the last weapon finally fell silently to the ground. Smoke cleared, people crawled up, cautiously looking around in ridiculous postures. The blonde rejoiced at the silence, while the green-haired girl panicked, not seeing Bif Fay. On the other side, Gao Xiaoliang's group peeked secretly, relieved at the quiet. He hurriedly urged everyone to seize the chance to escape. Suddenly, Bif Fay appeared in midair, throwing a punch to scare him. The group thought she was attacking, fleeing in panic and screaming everywhere. In fact, she only meant to play, laughing at their escape. Yet a new danger emerged, a tentacled monster lurking above. Hearing strange sounds, Bif Fay immediately recognized the approaching threat. She dashed straight to where Gao Xiaoliang was running frantically. He panicked, turning around and screaming, thinking she still pursued him for revenge. Giant tentacles pierced the roof, slime raining down like rain. The monster attacked, causing Gao Xiaoliang to scream for help in despair. Seeing this, Bif Fay charged, realizing the man she cared for was in danger. She sped up, shielding him just as a tentacle was about to wrap around him. The monster's tentacle wrapped tightly around Bif Fay, lifting her into the air as she struggled desperately. Gao Xiaoliang rushed to save her, but was helpless, only seeing her weak, pleading gaze. He froze, terrified, staring at the massive monster toying with human life. After tiring of her, it dropped her from the height onto the cold floor. Slime dripped everywhere, emitting a strong, fishy stench. The giant monster landed heavily, nearly crushing Gao Xiaoliang. Its massive body blocked the light, black smoke billowing, red eyes staring at him. Lei Hong suddenly appeared, shouting that it was a mutant creature. His team immediately took positions, weapons ready to fire. Shells rained down, but the monster blocked with its tentacles. Its thick flesh resisted all damage. Bif Fay lay motionless against the wall, bloodied and breathing weakly. Gao Xiaoliang and Ai-Chin rushed to support her. She gasped, grimacing in pain, her body covered in blood. Ai-Chin looked at her, quietly noting she might have risked her life to save him. Gao Xiaoliang held her, heart aching with guilt and sorrow. Exhausted, Bif Fay still tried to open her eyes, trembling to grasp a small object. In her hand was a crumpled candy wrapper, soaked in blood. He recognized it as the familiar wrapper from years ago. Memories flooded back. He had thrown her that candy when they first met. Choking up, he asked if she had kept it to return it to him. She weakly nodded, letting out a soft sound, then fell unconscious. Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, not expecting her to understand human words. Gao Xiaoliang quickly connected to the system, voice trembling, asking why a Zhangshi could act so human. The system scanned Bif Fay's entire body, continuously recording her faint spiritual energy. Analysis completed. The system reported a Zhangshi virus in her body, evolved to partially restore her brain, achieving child-level consciousness. Bif Fay groaned in pain, coughing violently, tears streaming down her face. Aiken spoke with concern, moved by her suffering. Xiaola asked in surprise if Zhangshi could feel pain. Xiaoling worried, unsure if she was alive or dead. Xiaola scratched his head, naively saying Zhangshi only knew how to bite people. Xiaoling objected, affirming she was a good Jiangshi who once saved her master and hoped she wouldn't die. Aichen checked and sadly realized her spine was broken, hard to recover. Gao Xiaoliang clenched the candy wrapper, choking with sorrow that she was injured saving him. He held her, desperately asking the system how to heal her, but was told only special missions could exchange for Zhangshi healing items. Without hesitation, he activated the mission. The system assigned collecting level-high essence cores within a Moibon hours. His eyes lit up, realizing level-high cores only existed in evolved Zhangshi or mutant creatures. He turned to the giant octopus, determined to defeat it to save her. Lei Hong and his gang also joined, unleashing fierce firepower. But the monster's thick skin made bullets and shells harmless. Hu Da Zhuang complained, saying the bullets couldn't pierce its skin. A bald soldier charged, hoisting a giant cannon on his shoulder. He pulled the trigger, the shell shot at lightning speed, aiming for the monster's head. The creature sensed danger and reacted immediately. It raised tentacles around its body, exposing only red eyes to taunt. The shell got trapped and the monster stood still, exuding cold arrogance. The soldier boastingly claimed the monster was finished, bragging loudly. Lei Hong behind felt uneasy, sensing something was wrong as no explosion occurred. The octopus moved slightly, red eyes blazing, black smoke thickly pouring, its colossal body rising like a living tower. The shell sat harmlessly in its mouth, leaving everyone stunned. Hu Da Zhuang angrily demanded his shell back, while his comrades stammered in fear. Lei Hong stared in shock as the monster swallowed it like a toy. The monster licked its lips, extending tentacles like hundreds of iron arms ready to strike. In an instant, multiple tentacles swept across, flinging Lei Hong's group like straw. It spat thick green slime, burning and stinking horribly, corroding everything it touched. The blonde was hit, his arms scorched, flesh rotting as he screamed in horror. The bald soldier was also hit, slime covering his back, writhing in pain and screaming. Lei Hong shouted warnings for everyone to stay away, as the substance was extremely corrosive. He quickly lifted a large rock to use as a temporary shield. The group hid behind the rock. Lei Hong gritted his teeth, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Hu Da Zhuang and another man ran to take cover, but the monster kept spitting venom at them. Lei Hong strained to move the heavy rock, each step difficult amidst the boiling slime, making his comrades shiver in fear. A giant tentacle slammed down, smashing the top of the rock. The monster continued its fierce assault, cracking the shield as venom poured in like a flood. A pungent stench rose, white smoke billowing from the severely corroded stone. Hu Da Zhuang screamed in terror that the cement was melting, unable to hold any longer. Lei Hong trembled but gritted his teeth, yelling at his men for support while being pushed to the limit. His arms weakened, trembling violently. His legs went soft, unable to support him. Under the terrible weight, he collapsed, the rock pierced through, a booming sound as the tentacle drove deep into the ground. A soldier was wrapped up and lifted high, screaming in horror. The monster tightened its grip, preparing to finish him, ignoring his desperate cries. Lei Hong watched helplessly, sighing though his heart burned with anger. Determined to save him, he summoned all his strength, energy flames rising fiercely. He shouted, hurling the giant rock at the monster, risking his life to rescue his comrade. The rock flew like a meteor, while he leaped forward for a direct confrontation. Lei Hong pierced through the defensive tentacles, lunging into the monster's body. He grabbed a tentacle, roaring he would tear it apart, but its slippery skin thwarted him, leaving him cursing in frustration. The octopus, enraged, struck hard, flinging him away as he screamed in pain. Immediately, it sprayed more venom, flooding like a molten storm. Lei Hong raised a spiritual shield but could not hold it, collapsing from exhaustion. At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang appeared in protective armor, eyes cold, charging straight at the monster. He seized an opening, running along the tentacles to approach its rear. His eyes glowed blue, energy coursing through him, skillfully dodging the sprayed venom. The henchmen stared in shock, asking each other how he could survive amid the poison. Lei Hong had just landed equally stunned, sensing no supernatural disturbance from him. In a flash of realization, he shouted, "Could it be that he is—" The monster, enraged, swung multiple tentacles fiercely at Gao Xiaoliang. He dodged gracefully as if dancing, leaving the monster helpless. Gao Xiaoliang leaped high, using speed techniques to vanish in a flash. In an instant, he disappeared, cold aura spreading around. He gripped the flaming knife, charging at the creature's weak spot. His target was the shell stuck in the monster's mouth, risking himself to detonate it. Everyone realized he was chosen by fate. The shell ignited violently. A massive explosion erupted, fire engulfing the monster's entire body. The blast shook the ground, smoke and flames billowing across the sky. Monster flesh flew everywhere, blood staining the ground red. The octopus corpse burned black, reeking and horrifying. When the smoke cleared, he removed his protective armor, smiling in satisfaction at the result. He praised superior technology for keeping him alive after the blast. He demanded the system provide a new suit, teased as a random reward. Remembering the mission, he saw the monster was completely eliminated. He began searching through the wreckage. Amidst the slime, he found a golden crystal, a level hay essence core. The system congratulated him, rewarding the essence core, recovery candy, and a cooking book. He questioned the purpose of the strange book. The system explained it taught safe cooking of mutant creatures. He calmed down, realizing the gift was worthwhile. Thinking of saving someone, he ran to help Bif Fay. He fed her the collected essence core. She frowned, swallowing with difficulty, still looking exhausted. Moments later, she opened her eyes, alert. Her body recovered, full of vitality and excitement. Xiaoling rejoiced while Aichin was stunned by his power. She pondered, realizing he seemed to hide his true strength. Bai Hei made playful sounds, signaling she wanted a response. Seeing the childish gesture, Gao Xiaoliang scolded her, making Xiaoling curious to join the game. Aichin observed, still cautious about him. He repeated the candy-throwing game, making Bif Fay chase eagerly. Xiaoling clapped and laughed, treating it as a fun performance. Seeing the friendly scene, Aichin softened, believing he was not evil. Xiaole remained cautious, warning his sister to stay away from Bif Fay. He suspected the girl was still a corpse, fearing an attack. Bif Fay suddenly turned, locking her gaze on the two. Her eyes showed affection, especially toward Xiaoling. She smiled brightly, showing delight at the girl. Xiaoling was slightly scared, candy crumbs still on her cheeks. Bif Fay licked them clean, making her giggle from ticklishness. Then she licked her lips, looking at Xiaole with a creepy desire. She lunged, causing Xiaolo to run screaming in embarrassment. Xiaoling covered her mouth, teasing her blushing brother. Lei Hong stepped forward, loudly calling Gao Xiaoliang. He urgently asked if he could save severely injured teammates. Gao Xiaoliang saw two people heavily poisoned, covered in blood and pus. Another was unconscious, no longer alert. He examined the wounds carefully, seeing rotting flesh and suspected internal organ damage. Huda Zhuang's hand exposed white bones, severe necrosis visible. Lei Hong urgently urged him to act and treat immediately. Gao Xiaoliang frowned, annoyed at being ordered. He stood up to object, complaining about being attacked earlier yet now forced to help. Lei Hong switched tone, offering payment with essence cores. Gao Xiaoliang immediately smiled and agreed. A hand suddenly placed on his shoulder, startling Gao Xiaoliang. Aichin coldly shoved him aside, yelling at Lei Hong that it was useless. He would not save them. The two children angrily accused Lei Hong's group of being murderous bandits. Lei Hong sighed, asserting they had principles and wouldn't harm the weak. He mocked that if their mother had been killed, she probably wasn't virtuous either. The siblings angrily defended their mother's honor. Aichin held the children's hands, accusing Lei Hong of plotting to kill the entire group. Gao Xiaoliang interjected, admitting the man might not be entirely wrong. The three others shouted in astonishment and anger. He took out an old headband, asking Xiaole if it belonged to him. Xiaolo immediately recognized it as a symbol of the group that killed his mother. He recalled the one-eyed culprit wearing a red band resembling Lei Hong. Gao Xiaoliang continued, presenting a knife, suspecting shared origin. Upon careful comparison, they found two similar symbols, but mirrored. Aichin noticed minor differences. Xiaolu and Xiaoling criticized the design as too rustic. Lei Hong blushed, angrily defending it as a bold, free-spirited style. Gao Xiaoliang explained many gangs had impersonated the main group to stir resentment. All three were surprised upon hearing about the impersonation. Lei Hong realized the reason for past unjust attacks. Xiaolo angrily cursed the imposters, while Xiaoling sadly asked who would pay the price. Aichin gently reminded them that their mother only wished for their happiness, not to be trapped by hatred. Xiaolo and Xiaoling silently looked at Aichin, sadness still lingering on their faces. Suddenly, Huda Zhuang, with a white band, stepped forward, roaring determination to punish those who defamed them. Overly excited, Huda Zhuang coughed blood, likely aggravating his injury. Lei Hong was shocked and horrified seeing his subordinate in pain. He urgently turned to Gao Xiaoliang, begging him to save the men before it was too late. Gao Xiaoliang agreed, immediately quoting a price, 10 essence cores per person. Lei Hong did not hesitate, handing over the essence cores. Gao Xiaoliang instructed to move aside and began treatment. On the cart, some eggs were crushed, yolk spreading across the boxes. Gao Xiaoliang looked at the broken eggs, heart aching over the lost treasure. The encounter with the Jinglei army flashed in his mind. Awkwardly, he offered to return the essence cores due to the trouble, implying his fault. Lei Hong's eyes turned red with anger, furious at his modest remark. Gao Xiaoliang patted his head, explaining it was a joke to ease tension, then pushed the cart away. Feeling embarrassed, he lamented being powerless without eggs for cookies, sighing at the hardships of being human. Not discouraged, he opened the new cookbook and searched for a suitable recipe. His eyes lit up upon finding a recipe that matched the available ingredients. Excited, he closed the book, seeing a way to save someone. The ingredients on hand were just flour, some oil, and a few scattered seasonings. After thinking, he had an idea and confidently ran to execute it. He went to the octopus corpse, selecting the best piece of meat to prepare. Carefully removing the outer layer and minor tentacles, he kept clean meat and marinated to remove odor before washing. The white meat was sliced and mixed with flour to form the filling. He stirred diligently until a fragrant octopus filling was ready. Pouring portions of dough onto a hot pan, each pancake sizzled to golden perfection. Flipping them crisp, he garnished with tomato and sauce. The octopus pancakes looked like art. To compensate for the soul of the dish, he substituted mashed potato for a key ingredient. Ta-da! The hot octopus pancakes were complete. He proudly displayed his creation. He brought the dish to Lei Hong's group, promising it would help them recover quickly after eating. The bald and blonde men were horrified, scared to try mutant octopus meat. Yet Lei Hong, tempted by the aroma, hesitated between fear and desire, wondering if it was edible. He shook his head, explaining with a wuxia example, where there is poison, an antidote is near, and he had kept the essence core, refusing to return it. Hu Dazhuang, enduring his wound, risked approaching, drawn by the enticing smell. He chewed, determined to enjoy it despite danger. Suddenly, his body froze, eyes wide in shock at the strange reaction. Then he clutched his stomach, coughing violently while his comrades called out in panic. Lei Hong sharply warned Gao Xiaoliang, threatening revenge if anything happened to his men. Before conflict could erupt, Bif Fay dashed out to block Lei Hong. He stepped back awkwardly, signaling her not to advance. Hu Dazhuang covered his mouth, making strange sounds, then fully indulged, savoring the dish in ecstasy. He used vivid imagery to describe the dough's softness and the meat's tender chewiness. The flavor reminded him of the sea's vitality, touching his innermost being. He praised and affirmed the dish was truly wonderful. Hu Dazhuang's praise astonished the other two, unable to believe mutant meat could taste so good. Immediately, the group rushed to the stall, clamoring to order, everyone eager to taste. They ate in euphoria, cheering with delight and surprise. The blonde quickly gave a piece to Ahu, urging him to try. Ahu bit in, feeling as if swallowing a star from the sky. He yelled in amazement as his wounds began healing and pain vanished. Proudly showing off, he noticed even old scars gradually closing before everyone's eyes. Ahu eagerly asked Gao Xiaoliang if that was the dish's effect, but he dodged by saying he added special spices. Gao Xiaoliang felt anxious after discovering an abnormal system error. He feared that if the system's secret was exposed, he'd be exploited to death. Lost in calculating risks, he didn't hear the voices around him. Suddenly, he startled, sensing someone had guessed his movements. It turned out Lei Hong patted his shoulder gratefully, admitting Gao had good qualities. He smiled and brought up cooperation again. Lei Hong nodded, saying he'd consider. But Lei Hong's men protested loudly, blaming their injured leader on Gao Xiaoliang. Cao Xiaoliu retorted that he only fought back because they robbed his stall. Lei Hong's men laughed, claiming robbery was their trade and part of professional ethics. Lei Hong cheerfully agreed, nodding at his subordinates' words. Gao Xiaoliang pointed at Bif Fay, questioning why they'd captured her against their rule not to harm women or children. He defended the girl, saying even as a zombie, she was still a woman undeserving of mistreatment. Lei Hong's group awkwardly denied it, claiming they were just distracted by her beauty. Gao Xiaoliang smirked, mocking them for their strange tastes. Lord Qin was horrified and covered his mouth, while Xiaole quickly covered his sister's ears to block the dirty talk. Hu Dazhuang blushed and teased Lei Hong, making everyone laugh and speculate about their leader's relationship. Lei Hong yelled his innocence, declaring he had nothing to do with it. He glared and demanded his men explain what was really going on. The blond man hesitated, admitting it was all a prank they made up. Hu tearfully confessed they only wanted to help the boss overcome his fear of women by letting him meet a pretty zombie. The bald man chimed in, insisting their intentions were good. Lei Hong exploded in anger, punching them furiously and cursing for making him look like a pervert, scaring the blonde to tears. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, warning the mission time was nearly over and urging the host to hire staff. Gao Xiaoliang was shocked, realizing a whole day had passed. He thought hiring the lady boss was enough, but the system said it didn't count without contracts and uniforms. He jumped in surprise upon hearing employee uniforms. Instantly, countless alluring outfit ideas flashed in his mind. The image of a sexy doctor drifted by, making him daydream. Then 2 cute yet bold bunnies followed. His nose nearly bled from overexcited imagination. The system sternly warned there were no such indecent uniforms. Seeing the actual maid outfit, modest and plain, he looked up in despair, hearing imaginary crows caw. He muttered in disappointment that the outfit was too basic, shattering his hopes. He handed the clothes to Lord Qin, pleading that employees needed neat, recognizable uniforms. These 3 sets were for them. Lord Qin and Xiaolo meowed at the outfits. Xiaole complained even kids had to wear them, while Xiaoling was excited for her new dress. Gao Xiaoliang urged everyone to change into the new clothes immediately. Lord Qin casually lifted her shirt in public, intending to change on the spot. He quickly pulled her aside, sternly advising her to change in private for decency. Lei Hong's group shook their heads, trying not to show embarrassment. Lord Qin wore the white shirt but complained it was tight on her chest, asking for a bigger size. Her complaint made Lei Hong and his men faint with excitement. Gao Xiaoliang angrily rushed to shield Lord Qin, scolding her to behave and close her eyes. Suddenly, something soft fell on his head, making him look up. It looked like both a bun and a root soft in his hand. He picked it up curiously, wondering what it was. Then he was horrified as the figure before him shocked him into awe. That person had a strong body with visible 6-pack abs. He screamed in disbelief upon realizing a man was wearing a dress, while Lord Qin smiled proudly. Terrified, he stammered that the person was a man, feeling like falling into an abyss. Lord Qin laughed, explaining he wasn't cross-dressing to deceive. It was just personal preference. The blond man was stunned, guessing it was a trick to confuse enemies. Hu applauded enthusiastically. Lord Qin scratched his head shyly, admitting wearing dresses was his hobby. Xiaolo wasn't surprised, explaining to Xiaoling their boss liked women's clothing. Xiaoling nodded, regretting not bringing more outfits. Gao Xiaoliang bitterly accused Lord Qin of deception. Heartbroken, his sexy staff dream was ruined. Lord Qin scolded him as lecherous. The system activated, starting a countdown and demanding completion of staff hiring with confirmation. Gao Xiaoliang sobered up, eagerly asking if there were any other options. After a moment's thought, he looked at the prepared employment contract for Lord Qin. Reluctantly, he signed with a grimace while Bif Fay cheered beside him. He handed the contract to Lord Qin, inviting him to sign. Gao Xiaoliang awkwardly avoided Lord Qin's angry gaze, cursing the job inside. He looked at the papers and lamented having to raise a kid with a man while others had harems. Lord Qin signed quickly, thinking nothing worse could happen, but a bigger mistake appeared. Bif Fay suddenly dashed forward like the wind. She bit the contract and ran off before Lord Qin could sign. Both stood frozen and Gao Xiaoliang shouted in shock. Though stunned, the girl kept running with the document. Cao Xiaolio rushed to grab it back, yelling that the contract wasn't food. The paper was torn to shreds in their struggle. Bif Fay glared, and the system suddenly confirmed successful signing. A mysterious energy surrounded her. Her eyes glowed, releasing an extraordinary power. In an instant, she transformed into a stunning maid like a painting. Gao Xiaoliao stood frozen, heart in turmoil, crying to the heavens. He screamed hoarsely, refusing to be in the same team as a zombie. Afterward, Lord Qin was still angry, blaming Gao Xiaolang. She scolded him for poor judgment and ignoring her beauty. Even so, she proudly said she'd forgive him for the contract compensation. Gao Xiaoliang forced a smile, troubled that he hadn't signed yet but was already fined. He looked at the ruined house and asked about their next plan. Lord Qin happily said he'd contacted the Jinglei Corps, who agreed to help. The two kids were excited to learn combat. He laughed, relieved the children would have protection. Xiaoling tugged his sleeve, signaling she had something to say. She returned a fallen card, saying it belonged to the girl from before. He recognized the name Bif Fay and gazed at it thoughtfully. Lei Hong handed him a map, advising him to seek help if in danger. Gao Xiaoliang was surprised the shelter was Linyu City. He thought to himself that no one escapes heaven's law. He shook his head, praising the opponent's clever hiding spot. Lei Hong laughed, saying prisons were now the safest places. Lord Qin joyfully hugged Lei Hong, complimenting him and asking to live separately. Lei Hong panicked and ran off, shouting to find male clothes for him, while Lord Qin insisted on wearing women's. They all got in the vehicle and left the area together. Xiaoling and Xiaolo waved goodbye to Gao Xiaoliang, their voices bright and clear. The Jinglei group cheerfully reminded Gao Xiaoliang to stay safe, promising to visit again. Gao Xiaoliang felt warm inside and smiled as he bid them farewell. He looked at Bai Feifei's staff card, feeling relieved and deciding to move forward. He turned to ask Bai Feifei for help in the coming days. Suddenly, he realized Bai Feifei had vanished. He saw her on a truck snacking and shouted for her to stop. His yelling and her chewing echoed through the desolate city. Bai Feifei bit a wooden plank fiercely, as if unable to control herself. Gao Xiaoliang angrily pulled her away, forcing her to stop. But she stubbornly growled and bit down harder. Gao Xiaoliang yanked hard, tearing off the vehicle's handle. The pull completely shattered the truck. He stood frozen, staring at the wreckage, while Bai Feifei sat like a kitten, gnawing the handle innocently. He suddenly remembered the truck never had anti-damage mode activated. How could it break so easily? He reported the error to the system, requesting a replacement, but it told him to wait for higher approval. The request was denied, leaving him furious and resentful. The system explained that protection only covered external damage, not what employees caused. Gao Xiaoliang shouted angrily, blaming the system for not warning earlier. He looked at Bai Feifei, lamenting that he should have chosen another partner instead of this human husky. He slumped down, staring at the broken truck, hopeless about how to fix it. The system popped up, suggesting that with Mottram more points he could upgrade, then urged him to take a mission. A notification sounded. New mission. Collect Num Trum Jin of meat within Hai Moi Bon hours for a reward. He sighed, thinking how impossible it was to find Num Trum Jin of meat in the apocalypse. Then he suddenly remembered a nearby chicken farm and grew excited with a plan. He checked cooking manuals, memorizing mutant chicken traits, and how to remove infected parts for clean meat. Excitement surged as he declared he'd go work with the chickens. Suddenly, a mutated chicken entered attack mode, eyes red and crowing fiercely. Gao Xiaoliang hid behind a rock, observing they were only larger than normal chickens. He realized there were too many, and he'd need to separate them to deal with each one. He decided to call Bai Feifei for combat support. Cao Kuo made a detailed plan, explaining nearly 8,000 moves to her. He asked if she understood, and she cheerfully nodded. He charged into the flock, shouting the command for Xiao Bai. Bai Feifei received the order but forgot the plan, running straight toward him instead. He yelled corrections, stressing this wasn't a game. The chickens noticed the commotion and all turned to attack Bai Feifei. She panicked, climbed onto a roof, and bit down on a wooden plank while watching below. Gao Xiaoliang panicked too and spun around to flee. A giant rooster chased him, pecking rapidly. He screamed for help, praying in vain. Its beak bit his butt, making him run and groan in agony. Cornered by the iron fence, he had no way out. With all his strength, he leaped toward the fence to find an escape. Luckily, he spotted a small gap in the ground he could squeeze through. He quickly slipped in, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Sitting in the pit, he gasped for air, his heart pounding wildly. The crazed flock surrounded him, pecking madly like zombies. They clawed at the fence, glaring at him hiding in the hole. He held his breath, thankful the hole had saved his life. Suddenly, something sticky and slimy touched his hand, terrifying him. He looked around and saw countless broken eggshells scattered everywhere. A bad feeling rose. He realized he'd crawled into the mother hen's nest. A giant shadow loomed above, making him freeze in fear. A colossal hen with coal-red eyes dived down like an arrow. Petrified, he jumped up and ran frantically out of the nest. The chase continued as he ran, lamenting his miserable luck. He cursed why the protection function didn't activate now. The crazed hen kept pecking wildly, making him scream in pain. It stopped, glaring proudly as if boasting, "I'm the boss here." He was forced into a corner, the back exit blocked. Gasping, he grew anxious, hearing egg cracks and chirps around. The huge creature advanced, its sharp beak aimed straight at him, making him curse hoarsely. As it lunged, he twisted his body like a fighter, telling himself he still had one move left. He leapt up, wrapping his legs around the attacker's neck. With fury and resolve, he challenged it to take his kick. The duel grew fierce as he tightened his grip and struck skillfully. Victory seemed near, and he smugly admired his own skill. But the beast suddenly turned its head, refusing to yield, shocking him. It flung him into the air, and he screamed to the heavens. By luck, he landed back on the still-alive creature's back. It dashed madly, making him gag and scream for mercy. After countless twists, the creature collapsed with its neck broken. He clung to its tail, trembling in horror at the sight. The scene shifted to a forest where military vehicles rolled slowly. From one truck came a commanding voice calling teams to report. It turned out a squad was maintaining contact with higher headquarters. The radio operator replied anxiously that they were en route and would arrive soon. Morale rose as everyone rejoiced over the abundant supplies gained. One man scoffed, blaming the captain for lacking the courage to take risks. A middle-aged rookie sighed that a village had become a death zone, but being alive was a blessing. Suddenly, a wooden beam blocked the road, forcing the convoy to stop. The wheels fell into a trap, bringing the vehicles to a halt. The leader shouted a warning about trouble ahead. The team disembarked to check and found the tire punctured. A bearded mechanic inspected it and confirmed the tire had blown. The blond man reassured them, saying the route was familiar and unlikely to have corpses. A wary youth reminded everyone not to relax since mutation risk was rising. Quach Ming and Gu Zhen quickly replaced the tire while others kept watch. Quach Ming focused on fitting the new tire amid tense silence. He muttered about rarely seeing corpses on main routes. The blonde agreed, boasting one bullet was enough. Suddenly, a loud thud startled the whole team. Old Chu stepped forward and smacked each of them lightly, warning them to stop bragging. Quach Ming and Gu Zhen apologized, admitting they were new soldiers and eager to learn. Old Chu exhaled smoke, his eyes stern and tone deepening. He recalled Team Bass' excellent record, asking why others failed. The two rookies just shook their heads blankly. He proudly said it was thanks to Captain Huo's experience and caution, adding they were lucky to join his unit. The two young soldiers smiled awkwardly, flattering Captain Huo's skill and vowing to learn from him. The blond man awkwardly asked permission to step aside for a private matter. Old Chu frowned, grumbling for him to hurry back, and the man rushed off. Suddenly, the bushes shook violently as if something slithered through. Huo Kejai sensed danger and immediately aimed his gun. He asked the team if they heard anything strange. Both shook their heads. Meanwhile, the blonde finished, whistling cheerfully as he returned. Behind him, a giant python lay in ambush, its red eyes locked on him. He felt a chill, glanced around but saw nothing, then relaxed and walked back. A huge shadow dropped from the tree like lightning. The blonde froze as the monster lunged with its jaws wide, his whole body trembling. A bullet struck the serpent's eye, saving him at the last second. The beast hissed in pain and slithered away. Huokaja fired rapidly, shouting that a mutant creature was present and ordering everyone back to the trucks. He urgently asked Gu Zhen about the tire replacement status. Old Chu reported it was done. The team was shaken by the mutant snake encounter, and Gu Zhen bowed, admitting his lapse in vigilance. Huo Qizhi cut in, stressing the creature was only lightly injured and would return soon, urging a quick retreat. The engine roared as the vehicle sped away at full throttle. The giant python immediately slithered after them, eyes fierce. It slid underneath, flipping the truck into the air like a toy before it crashed down, swaying. The monster coiled around the vehicle, squeezing until the steel frame screeched. Inside, everyone was thrown around amid the metallic clamor. Huo Qizhi shouted that the creature was constricting them and ordered an escape plan. Quachming and teammates tried forcing the emergency door open, but failed, crying out for instructions. Huo Qizhi yelled from safety to break the window and get out. He aimed to shoot, but Old Chu stopped him, warning the leaking fuel tank could explode. Quachming burst into tears, despairing that their fate was sealed. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the sky. Gu Zhen pointed and shouted for everyone to look ahead. A gigantic bird spread its wings, soaring through the dust-filled air. Quachming panicked, crying loudly, thinking he was seeing an angel before death. Old Chu barked, "Wake up! That's no angel, it's a giant chicken!" Huo Qizhi frowned, puzzled by the bird's enormous size. He looked closer and was shocked to see someone riding it. Gao Xiaoliang clung desperately to the giant chicken's back, tears streaming as he screamed for help. Inside the truck, two men gaped. One pressed a hand to the window, asking who he was and if he was a mutant. The blond man with a scar around his eye shook his head, saying something about him felt off. At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang still clung to the bird, tears flowing like a stream. Suddenly, another colossal creature appeared, red-eyed, fanged, with a long, coiling tongue, terrifying to behold. It lunged at the mutant chicken just as it tried to throw Gao off. The chicken turned, clearly annoyed that Gao Xiaoliang still clung to it. It opened its beak to peck, while he shouted that breaking a few eggs wasn't worth this rage. Then he leapt up, hugging the chicken's neck tightly, declaring he'd prove himself a true chef. He squeezed so hard its neck bones cracked, and the giant bird collapsed. At that instant, a scaly, serpent-like beast lunged in. It bit into the chicken, splattering blood everywhere. Gao Xiaoliang thought the ordeal was over and exhaled in relief. Sitting atop the carcass, he grew confused, realizing he was still floating in midair. He suddenly noticed he was riding a snake's back, not a power pole, and grumbled about his dark predicament. He jumped off and immediately hugged the snake tightly. Curiously squeezing, he was startled when the creature squirmed in response. The snake lowered itself, gazing at him with hungry, ambitious eyes. Gao Xiaoliang froze, realizing it was a mutant serpent, and fear flooded him. He ran, shouting, "Big brother snake, please don't eat me," trying to calm it. The snake ignored him and grew even more aggressive. Gao Xiaoliang was speechless, unsure how to react. Then he turned and ran, complaining about his endless bad luck. The snake swung its tail hard, flinging Huo Qizhi's team truck into the air. The vehicle crashed down with a loud impact. Inside, the team cheered, thinking rescue had arrived as a man in a backward cap shouted in joy. The driver reported the engine still worked and suggested leaving the area immediately. But the blond man with the eye scar objected, saying they shouldn't rush off. Many worried the snake might return for a second strike, destroying the truck and costing them supplies, risking punishment. Huo Qizhi insisted they couldn't abandon the man who lured the snake away, leaving now would shame soldiers. The team fell silent, pondering their leader's words. One soldier stood up in support, saying human life outweighed gear and the squad must stand firm. The driver accelerated, steering hard, encouraging the brave boy and promising they were close. The truck turned around as the team united, ready to fight to the end. At the chicken farm, Bif Fay landed lightly like mist. She scanned the area, searching for anything suspicious. 3 fierce chickens suddenly charged at her. She thought beating them would make Gao Xiaoliang happy. With enthusiasm, she clapped her hands and shouted boldly. Grabbing the fence, she lifted and jumped high. She skillfully trapped the flock in an instant. In the forest, the mutant snake still chased Gao Xiaoliang. He ran, shouting for Second Bro to help. The system replied helplessly that its functions were locked. Meanwhile, the snake heard the noise. It wrapped its tail tightly around him, cutting off his breath. The snake opened its mouth, blowing out a foul stench. He grew dizzy, mumbling before fainting. The stench grew stronger as the snake leaned closer. Chicken noises made him snap and curse aloud. Bif Fay appeared, carrying the tied-up chickens. She leapt up and stomped on the snake's head. The snake lost balance, crashing down as the chickens flew everywhere. It went limp, completely unconscious. Gao Xiaoliang joyfully called her name. He grabbed her shoulders, thanking her for saving his life. He sternly reminded her not to fool around during missions. The system announced mission completion and upgraded the food stall. A flash of light revealed a luxury car as their reward. Both were stunned, and he cheered for finally having a mobile vehicle. He admired the comfortable interior in awe. The equipment inside was extremely advanced. Everything gleamed with a luxurious shine. He grabbed her hand, jumping excitedly and praising the system. The system proudly stated its generosity and announced a bonus reward. A skill card appeared, boosting temporary combat power. He curiously opened the weapon storage to check. Inside were only cooking utensils, leaving him dumbfounded. The system explained each tool had a unique ability. He grew thrilled, eager to test them right away. In the forest, he grinned wickedly, planning to test on the snake. The system warned him to stop smiling creepily. He shouted at the system to shut up. Turning to Bif Fay, he invited her to join the fun. He swung a knife, shouting for her to watch his move. The blade flashed rapidly, slicing the snake apart as he called out each move fiercely. The serpent's meat fell neatly, as if perfectly arranged. Bif Fay gently supported him, her face expressionless. He admired the knife, praising its convenience, and the system laughed in agreement. The system issued a new task: cook 3 snacks, earn Mottram 5-star reviews, fail once, and lose all. He yelled in frustration. He complained that everyone's taste differs. The system calmly urged him to try for a worthy reward. It secretly hinted at a surprise gift, and he doubted it. He thought since the mission had no time limit, he could take it easy and rest. The system demanded effort. He argued rest was preparation, and it grumbled denial. Hands on hips, he admired the car's luxury and wondered about its features. He worried if the new car was sturdier than the fragile old one. Still, he drove and invited Bif Fay for a ride. She climbed in excitedly, eyes sparkling. The military vehicle sped along the empty road. A blond man asked about the snake's trail. The driver said it turned into the forest. A man with a backward cap noticed something odd and shouted. The group got out immediately, on high alert. Before them lay a giant pile of bones, blood still fresh. Someone knelt and confirmed it was freshly eaten. The pink-haired man sighed, saying they arrived too late. Huokeji examined and found the bones unusually large, not human. Another member called the captain, reporting a new discovery. The team saw more bones, guessed they were mutant snakes and birds, all shivering. One asked shakily what creature could swallow a giant snake so fast. The man stroked his chin, guessing the being might still live. Huokeji pondered, thinking it was remains of a fierce battle, suspecting the being killed the beasts. Scene shifts to Gao Xiaoliang driving the mobile vehicle. Bif Fay sat beside him, leaning out the window, laughing joyfully. He laughed loudly, boasting he achieved his college dream 20 years early. He asked Xiaoi if she found it fun. She nodded, eyes shining like stars. He suddenly saw a horde of zombies blocking the road. He realized they were familiar faces. He smirked, deciding to test the new car on them. He slammed the gas, the car shooting forward. The car smashed through zombies, bodies flying apart. The undead roared, chasing close behind. He told the system to disable safety mode to test durability. It agreed instantly. The car sped up, Bif Fay thrilled as zombies were flung away. The undead swarmed, scratching violently at the frame. He declared it was time to show his driving skills. He maneuvered skillfully, tossing zombies aside one after another. Bif Fay laughed excitedly, cheering nonstop. Inside the car, steam rose thickly under dim light. Gao Xiaoliang was bathing, washing his hair in relaxation. He savored the rare luxury amid the apocalypse. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the shower curtain. He pulled it aside, seeing no one, muttering in doubt. Hearing nothing, he continued bathing, but felt watched. The shadow reappeared behind the mist. He shouted, demanding the intruder show themselves. Pulling the curtain, he was stunned to see Bif Fay. He hastily covered himself, asking when she came in. She stammered A3, startling him as he shouted for her not to come closer. The system teased, saying she desired him, making him jump. The system argued it was only supervising, not peeking. She kept approaching. He blushed, thinking she was alluring even as a zombie. He closed his eyes, ready to go with the flow. Then he regained sense, telling himself not to do anything crazy. Bif Fay suddenly bit him hard. He recoiled in terror, thinking he was infected. He checked and found his skin intact. Realizing the body wash foam blocked the bite, he sighed in relief. She spat out bubbles, grinning eerily at him. He ran for his life while she chased, asking the system why she went mad. The system calmly said she was just hungry, unable to resist fresh meat, making him furious over the misunderstanding. While fleeing, he shouted he'd get food for her. A feast full of meat appeared instantly. Bif Fay happily dove in, devouring everything. He exhaled, glad the snake meat saved him. He thought if uncontrolled, she'd become a deadly threat nearby. Imagining waking up being gnawed, he shivered. He asked the system how to protect himself. It simply said to feed her well. He shook his head, finding the advice useless. Suddenly an idea struck. He clapped joyfully. He rummaged and took out fake teeth, grinning slyly. The next day, the mobile vehicle set off on a new journey. He dressed sharply, radiating confidence. The car rolled smoothly. Bif Fay looked in the mirror, wearing shiny braces. The system marveled at the clever idea. He replied, "Intelligence makes hard things easy." The system nodded, declaring it would report this important finding. Suddenly, he saw an abandoned military vehicle by the road. He opened it to check. Inside was empty. Underneath were dense iron spikes, making him wary. He guessed someone had set a trap. Bif Fay mimicked his gestures, making him smile. From deep in the forest came a loud noise. Birds scattered. He turned sharply at the sound of gunfire. Bif Fay reacted, her body exuding violent aura. He raised a hand to calm her down. He listened and determined it was sniper fire from a single gun. Through the scope, he saw a woman fighting zombies. Bif Fay stared at the screen, confused. The woman had icy purple eyes. She shot with perfect accuracy, killing one by one. He admired her shooting and beauty, regretting her ammo was running low. He analyzed the sniper rifle's flaw, slow reload, and risk of being overrun. He suddenly remembered dying once from a similar mistake. As bullets ran out, zombies pressed closer. He hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. He smacked his head, warning himself not to be charmed by beauty. Bif Fay copied him. The zombies swarmed, tongues out and mouths wide. She pulled the trigger. The gun jammed. Ammo was gone. One lunged, nearly biting her. She quickly threw the gun and drew a short blade from her back. He was stunned by her reflexes and combat skill. She slashed cleanly through each zombie, moving like the wind. Surrounded by corpses, she stood tall, fierce, and majestic. Then she turned away, heading toward the river. She closed her eyes, took off her coat, revealing a seductive body in tight black wear. Gao Xiaoliang's nose bled heavily at the sight. He covered his eyes, muttering not to look, afraid of being seen as a pervert and getting killed. He folded the binoculars and called Xiaoi to leave. But she was busy watching a purple butterfly fluttering. She accidentally elbowed him, making him lose balance and tumble down the cliff while she kept chasing the butterfly. He rolled like a ball, tumbling downhill. Face down, body twisted, he slid painfully. He jumped up, roaring angrily, calling her name. Suddenly feeling something odd on his head, he reached to touch it. He pulled down a white panty with a purple bow, nosebleed gushing again. Around him lay several familiar feminine items, clearly belonging to the woman. Panicking, he tried to slip away before the owner returned. A cold blade pressed to his neck, freezing him. The woman appeared, eyes sharp and icy, saying there was still one fish left. He turned pale, slowly turning around. He raised his hands, explaining he was human and could prove it. But he was still clutching the damned underwear. The woman trembled with fury, eyes blazing. He panicked, threw the item away, hurriedly claiming innocence. His clumsy defense only made her believe he had seen everything. She screamed angrily, slashing at him and calling him vile. He flailed, shouting for Xiaobai to save him. From above, Xiaobai dove down like a meteor. She kicked fiercely but was blocked by the woman's knife. They faced off. The woman was surprised someone intervened. The two figures tangled, fighting fiercely. The woman grew more curious about Xiaobai's identity as they fought. Her moves were sharp, and Xiaobai countered just as skillfully. She dodged deftly, smiling playfully as if teasing. Gao Xiaoliang watched, nosebleed flowing again from the glorious scene. The woman noticed and shouted for him to stop staring or lose his eyes. He wiped the blood nervously, mumbling that women fighting were terrifying. He retreated to the vehicle, yelling for Xiaobai to return when done. To Xiaobai, the opponent's ample chest stood out strangely. Curiosity sparked a mischievous thought in her. She lunged forward excitedly like a child finding a new toy. The other woman cried out in alarm, scolding Xiaobai for being just as lewd. At that moment, a bullet tore through the air. Both women instantly split apart to dodge. A man with slicked hair, dressed eccentrically, appeared among the zombies, walking calmly as his subordinates admired the woman's allure. She frowned and coldly asked, "Hey, John, why are you here?" He sneered, saying he was attacked and found out the culprit was her and her group. He-Jen admitted proudly, mocking her for once rejecting him. His eyes gleamed red as he said if she had obeyed and surrendered the base, she'd live well. Now she'd face his cruelty. At his command, his men aimed their guns and opened fire all at once. The woman froze, eyes filled with terror as bullets rained down. With only 2 scraps of clothing, she dodged while barely defending herself. The barrage came fast and precise, like a swarm of raging bees. She flipped and slipped skillfully into the dense forest to hide. A female subordinate shouted about her escape, but He-Jin sneered, certain a dead end awaited ahead. He smirked, saying dying so quickly was too easy for her. He ordered her captured alive, and his men spread out to pursue. Suddenly, one reported spotting another girl. Xiaobai was wandering blankly, looking lost, which made them underestimate her. A soldier asked what to do. He-Jin slyly replied, "Of course we share. After me, do whatever you want." His subordinates cheered, praising their boss loudly. 3 men surrounded Xiaobai. They stared at her with lecherous eyes. 2 joked nastily, saying she suited their taste. One crept behind her, rasping that he would take good care of her. As his hand touched, Xiaobai spun lightly like the wind. She snapped his arm in a single motion. The man screamed in agony and collapsed. The other 2 raised guns, cursing and preparing to shoot. At that moment, an engine roared nearby. A truck stormed in, slamming into them and scattering bodies and guns. Gao Xiaoliang leaned from the cab, flipping them off and yelling that anyone touching Xiaobai would pay. Xiaobai recognized him and smiled gently. She leaped onto the truck roof, confidently holding a strange object. Gao Xiaoliang, unaware, called out to check if she was okay. She hung upside down, showing the item, making him scream and order her to throw it away immediately. From the forest came rustling sounds, someone approaching. The pursued woman sweated heavily, her steps slowing. At the path's end was a deep abyss with no way across. She whispered in panic, realizing she was trapped. He-Yen and his men closed in, confident she couldn't escape. A female subordinate lunged, forcing her to defend herself. With one skillful move, the opponent flipped her to the ground. A gun barrel pointed at her face, leaving her helpless. He-Kien mocked her weakness and fear, sneering at her near-naked state. The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, calling him a coward. He-Jin laughed scornfully, saying she'd soon learn he wasn't an amateur. He yanked her hair brutally, jerking her backward. He whispered perverse threats into her ear, promising endless humiliation. With one hand gripping her, he spoke vile words foretelling what he'd do. She winced, eyes blazing with fury at his vile intent. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang's truck skidded in, blocking their path. Xiaobai charged forward like a violent storm toward the leader. She landed hard, knocking He Yan flat with a decisive blow. She rifled the fallen man out of habit, mercilessly searching him. He Jian panicked, shouting that a mad woman had attacked him. 1346, the two comrades witnessing it cried out, calling for their boss. 1347, the giant truck slid across, blocking the path and shielding her and her allies. Gao Xiaoliang drove skillfully, performing a spin to reach her position. The truck door slowly opened, revealing the dazed girl. He sat at the wheel, gave a brief signal, and told her to get in quickly. She startled but reacted fast, answering and climbing aboard. Before leaving, she bent to pick up a fallen gun and took it as spoils. The three men restrained by Xiaobai writhed on the ground, leaving her free to act. She looked at He Jin coldly, taunted him, then prepared to teach him a lesson. A bullet fired, aimed straight at his groin to maximize intimidation. The round buried into the ground through soil, but was enough to turn He Jin pale and drenched. 1357. She tightened the cloth, sneering at him, mocking men who cowered from something small. Saying that, she climbed onto the truck. Gao Xiaoliang called for Xiaobai to hurry up. Xiaobai leapt and landed lightly on the wooden floor of the cargo bed. The engine roared as the truck shot off like an arrow. He had recovered and angrily ordered to open fire. 1362, the henchman immediately unleashed a hail of bullets like rain. 1363. Although some rounds hit, they were deflected by the sturdy shield. 1364A flash from the shield startled the attackers as rounds bounced back. 1365 in the chaos, the truck escaped, rolling smoothly down the empty road. Gao Xiaoliang called back, telling her to change clothes in the drawer if she didn't mind. 1367, the girl replied, opened the wooden cupboard, and said she would use it temporarily. 1368, she randomly picked a dark shirt, murmuring to herself. 1369, seeing an odd tear, she exclaimed in surprise. 1370, then she patched the hole with another piece of cloth. 1371, she slowly buttoned up, covering more of her body. 1372, when finished, she stepped out, radiantly seductive. 1373, Gao Xiaoliang turned and was stunned by her figure. 1374, she smiled in thanks and moved closer to him. 1375, suddenly she pressed a knife to his neck, ordering him to stop the truck or die. 1376, earlier, she noticed Xiaobai distracted and not paying attention. 1377, she curled her lip in a threat, comparing blade speed to Xiaobai's reflexes, driving him desperate at the crazy world. 1378, he begged the system for help, but was refused because she was a VIP guest and couldn't be attacked. 1379, he screamed in despair, furious at the unreasonable rule. 1380, hearing that, she asked suspiciously. He quickly lied and promised to behave. 1381, the truck pulled over to the roadside. 1382, He swore. While driving, he would no longer meddle in others' affairs. 1383, she sat in the passenger seat, knife at his throat, coldly asking why he had saved her. 1384, Gao Xiaoliang, eyes moist, asked if she would spare him if he was a good man. 1385, she pressed the knife deeper, coldly reminding him of the words, apocalypse, kill to live. 1386, he panicked, denied it, insisting he wasn't a good man. 1387, after calming down, he explained he was an apocalypse cook, inviting her as a guest. 1388, she blinked, repeating apocalypse cook in doubt. 1389, looking around the truck cabin, she noticed the cooking gear and began to believe him. She thought the timing was perfect since the base's cook had just died from poisonous mushrooms. She stroked her chin, considering, and said if he was genuine, she could help him enter the base. He beamed, eyes lighting up. He asked about the base's population. She proudly said over 300 people lived in the region's largest steel factory. He grew excited, feeling he'd found a treasure trove of customers, certain he'd complete his mission. Elated inside, he dreamed that good deeds would be rewarded. But she became wary, suspecting he might have stolen the truck and couldn't be trusted yet. At that moment, her stomach growled from hunger. Embarrassed, she asked him to cook something to prove himself. He knew she was saving face. He nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and eagerly began to show his skill. She was invited to wait in the small cabin. He hurried into the kitchen, checking the dish list on the screen. But all were new recipes, none he knew how to cook. He muttered that familiar ones like egg tarts or octopus were already done. He sighed, admitting he was just an ordinary student, not a real chef. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from behind. He panicked, swung his knife, thinking it was a mutant snake. It turned out to be Xiaoi, playfully teasing him. He saw the fake snake skin and suddenly remembered something. He recalled patching Xiaoi's torn pants earlier. That skin came from the snake, which Xiaoi now played with happily. He sat down, patted her head gently, promising to stitch it with the thread from the drawer. Outside, the woman grew impatient, grumbling that the cook was too slow. Doubt rose in her heart that he might be a fraud. She strode quickly out of the truck, intending to confront Gao Xiaoliang. Meanwhile, he focused on threading the needle, sewing carefully. The thin thread glided through his fingers smoothly and skillfully. Soon he finished a pair of boots for Xiaoi. She took a few steps, cheering happily as they fit perfectly. The woman's surprised voice praised his craftsmanship. He smiled gently, saying he learned it from his grandmother. He reminisced fondly about his strong grandmother, smiling with emotion. She laughed, agreeing that kids raised by grandparents were blessed, secretly admiring him. He joked with a stern face that such blessing meant being forced to eat double portions of awful food. Suddenly, she confessed honestly that she was an orphan raised in a shelter, never knowing her parents. He froze, stunned by her story. They both fell silent, avoiding each other's eyes. She quickly changed the topic, sternly asking when the food would be ready. He replied awkwardly. She sneezed from the cold. He quickly draped the snakeskin over her shoulders with gentle care. He reminded her sincerely that dressing so lightly could make her sick. After their talk, he suddenly came up with a new cooking idea. Soon he served a pot of deliciously fragrant food. She curiously eyed the golden dish, unsure if it was porridge or something else. He smiled, explaining it wasn't porridge, but snake soup. She froze, glancing at the skin on her shoulders, warily asking if it was mutant snake meat. He confidently assured her the toxins were removed and it was perfectly safe to eat. Even so, she remained uneasy, half doubting the dish before her. Gao Xiaoliang leaned closer, teasingly asking if she was scared. He pretended to take the bowl away, mocking that she just didn't dare to eat, not that it tasted bad. He called loudly for Xiaoi to join the meal. Xiaoi ran over cheerfully, grinning dumbly at the food. The woman suddenly snatched the bowl back, proudly declaring she wasn't afraid. With trembling hands, she scooped the first spoonful. The hot flavor spread, surprising her with its tenderness. She thought if she dared eat live snakes, cooked ones were nothing. She boldly took another bite, refusing to appear cowardly. A strange sensation coursed through her, leaving her stunned. A mild sweetness and creamy softness spread like a faint electric wave, awakening her senses. She blushed, enchanted by the smooth texture, soft like jelly, indescribably delicious. The taste enveloped her, making her feel blissful as if soaking in warm water. She smiled brightly, immersed in pleasure. Suddenly she froze, eyes flashing with confusion. In a vision, a milk basin in her mind stirred, releasing a strange life force. White mist surrounded her as the space warped, heat radiating outward. A strange egg cracked open from the void. From inside, countless tiny snakes resembling Gao Xiaoliang slithered out. She panicked, but he lunged forward, his sudden action stunning her. The little snakes bit all over her, spreading intense sensations. She blushed deeply, body trembling between heat and tingling until it weakened. Gasping, she weakly begged for it to stop, unable to endure. When she awoke, her legs trembled, and the snakeskin cloak slipped off her shoulders. She forced herself up, panting after the overwhelming rush. Gao Xiaoliang worriedly asked if she felt warmer now. She was astonished to find the chill gone, her body brimming with energy. She pressed him in disbelief, asking if snake meat truly worked miracles. He smiled, explaining it promoted blood flow and strengthened the body. He took out a small glass jar, excitedly revealing the real secret lay inside. She curiously followed his pointing hand. He sprinkled a few grains from the jar onto Xiaoi's head. The grains made Xiaoi sneeze once. He laughed, admitting it was just fresh ginger and peppercorns. The woman blinked in surprise, thinking, peppercorns? He eagerly told how, as a child, his grandmother cured his colds with spicy pepper soup that worked instantly. She smiled in satisfaction, thinking this silly man actually knew quite a bit. Gao Xiaoliang opened his tablet, asking her to rate his cooking skills. The screen showed 5 stars to choose from. She decisively pressed all 5, giving him the top score. Then she said seriously that although his cooking was good, he'd need further testing to be the base's chef. This was only the first round. He grumbled inwardly that applying to cook was stricter than factory labor. He took a deep breath, holding back anger, reminding himself to endure for the mission. Then he started the truck, driving toward her headquarters. The place was a massive industrial complex with tangled pipelines everywhere. Gu Yue pointed through the window, saying that was her base. Gao Xiaoliang drove while marveling at the grand scale. The entrance road was once an old steel zone with high concrete walls, easy to defend but hard to breach. Gu Yue observed the scene and recounted her wandering journey before finding this safe haven. Her story made him admire her more and understand why this place was always fought over. When mentioning the traitor, her eyes flashed with anger as she spoke of he who betrayed them after being helped. She gritted her teeth, saying he not only harassed her but also spread false rumors. He even secretly brought strangers into the base to seize power, but was stopped in time. She sighed regretfully for only banishing him instead of killing him then. Suddenly she drew a knife to his neck, coldly warning him not to act like he. He panicked and said he'd rather love a zombie than her. At that moment, the base gate remained tightly closed and silent. 2 female soldiers on the wall aimed their guns down and shouted for them to stop. Gu Yue stepped forward and waved to signal familiarity. The 2 girls on the wall cheered, "Sister Yue is back," and quickly opened the gate to welcome her. The security gate slowly opened, revealing a cleared entrance. Gao Xiaoliang's truck roared and drove in. As soon as Gu Yue got off, people surrounded and questioned Han about changing vehicles, which made them not recognize her earlier. A scornful man eyed her outfit, pointed his gun at Gao Xiaoliang, and demanded to know about her clothes. He accused Gao Xiaoliang of making Gu Yue like that. Gao quickly raised his hands, pleading that he wouldn't lie and that she wouldn't have survived without him. Gu Yue covered Gao Xiaoliang's mouth and ordered him to be silent, then calmed herself. She turned to the 2 girls, briefly explaining that he wasn't involved. On the way back, she was ambushed by He's followers, escaped but lost the vehicle and supplies. The 2 girls grew furious at the name He's followers. One said Gu Yue had once saved him from zombies, and the other threatened to shoot the ungrateful man if she saw him. Everyone turned their eyes to Gao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai, curiously asking who they were. Gu Yue smiled and introduced them as new cooks she had hired, asking for understanding since they'd been eating biscuits lately but would now have real food. She cheerfully recalled catching a wild boar before, but after the old cook died, the meat was left in storage, so she told an older man to bring it out for cooking. She called Xiaoliang to cook a few dishes to test his skill. He reluctantly complied, silently cursing her cruelty. The 2 girls hesitated and said Lao Liu had been summoned by Cheng. Gu Yue was stunned upon hearing Cheng's name. The scene shifted to the empty warehouse inside the base. A piece of meat was thrown hard onto the floor, showing no respect for it. A girl frowned and shouted in disgust, saying the food was filthy and smelly and she wouldn't touch it. Cheng comforted her gently, assuring she wouldn't have to eat it. 2 young men blamed Lao Liu for bringing poor quality food, but he explained it was nutritious wild boar meat. Cheng grew irritated, claiming Lao Liu was lying since the food looked terrible. He walked toward the warehouse, declaring he'd find what he needed himself. Lao Liu nervously stopped him, saying the warehouse was off-limits without Gu Yue's order. The two young men restrained Lao Liu, insisting Cheng had the right to enter as Yue's brother while Liu was only the key-keeper. Cheng got angry, asserting his authority and threatening consequences if denied entry. Suddenly, Gu Yue's voice thundered, angrily questioning her brother. Cheng froze upon seeing his sister appear. He quickly pretended joy and greeted her warmly. Gu Yue sternly demanded to know why her brother returned early and what he wanted in the warehouse. Cheng fumbled, claiming he came back early due to an accident. He pointed at Lao Liu, accusing him of disrespecting his sister and providing bad food. Lao Liu panicked, trying to explain but couldn't finish. Gu Yue gestured for him to stay silent. She looked down at the fallen meat, her gaze full of authority. She picked it up and issued a cold command. Cheng was confused, not understanding her intent. Gu Yue repeated the order firmly. She said that to bring back this wild boar, 3 people had been seriously injured. Her words made everyone bow their heads in shame for wasting it. Cheng sadly picked up the meat without a word. Gao Xiaoliang secretly admired Gu Yue's powerful leadership. Anda remarked that the gap between the siblings was vast. Hong Hong stepped forward to apologize on Cheng's behalf, asking for forgiveness. Gu Yue's cold gaze immediately fixed on the girl. Hong Hong feigned weakness and hid behind Cheng. Gu Yue frowned and asked who she was. Then she turned and shouted at her brother to answer. The girl timidly called Cheng's name. Cheng defended her, telling his sister not to frighten the girl. Gu Yue was surprised, thinking her brother was naive, guessing the girl was the reason he returned early. Cheng confirmed it, explaining he met Don Hong during a supply run. He recalled finding Don Hong trembling in a supermarket surrounded by zombies. Cheng said compassionately that they rescued her after she had starved for days and brought her back. Gao Xiaoliang was shocked to hear Don Hong had gone hungry for many days. Then he joked cheerfully that hungry people are easy to please and praised how simple the mission was. Gu Yue shouted angrily, scolding her brother for bringing a stranger into the base. Cheng argued back that Don Hong wasn't of unknown origin. He quickly described her wealthy and noble background. Cheng defended emotionally, saying Hong Hong was pure-hearted and shouldn't have been abandoned. Gu Yue grunted in annoyance. The 2 nearby girls objected, recalling how Hexian once deceived the base and expressing suspicion of the newcomer. Cheng's people retorted angrily, saying everyone should show compassion instead of doubt. The 2 girls snapped back, claiming those men were blinded by beauty. Gao Xiaoliang was confused, not understanding why everyone argued. He suddenly felt happy, realizing that the quarrel meant the mission was almost done. Seeing the heated dispute, Gao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai excitedly cheered them on to continue. Cheng lost patience and shouted for everyone to stop arguing. He asked who the 2 strangers were, and Gu Yue explained they were new cooks. Cheng angrily accused his sister of favoritism for forbidding him to bring Hong Hong while letting others in. He criticized the 2 cooks, saying they looked suspicious like scammers. After that, he ordered both to be expelled from the base. His subordinates obeyed and aggressively moved to drive them out. Xiaobai, enraged, immediately struck back with a powerful punch. Xiaobai kicked the soldiers down, making them cry out in pain. Gao Xiaoliang cheerfully teased, telling Xiaobai not to hit customers too hard. They whispered to each other, agreeing to aim only at legs so the men could still eat later. Gao Xiaoliang apologized to the soldiers and promised free food, which made them angrily call him crazy. Don Hong stood behind, her eyes filled with hidden malice. Cheng, unaware, drew his gun to threaten them, calling them villains. Gu Yue immediately intervened, pointing her gun at her brother and shouting for him to stop. A loud gunshot suddenly echoed. The bullet hit Gao Xiaoliang and he collapsed. Everyone froze in shock and horror. His body fell onto the ground. He lay motionless in the yard. When Gao Xiaoliang seemed dead, Xiaobai went berserk, screaming and charging at Cheng. She kicked the gun out of his hand. Cheng staggered in fear and cursed in panic. Xiaobai unleashed a furious barrage of blows. He cried out in pain, retreating and begging for mercy. Xiaobai roared in rage. Then she lunged forward and bit his arm hard. Blood poured as Chung screamed in despair. He turned to the two girls for help, ordering them to shoot Xiaobai. They remembered his past arrogance and refused to assist. Do and Hong panicked and begged the wounded soldiers for help, but they refused, terrified with broken arms. She grew angry and mocked them as useless. Xiaobai kept biting wildly, her eyes blazing red. Chung desperately begged his sister to save him, fearing death. But Gu Yue coldly walked away, ignoring his pleas. She sadly approached Gao Xiaoliang's body. Gently, she closed his eyes. She choked up, apologizing and regretting dragging him into this tragedy. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang opened his eyes and came back to life. The sight made Gu Yue scream in shock. He calmly stood up, stretching as if nothing had happened. Everyone stared in disbelief. Xiaobai cheered joyfully, as if used to it. She leapt toward him, and Gao Xiaoliang opened his arms to catch her. He smiled reassuringly, telling her not to worry since he wasn't that easy to kill. Then he glared coldly, making Chung tremble in disbelief that he was alive. Ignoring his fear, Gao Xiaoliang grabbed his collar, scolding him for firing first. He punched Chung hard in the face, lamenting that his looks were nearly ruined. When the gun fired, Gao Xiaoliang had already activated his system and ordered the speed boost card. A beam of light enveloped him, greatly enhancing his speed. In that life-or-death instant, he dodged the bullet spectacularly. Everything around him seemed to slow, and he saw every movement clearly. The feeling of being faster than all thrilled him. The system announced less than 3 minutes left for the skill, and he complained about its stingy timing. Gu Ye worriedly asked about his condition. He replied it was just mental trauma and joked about getting shot before payday. Chung angrily shouted to expel them from the base. He insisted the two were abnormal. He emphasized that the bullet had clearly hit, yet they were unharmed. Then he pointed at Xiaobai, saying she was strange. He accused her of being pale and biting people like a monster. Gu Yue looked doubtful, glancing at Gao Xiaoliang and asking, could it be? Gao Xiaoliang secretly panicked, sensing exposure was near. The two girls behind also curiously asked who they were. He grew nervous, fearing they'd discover Xiaobai's true nature. All three simultaneously said the words ability users. Gao Xiaoliang closed his eyes and softly replied, mutant zombie. Then he froze, realizing the misunderstanding. The blue-haired girl stepped forward, asking him to confirm he was an ability user, since no normal man could survive a bullet. The other girl excitedly said their base now had someone with special powers. Gu Yue, thrilled, patted his shoulder and praised him for hiding it well, while he sighed in relief that the truth wasn't exposed. The two girls eagerly asked which power type Gao Xiaoliang belonged to, making him sweat in confusion. Seeing his discomfort, Gu Yue spoke up, saying there was no need to reveal it yet. Do and Hong silently observed, her eyes scheming. Chung yelled angrily, refusing to believe someone like him was an ability user. He mocked, saying he'd never seen an ability user work as a cook. Gao Xiaoliang proudly replied that cooking was his passion, chosen by heaven or not. Chung was left speechless. His two subordinates whispered that the base now had 3 ability users. Gao Xiaoliang asked in surprise, "You're an ability user too?" He circled around, teasing Chung, mocking his weakness despite having power. Gu Yu explained her brother was just an unawakened ability seed. She further described awakening signs like fever, hallucinations, and appearance of marks. Chung boasted to Do and Hong that he was about to awaken since he often had fevers. He taunted Gao Xiaoliang, saying they'd see who was truly strong. Do and Hong quickly chimed in, praising Chung as the most powerful. Xiaobai grew angry at his boasting and prepared to attack. Chung, frightened, waved his hands to stop her. As another fight loomed, Gu Ye intervened and declared the matter over for today. She then sternly told Do and Hong that staying required working for food. She warned that taking anything from storage without permission would lead to expulsion. Do and Hong fearfully clung to Chung and softly said she understood. Chung protested angrily, claiming he was the one wanting to take items, not her. Gu Yu furiously shouted back, her cold gaze warning him. Chung fell silent in fear. Ignoring it, Gu Yue ordered Lao Liu to prepare fresh ingredients and vegetables to welcome the newcomers. He sadly nodded in reply. Gu Yue patted her brother's shoulder, telling him to behave since she had brought him back, while Gao Xiaoliang muttered that it was just forcing him into the kitchen. Chung eagerly offered to handle cooking duties to make amends with Lao Liu. In the cafeteria, residents buzzed over the news that the new cook was an ability user, surprised that someone with powers was so friendly and cooked personally. Everyone rejoiced, hoping to finally eat real food after days of only biscuits. In front of Gao Xiaoliang was a pile of nearly spoiled ingredients, wilted vegetables, rotten eggs, and sprouted potatoes. He sighed, lamenting having to make 8 dishes and 3 soups with such scraps. Gu Yue was surprised and asked why the food supply was in such poor shape. Chung explained that floods ruined the vegetables, leaving only rice and flour, and the eggs took great effort to find. The subordinates chimed in, saying seasonings were gone and that Gu Yue had returned empty-handed from searching for salt. Cheng, half skeptical and mocking, said simple ingredients were a chance for Gao Xiaoliang to shine, believing he could turn them into delicacies. Gao Xiaoliang suspected someone had deliberately staged this and changed attitudes on purpose. He confidently declared that with his system he could manage without ingredients and wasn't afraid of tricks. At that moment, the system announced a restriction. He couldn't retrieve ingredients from the food truck's storage, leaving him stunned. The people behind him whispered, boasting that they'd hidden the supplies in the base and waited to see him fail so they could mock him. They claimed that if the meal failed, both Gao Xiaoliang and Gu Yue would lose face, and Chung praised the plan. Doan Hong nervously urged Chung that sabotaging his sister was going too far. His 2 followers immediately defended him, scolding Doan Hong for being too soft and telling her to toughen up. Chung pretended concern, claiming the 2 outsiders were dangerous and should be expelled to maintain his authority. He believed one ability user was enough and wouldn't let anyone threaten his position. Outside, the hungry crowd complained about still not being fed, everyone exhausted. 2 of Gu Yue's subordinates rushed in, pressing for answers, saying everyone was impatient for food. Gao Xiaoliang warily reported that the eggs were spoiled, the vegetables rotten, and only the rice was usable. He suggested to Gu Yue that if there was no choice, they could only make porridge. Cheng, hearing this, became excited, immediately thinking about porridge. He opened the door and loudly announced the group would eat plain porridge today. The people grew angry, disappointed that the meal was worse than expected. They complained they were promised 8 dishes and 3 soups, now reduced to porridge, saying even noodles would be better. Cheng's 2 men pretended to defend him, saying the good food should go to ability users and threatening anyone who complained. The crowd grew even angrier, accusing the cook of pretending to be kind to keep the best for himself, demanding his expulsion. Xiaobai angrily defended Gao Xiaoliang, while he just smiled quietly, amused by the chaos. Chung felt triumphant, thinking his sabotage plan was succeeding. Gu Yue noticed the rising tension and quickly stepped in. She took full responsibility, explaining that she failed to bring back ingredients due to an accident. She promised to search for more food soon and make it up to everyone next time. The crowd calmed down, saying food was hard to find and safety mattered more. They praised Gu Yue's efforts, saying even having porridge was a blessing in such troubled times. Gu Yue was moved and thanked everyone for their trust. Doan Hong sneered, realizing that the crowd instantly changed attitude whenever Gu Yue spoke, proving her strong influence. Chung grew irritated, resentful for being dragged into trouble for others. Doan Hong glanced at him slyly, secretly plotting. She smirked with a cunning, sinister look. A villager recognized the cook, saying the old woman in their group loved plain porridge. The crowd reconciled, apologized for the misunderstanding, and shared pickles with them. Gao Xiaoliang thought to himself that this young woman truly had great influence. He wondered why, in his past life memories, he had never heard of Gu Yue's name, even though this base was powerful. One of Gu Yue's subordinates defended her, saying neither the cook nor the leader was at fault. She explained the wild boar meat had spoiled, so they had to eat porridge, which shocked the crowd, who asked why. The other subordinate immediately pointed at Don Hong as the culprit. They accused her of calling the meat dirty and throwing it away, making Don Hong huff coldly in annoyance. The crowd grew furious, scolding her for wasting the base's precious food. Chung quickly defended her, saying Don Hong just wasn't used to rough food and meant no harm. His two followers chimed in, mocking the critics as petty. Gu Ye's subordinates angrily said that by the rules, anyone who wasted food would lose their rations, silencing the others. Don Hong pretended to be weak, crying and apologizing to win sympathy. Gu Yao suspiciously asked what she truly meant by those words. Some people brought out a large piece of meat. The crowd recognized it as the wild boar meat. Gu Ye furiously questioned Chung about why he said the meat had been thrown away. Chung panicked and turned to ask Don Hong what was going on. Gu Ye's two followers mocked that the greedy ones were pretending to be righteous. Cheng, seeing the crowd's anger, shielded Don Hong and tried to salvage the situation. Don Hong suddenly shouted a warning that the meat was infected with a virus. The crowd gasped, asking if it was the mutant zombie virus. She feigned fear, saying the meat was black and smelled like a zombie corpse. With tears streaming, she insisted the odor was unmistakably from zombies. She justified that out of fear others might eat it, she told people to burn it. The crowd murmured, observing the meat and agreeing it didn't look fresh. Some doubted it, suggesting improper storage might be the cause. Lao Ma quickly defended himself, saying the meat was already spoiled when received. Don Hong kept a grave face, saying the meat wasn't moldy but dry and shiny, signs of something unnatural. The crowd murmured that its skin looked like zombie flesh and guessed it was a mutated boar. Two subordinates, Chung Nan and Chung Bei, praised Don Hong, saying she had saved the base from disaster. The people cheered, thanking her profusely, while Don Hong humbly pretended she needed no thanks. Chung, seeing the moment turn in his favor, blamed Gu Yue and demanded she apologize. Gu Yue grew furious, shouting that he was slandering her. The two argued fiercely, and Chung mocked his sister as a foolish troublemaker unaware of her own mistakes. He added that she risked everyone's lives out of vanity for fame. Gu Yue's two subordinates protested angrily, saying only she was truly dedicated. Gu Yue furiously asked her brother if he really didn't know what kind of person she was. Chung fell silent, pretending to ponder. Don Hong stepped in, feigning peace, saying Gu Yue only made a small mistake, making Chung soften and praise her for being too kind and easily used. Gu Yue's subordinates reacted strongly, saying Don Hong's words indirectly blamed Sister Yue. The group murmured, gradually siding with Cheng. The girl beside Gu Yue worriedly realized everyone was believing them. The crowd thanked heaven no one had eaten the meat yet and began discussing how to destroy it to prevent infection. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang walked toward the meat pile, bent down to sniff it, shocking everyone. He picked up a piece, making the crowd scream for him to drop it in fear of contamination. But he calmly put the meat into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and said it had the exact flavor he wanted. Everyone froze in disbelief at what they saw. He calmly said that precious food shouldn't be wasted when it was clearly edible. Cao Xiaoliao called Xiaobai to bring all the meat to the kitchen. Xiaobai immediately obeyed, carrying the tub of meat away. In the kitchen, the fire blazed and the pan was already hot. He happily said it was lucky the rice was already steamed, just in time to cook with. He twirled his knife and sliced the meat into neat, thin pieces. Soon he finished a fragrant rice and meat dish that made everyone drool. Cheng's group grew furious, accusing him of insanity for trying to poison the base. The crowd, terrified, leaned in, asking if they'd turn into zombies. Gao Xiaoliang calmly explained that mutated animal meat was edible if properly handled. He added that this meat wasn't from a mutant boar at all. Everyone stared in shock and doubt. Gu Yue, also surprised, asked again, and he confirmed with certainty. Don Hong angrily accused him of recklessness just to defend Gu Yue. Chung Nan and Chung Bei chimed in, asking why it smelled and looked strange if not infected. Cao Xiaoliao mocked them as ignorant, saying it was wind-dried meat, stunning everyone. He then asked whether the previous cook was a man, surprising Gu Yue. A girl confirmed yes that he had a southern accent. Everyone exclaimed, remembering he said he came from Guishan region. Gao Xiaoliang lifted the meat and explained it was Guishan's southern specialty, wind-dried meat. He gently touched the piece, explaining that in the humid south, people sliced it thin, marinated it with wine and sugar, then hung it to dry for preservation. As he described it, the image of hanging dried meat formed vividly, its dark outer layer preventing moisture and decay, lasting months. He held the piece up, saying the odd smell came from the protective crust, which, once reheated, released its rich aroma. He eagerly continued cooking, saying the marinated meat made preparation simple. The steaming rice absorbed the fat and flavor, forming golden, glistening bowls of meat rice. Before lifting the pot, sprinkle some green onions for aroma. The glossy fried rice was nearly done, each grain fluffy and full. The crowd stared, swallowing hard at the sight of the pink, fragrant meat. Seeing everyone captivated, he panicked, warning them not to trust it and claiming no one could prove it was wind-dried meat. She feigned generosity, saying she'd forgiven the leader and scolded the chef for exaggerating the issue. He served the dish, making the white-haired girl crave it, asking if it was a delicacy or contamination. He suddenly fed her a spoonful to make her taste it herself. The man panicked and called her name, while she could only mumble with her mouth full. Everyone froze in shock at his bold action. She tried to spit it out, eyes teary with confusion. He waved to stop her, reminding her not to waste food. Her assistant girl darted forward to stop her from spitting it out. She held the other's cheeks tightly, showing no mercy. Saliva mixed with the juicy meat in her mouth. She suddenly froze, overwhelmed by the flavor. The lean meat was firm, salt crystals rubbed against tender flesh, pain mixed with pleasure, and the rice absorbed the slick meat oil, igniting her taste buds. The wild flavor made her feel like riding a boar through a jungle, thrilling beyond control. It was truly unbelievable. The indulgence surpassed all imagination. After swallowing, she weakened and fell to her knees. The man infatuated with her rushed over, panicking with concern. Chung Nan and Chung Bei worriedly asked if she was okay, urging her to wake up while Ruan Hong blushed, admitting the meat was insanely delicious. Gao Xiaoling smiled, pleased by her reaction. The crowd buzzed, seeing her face regain color, assuming no mutation signs. An old woman approached Gu Yue, mentioning the earlier misunderstanding and telling her not to mind, while Gu Yue asked not to be misunderstood. The crowd sided with her, insisting only Gu Yue wouldn't bring spoiled food back and that the pig catcher was injured, so couldn't be the virus source. Gao Xiaoyong invited everyone to taste if they had no more doubts. He then returned to the stove, reminding them to praise him after eating. People hesitated, holding plates, still unsure before taking a bite. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "So good," biting into the rice as the meat's aroma filled their mouth. Then many others praised it wildly, the rice soft, fragrant, soaked in meat juices, every bite satisfying. Clearly, everyone had to admit, humans need meat to live. Gu Yue's short-haired sister sneered, mocking the girl for not knowing what dried food was and for her fake background. The crowd quickly joined in, scolding her as ignorant and saying without Gao Xiaoliang, Gu Yue would have been wronged. Gu Yue's braid-haired friend urged the group to apologize immediately. Instantly, everyone surrounded Gu Cheng's group, forcing them to say sorry repeatedly. Ruan Hong suddenly glanced ahead, her face turning pale. The sight of Gu Yue and Gao Xiaoliang standing proudly before the crowd made her bitter. Feeling crushed, tears welled up and she ran off amid the crowd's criticism. Everyone thought that act was outrageous. Ruan Hong covered her face, crying as she ran off, while Gu Cheng panikedly called after her. Then Gu Cheng turned to scold Gao Xiaoliang, suspecting him of tampering with the meat. Gao Xiaoliang hurriedly denied it, saying he only cooked and did nothing shady. Gu Cheng burned with anger, challenging him to a fight. Xiaobai gasped, at the challenge, not understanding. Gao Xiaoliang glanced at Xiaobai, thinking she wanted to bully the weak, then casually asked who wanted a solo fight. As he pondered, a system voice congratulated him on gaining a new skill, culinary massage, exciting him with the surprise. He scratched his chin, wondering what that strange skill was. Suddenly, Chung Nan and Chung Bei lunged forward, locking his arms disgracefully. They shouted that he only relied on women, urging Gu Chung to strike. Angry at their dirty trick, he cursed them for not honoring a fair duel. Gu Chung charged aggressively, saying a fraud like him didn't deserve reason. He raised his knife straight at his opponent. Gu Chung roared, ready to stab, snarling, "Die!" Gu Yue screamed for her brother to stop, while two girls warned the chef to be careful. Xiaobai instantly took a combat stance. But Gao Xiaoliang turned back, ordering her not to interfere. Hearing that, she froze and stayed put. He smirked, thinking it was time to test his new skill, then leapt to counterattack. With a sudden jump, he broke free from the two henchmen's grip. At the same time, he kicked the knife out of Gu Cheng's hand. From midair, he unleashed Culinary massage, striking Gu Cheng's vital points. The combo made him writhe in pain, losing all strength. Then a final kick sent Gu Cheng flying. He screamed in rage, trembling before finishing his words. His body convulsed, then collapsed, horrified at being unable to move. His limbs were completely numb, body locked in place. Lying on the ground, he painfully called out for his sister. Gu Yue rushed over, both worried and scolding him for acting recklessly. Gu Cheng feigned misery, saying he couldn't feel his body and thought he was dying. Gu Yue calmly reassured him it was only temporary paralysis and he'd recover soon. Gao Xiaoliang observed and suddenly understood how the new skill worked. He recalled that chefs tenderize meat by pounding it to relax fibers and nerves, a form of culinary massage. So the skill was derived from that ingredient prepping technique. Chung Nan and Chung Bei panicked, realizing his terrifying power. They trembled, admitting he was even more dangerous than Gu Yue. Gao Xiaoliang coldly said they were next. The two turned and fled in fear, begging for mercy as they ran. Seeing her brother defeated, Gu Yue stepped forward to make peace, asking him to let it go and saying all blame lay with Gu Cheng. Gao Xiaoliang replied indifferently that as long as no one provoked him, it was fine. Someone brought a stretcher to carry Gu Cheng away. Lying on it, she swore to take revenge on Gao. While everyone ate, Gao Xiaoliang silently watched the data on his tablet. He kept receiving waves of positive reviews. The progress bar rose rapidly. He was delighted that one meal had earned 30 good ratings. He thought the task was nearly done when the progress bar suddenly shrank. He was shocked by the sudden drop. The system intervened, calming him and checking the cause. It reported someone gave a 0 rating, halving his score, and that 3 bad reviews would erase all progress. He shouted in alarm. He gritted his teeth, complaining the rules were cruel and fearing sabotage. Furious, he demanded to know who dared do it. In another room, Ruan Hong clenched her teeth, tapping furiously on the screen. She kept sending negative reviews nonstop. She smugly thought only she had the right to toy with men. Recalling the moment of pleasure made her body tremble. In disgust, she threw her pen away in anger. Suddenly, Chung Nan and Chung Bei turned into bewitched beasts, crawling toward where the pen landed. They crept to Ruan Hong, calling her master repeatedly. They showed a craving to be pampered and loved by their mistress. Ruan Hong saw their shadows, and an idea flashed. Her expression shifted. She declared she only liked the obedient and rewarded those who complied. From her eyes burst an invisible wave of seduction. The wave made Chung Nan and Chung Bei increasingly entranced. They were clearly possessed by her influence. The hypnosis process fully bound them. She calmly stretched out her legs, signaling them to approach. They licked her feet in submission as she sat, pleased. Ruan Hong sat like a victor, sneering that men were creatures ruled by desire. She vowed to make anyone who hindered her plan pay dearly. Scene transition, unclear content. At that time, Gao Xiaoliang sat quietly by the water's edge, observing. Blank line. He cheered when fish appeared nearby. Estimating its size, Gao Xiaoliang couldn't hide his excitement. He was thrilled by the big catch, thinking of how to cook it best. Suddenly, the fish sprayed water, revealing sharp fangs that stunned him. It mutated into a beast, lunging to attack Gao Xiaoliang. He panicked and ran, screaming. He cursed the mad apocalypse and the mutated fish for crossing limits. He dashed to the car, trying to open the door to hide. But the door was locked tight. He banged on it, shouting for Xiaoi to open up in terror. The system announced disaster. 3 bad reviews, score 0, host rights revoked. He froze, locked outside in danger, stripped of his host status. The verdict erased sounded, and he screamed hopelessly at the sky. He cursed the system's injustice, but before finishing, calamity struck. The fish lunged and bit his groin, making him scream in agony. It whipped its tail repeatedly, knocking him down as he cried out miserably. He turned pale with pain, collapsing and barely breathing. When he opened his eyes again, he was dazed to still be alive. Light rain fell as he sighed in relief, thinking he had survived. Xiaoi was sleeping soundly right on top of him. He angrily stood up, shouting at her for being there. She rubbed her sleepy eyes while he threatened to confiscate all her food if she had more nightmares. Noises outside made him wonder who was causing such a ruckus early in the morning. He lifted the car roof and looked out curiously. Everyone was busily preparing something. He couldn't tell what they were planning. He put on his coat. Then he and Xiaoi stepped out to greet them. He smiled and said good morning. The 2 girls cheerfully replied, asking how Chef Gao had slept. Guyak noticed the dark circles under his eyes and asked with concern. He thought to himself that after a night of nightmares, not having them would be strange. Seeing everyone busy, he asked where they were going. Guye explained that Ruan Hong said her father had hidden many supplies at the mountain's base, and the group planned to retrieve them, praising Miss Hong's generosity. Ruan Hong looked apologetic, saying her father had stockpiled goods in many places but never used them. She admitted her mistake from yesterday that nearly cost their food source, so she decided to use those supplies to make amends. Her 2 loyal followers rushed to defend her, insisting it wasn't her fault and asking everyone for forgiveness. Gu Yu's younger sisters were so moved they teared up with sympathy. Gao observed and frowned, surprised by the mention of Wanda. He explained that place used to be a resort with many shops, so if goods existed, they'd likely been looted. Chengnan and Chengbei reacted sharply, accusing him of doubting Ruan Hong's sincerity. Gu Cheng also grew angry, accusing him of unfairness and challenging his manhood. Gao replied coldly, mocking her healthy look as a sign of full recovery. He even teasingly offered to help relax her muscles, his tone provocative. Gu Cheng fumed, wanting to attack in rage. Seeing the tension, Ruan Hong stepped in, gently asking Gao to calm down. Hong invited him to join them if he still doubted, making him pause and glance at Gu Yue. Gu Ye listened quietly, preparing to speak. She reasoned that their rations wouldn't last long, and the base was already running low on spices, which would weaken the frail. So whether the lead was real or not, it was worth the risk. Gao rubbed his temples, thinking the plan was foolish, but reluctantly agreeing. He looked at himself, calling himself an idiot for being so easily convinced. In the end, he seriously announced he would join and was ready to leave even before breakfast. Ruan Hong smiled proudly, praising his usefulness while secretly plotting to exploit his naivety. The 2 girls asked to come along for safety, as full moon nights made the corpses unusually active. Gu Ye was touched, but insisted they'd return before nightfall and told everyone to lock the doors securely. The girls looked disappointed, while Gao placed a hand on Gu Yue's shoulder to comfort her and reassure the group. He assigned those staying behind to care for the old lady and the group, promising to handle everything. The guards nodded, relieved to have him as both chef and protector. Gu Yu shyly waved her hands, reminding him she'd already apologized before. He calmly replied that back then, avoiding it was the only way not to see worse things. The 2 girls curiously asked what worse things meant, while Gu Yue blushed and Gao Xiaoliang stayed calm, about to continue. Gu Yue quickly covered his mouth, shouting for him to stop, making the 2 girls even more excited, guessing they had a secret affair. Choked and gasping, Gao Xiaoliang begged her to stop shaking him or he'd really die. Ruan Hong watched their playful scene, secretly harboring a dark scheme for revenge. Gu Yu's convoy sped along the rugged mountain slope. Below, zombies tore people apart in a horrifying scene. Gao Xiaoliang observed and concluded that zombies were most active during full moon nights. It was the full moon today, and indeed the number of undead was unusually high. He was surprised Xiaobai wasn't affected, then saw her pointing outside as if spotting something. He immediately hit the brakes. The car swerved, leaving everyone startled. Gu Ye called out in worry, not knowing what had happened. Gao stepped out to check and found a stream blocking the road ahead. He judged the road had been washed out by rain, forcing the convoy to stop. Seeing the group confused, Ruan Hong pointed to the forest, saying it was only a half-hour walk to the site. Gu Yai told everyone to take up weapons and stay silent to avoid attracting zombies. The group quietly ventured deep into the forest. Tension filled the air until a small movement appeared. A little bee flew up and hovered in front of them. Ruan Hong reacted like a typical delicate princess. She screamed loudly in panic. Her shriek echoed, making Gu Ye furious as she hissed if she wanted to attract zombies. Gu Ye angrily swatted the bee away. The bee flew off after being hit, but Ruan Hong kept screaming. Gu Ye turned to Gao Xiaoliang helplessly, frustrated by her childish behavior. She complained that it was just a honeybee, not a killer. The three men looked on, embarrassed for their gender. Ruan Hong ran to hide behind Gu Cheng, pretending to tremble, and Gu Cheng defended her, saying she was just too scared. Gu Yue angrily asked why she, also a woman, wasn't afraid, making Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei awkwardly admit she was tougher than most men. Gu Cheng told an old story that her sister had always been boyish, once scaring girls to tears in the restroom. Gu Yu blushed, embarrassed by the exposed childhood story. Suddenly, someone sprayed a chemical and mist spread, startling everyone. When asked, Gao Xiaoliang honestly explained it was insect repellent he'd brought because of the mountain mosquitoes. He mischievously sprayed it at the two men, joking it could cure bad breath, making them yelp and flee from the awful smell. Gu Ye chuckled softly at the scene, feeling amused. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang sensed something was wrong. He looked around and realized Xiaobai was missing. From atop a high branch, Xiaobai jumped down holding a giant beehive in her arms. Everyone froze in shock at the sight. Gu Ye stood still, unable to believe her eyes. The whole group screamed in panic. They shouted in horror upon realizing it was a real honeycomb. Xiaobai grinned happily, holding the hive like a child. Her eyes sparkled as if she'd found a treasure. Drool ran down her chin, making others uneasy. Everyone tensed, guessing she was about to do something foolish. They all wondered if she really meant to eat it. Ignoring their warnings, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide to bite. The group screamed, telling her to stop immediately. Gao Xiaoliang also shouted in alarm, warning her to stop. But Xiaobai still bit off a big chunk. Panicked screams echoed through the forest. Later, the group stood before an old tunnel entrance. Gu Yue confirmed the location, and Ruan Hong nodded firmly. She explained the tunnel had collapsed halfway and been abandoned for years. Her father believed dangerous places were safest. She spoke while rubbing her cheek, swollen from bee stings. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei's faces were also red and swollen, glaring at honey-smeared Xiaobai but not daring to act. Gu Yue drew her gun, ordering the group to enter the tunnel. Gao Xiaoliang quickly stopped her, telling them to wait. Gu Cheng frowned, asking if he was causing trouble again. He calmly explained that the dark tunnel was dangerous and they shouldn't rush in blindly. He threw a flare inside to scout the interior. Soon strange noises echoed from within. The sound reverberated, heightening the tension. He warned everyone to stay alert. Something was moving inside. Suddenly, a swarm of butterflies burst out, filling the air. Xiaobai screamed in panic and bolted. She dove into the bushes to hide. Gao Xiaoliang was puzzled, not understanding why she feared butterflies so much. He stepped forward to pull her out, telling her not to be afraid. But she clung to the tree trunk, trembling and refusing to move. Seeing Xiaobai's fear, Ruan Hong secretly rejoiced, planning to leave her behind to gain control of the group. Pretending concern, she said Xiaobai was suffering after effects from the bees and advised not to force her into the tunnel. She glanced at her watch, realizing time was slipping away. She ordered the group to proceed immediately, warning delays would worsen the zombie situation by nightfall. The young girl still trembled, sobbing softly. He told her to stay put and not run away. The team would return for her. The child curled up, hiccuping and crying quietly. He grabbed a flashlight and prepared to lead the way inside. He reminded himself to stay calm amid the danger. As they went deeper, he was surprised the tunnel was longer and more complex than expected. She turned back, urging him and asking how far they were from the supply cache. The guide reassured them they were almost there. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang sensed something wrong. His eyes fixed on a suspicious sign ahead. He shouted a warning, saying there were signs of people nearby. His voice echoed, revealing someone's presence in the darkness. Gu Cheng immediately aimed her gun forward, fearing it might be zombies. From the shadows, a group of arrogant people emerged, laughing mockingly. They recognized each other, surprised to meet again. Gu Yue drew her gun, shouting for the intruders to reveal themselves. She demanded to know why they were here. Suddenly, Gu Cheng's subordinates attacked from behind, turning the situation upside down. Blank line. One man disarmed her and restrained Gu Yue, making Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei panic. The gunman pressed the muzzle to her head, terrifying her as she realized the hidden plot. Ruan Hong crossed her arms, taunting and warning Gao that any rash move would endanger Gu Yue. Seeing her own kin holding the gun, Gu Yue was confused and begged for mercy. Gao Xiaoliang assessed the situation, calculating his next move to protect her. He warned them to release her if they wanted to avoid consequences. Suddenly, a large cage dropped from above, trapping Gao inside. Gu Cheng smirked, satisfied her plan had worked. The cage was rigged with explosives. She threatened to detonate if anyone resisted. The thugs cheered, boasting of revenge for being rammed by his car earlier. Trapped inside, Gao closed his eyes, thinking about the system and the disadvantage of its concealment mode. He wished that feature were different so he could have avoided this. Images flashed in his mind like an impossible escape fantasy. The thought of fleeing existed, but reality made it near impossible now. That fleeting hope of escape only deepened his frustration. Anger and helplessness flooded his mind. Gu Yue demanded to know why Gu Cheng would make such a cruel choice, and Gu Cheng coldly replied it was revenge long in the making. Gu Yue looked up in shock, asking what she meant. With eyes burning, Gu Cheng poured out her resentment about their childhood in a blind orphanage, always fighting to survive. Even when she ate the food her sister stole, the others praised the sister as a leader and despised her as useless. Even after the apocalypse, everyone in the base obeyed her sister, never caring about her. She raged that though she was the one with real powers, her sister's presence always overshadowed her. Tears welled in Gu Yue's eyes as she trembled, asking how her sister could do this. She said they had no parents. She'd always seen her sister as family and only wanted to protect her, never imagining such hatred. Gao Xiaoliang, watching, remarked she was like an ungrateful wolf, relying on her sister yet blaming her. Insulted, Gu Cheng roared and cursed the cowardly chef for daring to oppose her. Gao Xiaoliang smirked, saying she clearly had serious issues. Gu Cheng coldly declared her sister would seek out the false ability users rather than wait for her recovery, while Ruan Hong sneered, pleased the plan was progressing. Without mercy, Gu Cheng pointed a gun at her and declared she was unworthy to be her sister. Seeing his sister betrayed and the girl captured, He-jin excitedly said her losing power was her disadvantage and had sided with him. When he returns, he'll easily take over the steel factory and become the official leader. With my brothers, weapons, and the help of an ability user like you, we'll form a strong alliance to build the strongest base. Gu Cheng thanked He-jin. Gu Yue panicked and objected, "Why are you bringing them into the steel factory?" Gu Yue shouted, warning that He-jin was dangerous and bringing them back would bring disaster and kill everyone. Annoyed that the woman kept yelling while being captured, He-jin slapped her silent and reminded her he still owed her a debt. He mocked her. "Does it sting to be betrayed by your own brother?" He despised women, saying they should remain gentle instead of dominating men, calling it a lack of independence. He sarcastically said thank you and bid farewell. Even under control, Guo Yue still glared challengingly at Doan Hong. He-Jian bent down, tightening his grip on Mako, and spoke. He-Jin looked amused, imagining a strong woman kneeling and begging in tears. Doan Hong hurriedly intervened, but slyly suggested to wait. Because you're a Cheng's sister, I'll give you a chance. I know there's a password-locked box you once hid in the steel factory. If you hand over the box, I'll make He-Jin spare your life and protect everyone in the steel factory, agreed? After hearing that, Guo Yue was shocked, mumbling about the secret box. She recalled finding it when she first came to the factory but threw it away to avoid danger since it would explode after 3 wrong attempts. It turned out that was exactly what they were after. Guo Yue angrily asked if they thought she would believe them. Seeing her resist despite being subdued, Guo Cheng shouted furiously. She yelled not to waste words, saying once they seized the factory, everything would be theirs, making Doan Hong sneer at her stupidity since the box wasn't there. Guo Yue screamed, though deceived, still giving Doan Hong a woman's warning. In this world, women who rely solely on men will meet a miserable end once abandoned. Especially men who could betray their own sister. Are they really worth trusting? Guo Cheng immediately objected, claiming true love for Doan Hong and that nothing could divide them. Doan Hong approached and whispered she relied on no one. Men were tools, and the truly pitiful one was Guo Yue. She mocked that Guo Yue's strength only masked a fragile heart, sacrificing for her brother and base but ending up their enemy. She glanced at Gao Xiaoliang and emphasized, "Do you truly have feelings for him?" Seeing Guo Yue's expression change, Doan Hong smiled faintly, confirming her guess and saying with one move, he would kneel at her feet. "Everything you cherish will eventually belong to me," Guo Yue shouted in rage, saying not everyone betrays their conscience for profit. Doan Hong arrogantly turned away, betting that if Guo Yue lost, she must hand over the coded box. Seeing Doan Hong approach Gao Xiaoliang, Guo Cheng nervously asked what she was doing while he looked confused. Doan Hong pretended gently, praising Gao Xiaoliang's past salted meat dish and wishing to taste it again. He shyly replied, thinking she disliked that dish. She sneered, saying that wasn't true. She tempted him that if he left Guo Yue and joined her side, he could keep his chef position at the base. Then she used her ability to emit a bright red sound wave spreading through the area. The scene left Gao Xiaoliang wide-eyed and bewildered. Doan Hong smirked inwardly, believing that even an ability user would reveal weaknesses under mental stress for her to invade. Her goal was to make him a captive under her control. But with the aura of the righteous, Gao Xiaoliang wasn't so easily hypnotized. Doan Hong panicked while Guo Yue felt delighted. Angry Gao Xiaoliang grabbed an iron bar, cursed, and exposed that someone had rated her 1 star. He declared he found the review sheet right at her doorstep. Doan Hong grew irritated, realizing she couldn't control him. He might look naive, but his willpower was astonishingly firm. Guo Cheng, seeing his goddess insulted, roared his resolve to kill Gao Xiaoliang today. He shouted that not knowing Gao Xiaoliang's ability made keeping him extremely dangerous. He foolishly thought that the base had only one ability user, himself. While she was distracted, everything began to change. Guo Yue quickly broke free from the 2 guards on either side. She immediately charged toward Guo Cheng. A powerful strike knocked him off balance. She knocked the remote control from his hand. Doan Hong furiously ordered not to let her take the remote. Both sides rushed to seize the device. As it was about to be lost, the tension escalated sharply. Guo Yue suddenly pointed her finger at his face threateningly. Then she kicked him down, pinned him, pressed a knife to his neck, and threatened to kill him unless they dropped their guns. Gao Xiaoliang praised her skill. Bloodline suppression truly lived up to its name. This time, victory came just by lying still. Knowing she would soften, Guo Cheng still arrogantly begged that she couldn't kill her own brother. Guo Yue firmly cut ties, declaring from now on they were no longer siblings. Guo Cheng panicked, pleading with He-Jin and Hong Hong for help. Doan Hong looked at him with contempt, calling him useless trash. She coldly said threats against her were meaningless since he was her sister's brother, not hers. Gu Ocheng desperately called out to Hejian for mercy. Gu Oyue frowned, calling him despicable with disdain. Suddenly, from the cave entrance outside, web-like threads shot out wrapping around Hejian. The net tightened, binding Hejian firmly. As a result, he was pulled into the air. Gao Xiaoliang shouted in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Everyone around was stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. They all realized the thing that appeared was an unknown entity. From the cave mouth came increasingly loud and rapid noises. Hejian's subordinates nervously asked if something huge was there, maybe a giant creature. Two of the Jin men still recklessly loaded their guns, ready to fire despite not knowing the target. They shouted to shoot to the end, refusing to yield. Then, on Hejian's command, the group opened fire wildly. They kept shooting nonstop without tiring. But after a while, with no response, they looked puzzled, thinking the target was dead. Suddenly, the group was ambushed by something unexpected. Many were instantly slaughtered brutally. Looking closer, the creature's form became clear before them. Hejian panicked, realizing it wasn't a normal being. It was clearly a mutated anomaly. The subordinates were shocked to see a giant mutant spider, speechless in terror. Gao Xiaoliang shouted that this spider wasn't an ordinary mutant, but a terrifying predator. He recalled that predator devoured and absorbed the power of both mutants and humans to grow stronger. It shouldn't have appeared this early. Why did it show up now? Could my link with the system have triggered this chain reaction? The attacked group screamed in agony and horror. They cried desperately for help in vain. The sight of the monster charging made everyone shiver. Many panicked and screamed for their lives. Fear and despair spread rapidly among them. Everyone could only run, seeking a way out. They saw Guo Yue also being cornered by the spider. Guo Cheng took advantage of the chaos to shove his sister away. He coldly told her to go die. Guo Yue was pushed right in front of the spider. Its claw struck toward her, making her scream in terror. She cried out in panic, unable to react in time. At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang instantly used his skill and pulled out his system card. He grabbed an iron bar from a vehicle to use as a weapon. Activating his power at lightning speed, he enhanced his strength greatly. Gao Xiaoliang moved swiftly with impressive agility. He risked his life to block between the spider and Guo Yue to protect her. The spider turned and attacked Hejian's subordinates instead of pursuing them. Cries for mercy echoed everywhere. People screamed and begged amid the chaos. Some pleaded for their lives and asked for help. Desperate cries for survival filled the air as they fought their fear. Everyone ran, abandoning teammates in panic. The exit was ahead but hard to reach. The spider quickly blocked the path, sealing the only escape. It swiftly spread its web, cutting off their route. People cursed in anger and panic. The scene made everyone lose all composure. They trembled before the monster, unsure what to do. With no way out, they panicked and searched for another solution. Doan Hong schemed, telling Old Gong to lead the escape, but someone must hold off the spider. Trin Nan and Trin Bei cried that facing the spider meant death. No one would volunteer. They turned to plead with Doan Hong for mercy. They reminded her of the favors she once owed, hoping she wouldn't abandon them. Doan Hong firmly replied she would, of course, keep her word. But she also recalled they once said they'd die for her. She decided to use that promise in her next move. She began using her hypnosis ability to control them. Under her influence, Trin Nan and Trin Bei lifelessly walked toward the spider without resistance. They obeyed the mindless command that for Hong, they would sacrifice everything. And then, the two were grabbed by the spider. It pulled them back and tore them apart to death. Blood splattered everywhere as the spider screeched, ready to attack the remaining survivors. Seeing this, Hejian panicked and shouted orders. He screamed for everyone to retreat immediately. Amid the chaos, he suddenly realized something important. He remembered the leftover explosives from when they dug the tunnel. Coldly, he told Guo Yue that since she was cruel first, he wouldn't be blamed for being vicious. He cursed the two who hindered him, telling them to die with the monsters. He pulled the trigger to detonate the explosives. The blast roared and he turned to flee into the sewer. Gu Oge and Gao Xiaoliang barely had time to shield themselves. The violent explosion shook the entire tunnel. The booming sound made rocks and dirt fall everywhere. Outside, Xiaobai trembled and crouched in fear. Dust and wind swirled in chaotic air. The loud explosion made her jump in fright. She was terrified, eyes wide in disbelief. Pacing anxiously, her mind was in turmoil. Recalling the earlier scene, Xiaobai felt sorrow and worry for her comrades. She shook her head, trying to dispel the fear. In her mind appeared the image of Guo Yue once helping her. A strong wave of anxiety filled her heart. She shouted to encourage herself to go back and save them. Without hesitation, she dashed straight into the cave. Inside, flames raged fiercely, consuming the darkness. Gao Xiaoliang, injured and dizzy, wondered if that blast had just happened. He forced himself to shake off the daze, checking that his body was intact. Looking around, he found himself trapped in a giant spider web. But he quickly broke free from the sticky threads. He landed softly as if shedding a cocoon. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. Seeing countless webs overhead, he shivered. When spotting the bodies wrapped in cocoons, he realized they were He Jin's men. The hanging corpses made his skin crawl. He understood the monster kept them as food storage, but the webs had also softened the blast. Turning aside, he saw Guo Yue unconscious and rushed toward her. He called out loudly, shaking her shoulder in worry. As the flames dimmed, he grew anxious since the air was running out. If this continues, they'll suffocate and must find an exit fast. Knowing danger is near, he grips his sword, ready to act. He plans to slash the web blocking the way out. But the silk is too tough. His blade can't cut through. Looking at a nearby frame, he suddenly gets an idea. He seems to spot a suspicious object that could help. He quickly throws a grenade toward the spiderweb, then presses the remote detonator. The explosion tears the web apart. Everything goes as planned. Gao Xiaoliang cheers with joy at their success. Suddenly, something scorched falls from above. He looks up in surprise and asks, "What was that sound?" From the half-burned cocoons, distorted human figures begin to emerge. They slowly fall, their bodies twitching violently. The group moves closer to Gao Xiaoliang's position. He asks in shock, "Are these people still alive?" But then he realizes they're infected by the cocoon virus turned into zombies attacking him. The undead roar and charge like a raging flood. Clashes and screeches echo through the tunnel. Gao Xiaoliang immediately activates his power. He uses a newly unlocked technique. With the secret skill Killing Shift, he precisely takes them down one by one. When all are down, he pants and whispers, "It's done." But though broken and twisted, they don't stop moving. They keep crawling and chasing him madly. He curses, realizing they've evolved into mutants. The zombies start swelling, their forms grotesquely distorted. They roar and charge like living arrows. Normal attacks are useless since they've lost their nervous systems. Looking up at the tunnel ceiling, he notices the structure weakened by 2 explosions, ready to collapse. With zombies on his tail, he growls in frustration. He thinks how great it would be if Xiaobai were here now. He stops, looks at the horde, and decides to destroy them before escaping. He sets Gu Yue down safely to the side, then activates his spatial storage ability to retrieve items. From the space, he pulls out a gasoline can. He hurls the liquid toward the charging zombies. The zombies slip and fall on the slick ground. They tumble like dominoes in a chain reaction. The domino effect piles them atop one another. Gao Xiaoliang jumps up and delivers a powerful kick. The force shatters part of the tunnel, burying the zombies under debris. He exhales and smiles. Consider that a free burial. I'm such a nice guy. But suddenly, water gushes from cracks above. He yells in panic, "Damn! It's collapsing already!" All at once, a figure falls through the hole. That person crashes onto him, knocking them both down. Xiaobai dusts off and pants after the fall. Gao Xiaoliang jumps up warily, shouting, "Who dares ambush me?" When he looks closely, he gasps, "Xiaobai?" The sunset light streams into the tunnel, illuminating the chaos. In the next scene, 3 people, Gao Xiaoliang, Xiaobai, and Gu Yue, speed away in a car. He looks at the darkening sky, worried. Not good, the moon's rising. Once the full moon appears, the wild night becomes far more dangerous. They must find shelter fast. While driving, he scratches his head, wondering if Gu Cheng's group has returned to the steel factory. Turning over, he notices Gu Yue's flushed face and rapid breathing. He shouts in alarm, "Why is it so hot?" The strange feeling panics him. He immediately stops the car to check. A thought flashes, body heat rising, a sign of mutation. Could she be infected? He gently turns her body to examine. One look makes him recoil in horror. On her shoulder is a zombie bite mark. But the wound seems dry, not fresh. Cao Xiaoliang gradually senses something unusual. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Yu's two sisters stand on a watchtower, worried as night falls and her team hasn't returned. One reassures the other it's fine. Chef Cao Da and the others can handle zombies if they appear. Suddenly, one spots Gu Cheng's vehicle and calls her friend excitedly, thinking they're back safe. Gu Cheng's convoy stops right before the bridge to the base. Gu Cheng pokes her head out, waving to signal them. Seeing only two cars, the two gate guards anxiously ask why Cao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai aren't there. Gu Cheng hastily explains they encountered a mutant creature. Cao Xiaoliang and Bif Fay fell off a cliff, and her sister is badly injured, begging them to open the gate. The two girls panic and are about to open it out of worry for Gu Yue. But they recall Gu Yue's order, never open the gate unless they see her in person. They grow suspicious and demand to see Gu Yue in the car to confirm. Gu Cheng and Ruan Hong are startled by the sudden question. Gu Cheng forces herself to stay calm, snapping, "You don't trust me?" Ruan Hong also leans out, lying that Gu Yue lost too much blood and is unconscious. Any delay could kill her. The gate guards grow more wary, drawing their guns. If Gu Yue's really in there, show her face, or this looks bad. One stays to guard while the other goes to call for reinforcements. Seeing their hesitation, He-Jin steps forward, slamming the car roof and shouting, "Not opening? Then I'll open it myself!" The two girls, recognizing him, scream in terror. "It's He-Jian! Sound the alarm!" He-Jian doesn't bother talking, raises his cannon and orders to fire. A loud fire echoes. Before they can press the alarm, the two girls are blown apart into ashes by the shell. The entire area shakes from the immense blast. He-Jin's men had already set traps around the main gate. The pre-planted bombs detonate violently all at once. The steel gate shatters, smoke and dust billowing out. Explosions echo throughout the base. The main gate has completely collapsed. He-Jin tilts his head back, laughing loudly. "This steel base is ours now." Before them lies only ruins, corpses, and black smoke. Gu Cheng stands silent, her eyes empty and speechless. Seeing her dazed, He-Jin sneers coldly. "What? Regretting now?" He mocks that she doesn't seem happy despite winning. Ruan Hong quickly covers, saying a Chung is just surprised things went so smoothly. Gu Cheng nods in agreement. He-Jin leans back coldly. "Good, now go claim your victory prize." Gu Cheng bows and obeys. He and his girlfriend step out of the car, heading straight into the base. They lead the way, followed by their fully armed men. From afar, the howls of zombies echo violently. The undead horde rushes toward the noise, eager for prey. He-Jian's group storms inside, subduing all civilians despite their protests. Once the people are gathered, He-Jin turns to ask his aid. The subordinate reports that everyone's accounted for, none missing. The villagers resist angrily, calling Gu Cheng a traitor and swearing Gu Yue will punish her when she returns. He-Jian bursts out laughing, mocking, "Gu Yue, you think she's coming back?" Everyone is shocked, fearing something happened to Sister Yue. They can't believe she betrayed her own sister with outsiders, unworthy of being human. He-Jian's men rush forward, beating the protesting civilians amid chaos. Gu Cheng sides with them, declaring Yue is dead and she's now the only leader. She smirks coldly, saying anyone who kneels and calls her boss may stay in the factory. Her words spark loud uproar and confusion among the crowd. An old woman with a cane steps out from the crowd. She walks straight toward Gu Cheng, eyes unwavering. He-Jin thinks she's submitting and cheerfully tells her to set an example. Her grandchildren panic, crying out for her to stop. But the old woman keeps moving forward. She suddenly spits straight into Gu Cheng's face. He is cursing her insolence. She calmly replies she'd rather die for righteousness than live in shame with the wicked. Gu Cheng stares in shock as the old woman walks away. The villagers, moved, start cursing and decide to leave the sinful place. Gu Cheng stands frozen, watching them disperse. She screams in panic, calling them fools who won't survive outside. But even under threat, they resolutely abandon the factory. She desperately begs, boasting of her special ability, promising protection if they stay. Overwhelmed, she screams no one may leave, declaring herself ruler of this place. Ruan Hong doesn't stop her, only orders that anyone leaving must not take supplies. Then she turns to Lao Mo, demanding he hand over the keys Gu Yue once kept. Lao Mo trembles, asking if surrendering the keys means he can stay. The people scold him angrily for cowardice and betraying Gu Yue's trust. Lao Mo hastily defends himself, saying he only kept things, held no power, and feared zombies outside. He begs Ruan Hong for mercy, offering the keys in exchange for his life. Gu Cheng clenches his fist, his expression turning fierce. He lunges at Ruan Hong, roaring insults and vowing to kill her to avenge Ngui. But as he approaches, Ruan Hong swings her blade and hacks him multiple times. The blows send him crashing to the ground. The wounded old man causes everyone to panic, calling for Uncle Liu and Cousin Liu to help. Seeing the wound, Lao Liu cries out in fear that it must be the work of demons. Ruan Hong uses her long claw to pick up the key. She sneers contemptuous, claiming she was only cautious because the old man plotted. She clamps the key tightly in her hand. Ruan Hong retracts her claw and flaunts it proudly. 2392, seeing that, Gu Cheng is stunned, stammering and at a loss for words. Ruan Hong spins the key and taunts that it's merely a self-defense tool. 2394. She justifies that in the apocalypse, even weak girls must have means to protect themselves. Suddenly, He-hen grabs Gu Cheng from behind, startling him and reminding him they already gave a chance, but were repaid with ingratitude. He says useless items that won't obey should be kept, asking if Gu Cheng agrees. 2397 immediately He-jin's men open fire repeatedly on the crowd. 2398 bullets fly, causing panic as people scream and flee, crying that they're being killed. 2399 the scene makes everyone terrified, looking around for an escape. Blood stains everywhere, the site turning into a red pool. 2401 Gao Zheng rushes desperately to intervene, begging them to stop. 2402 he warns that if they kill everyone, the base won't be able to survive for lack of manpower. 2403 seeing the plan exposed, He-jin retorts, reminding them he still has brothers here. 2404 he even insinuates Gu Cheng intended to join the outsiders. 2405 Gu Cheng awkwardly protests he had no such intention, his words stumbling. 2406 He-jin suggests then to call out the leader to clarify the matter. 2407 Yu Pan hearing that, Gu Cheng's face pales and cruelty shows. 2408 the villagers scatter, running everywhere to find hiding places. 2409 in front of them is the Gaza truck that can carry everyone to escape. 2410 someone urges people to board the truck quickly, reassuring them they'll be fine. 2411 Lao Liu is reminded of his post-apocalypse promise to go fishing, and people beg him not to die. 2412 suddenly a girl is grabbed by He-jin's thug who yanks her hair back. 2413 her scream terrifies the crowd, especially Xiaoi. 2414 Xiao Lu, seeing people about to be detained, yells for everyone to run and offers to stay behind. 2415 but she is thrown toward the thugs and held fast. 2416 the ruffians show no courtesy, saying now they can do as they please. 2417 Xiao Lu panics, pleading and begging them to stop their vile intent. 2418 the thugs drool. Suo Kang smirks, threatening to treat her like last time and not let her escape. 2419 Xiao Lu backs away trembling, saying she can't bear it. 2420 she tries to run but is held and cries, begging to be released. 2421 suddenly someone swings and strikes Suo Kang hard on the head. The blow knocks him down unconscious. 2423 the thud makes the remaining thugs look back. 24:24, they see the villagers rise up in resistance, vowing to risk death for one another. Someone shouts to strike down the thugs. He curses, calling them beasts and vowing to teach them a lesson. Xiaoi is moved to tears seeing everyone rush to save her. In an instant, the villagers surge forward in attack, chaos erupting. They wonder why they must fight back so fiercely. One seizes a gun, swears, and confiscates the weapon. They recall NUS efforts and vow to protect her legacy even in death. With rising resolve, everyone charges into battle. The thugs go mad, cursing and ordering to open fire. Suddenly, a zombie appears and bites one of them to death. The shocking scene leaves everyone speechless. They realize it's truly a zombie, no doubt. He-Jin's subordinates instantly fall into panic. The situation spirals into chaos as the undead attack unexpectedly. The terrified men fire wildly, trying to escape. A villager named Ying Yong stands up, telling everyone to flee while he holds them off. The people stare in shock, not yet understanding what's happening. Ying Yong indeed risks his life, standing between the crowd and the enemy. At that moment, Xiaoi suddenly appears. The stranger greets them briefly, then withdraws with a farewell. When someone gives a short goodbye. The villagers thank each other and honor those who saved their lives. Cao Xiaoyo rushes in to assist. They're stunned by the overwhelming number of zombies appearing. The villagers cry out in terror, asking why there are so many undead. They rejoice upon seeing their rescuer, calling out to the beloved chef. He-Jian shows his true colors, urging his men to retreat, patience exhausted. Gu-Cheng panics, denying blame and insisting she's the real ability user. He-Jian kicks hard, sending Gu-Cheng falling in pain. She collapses, face pale from the blow. He-Jian mocks her, saying an unawakened one is useless compared to him. He insults Gu-Cheng as a parasite living off her sister. He steps on Gu-Cheng's head, boasting is not as foolish as Gu-Yue. Gu-Cheng, trampled, burns with anger, wondering how long she must endure. The tension erupts into full-blown chaos. He-Jian's subordinates scatter in fear of the zombies. Noise and screams fill the air. He-Yan, shocked, asks why there are so many undead. His men explain they blocked the gate, but the wooden barricade wasn't strong enough. He-Jian rages, cursing the stupidity of using wood before the full moon. He orders explosives brought in. His men, frightened, hurry to obey. But what happens next is completely unexpected. One by one, his men are stabbed to death brutally. He-Jian freezes, staring at the corpse just slain. The killer pierced the victim's heart, ending him instantly. He-Jian collapses in unbearable pain. He looks up in horror, realizing the one who stabbed him is Ruan Hong, and screams her name in fury. He trembles, asking why she betrayed him. Ruan Hong calmly retracts her claws, saying she only helped him see who truly deserves to lead. He-Jian curses her furiously, calling her a treacherous woman. Gu-Cheng misunderstands the scene, rushes in praising Ruan Hong for doing well, making her secretly sneer at his stupidity. He kicks He-Yan hard, calling him a traitor and proclaiming himself the one in control. Then he turns to pull Ruan Hong, intending to escape with her and later reclaim the steel base. But Ruan Hong coldly grips his hand. She twists sharply and throws him far away. She mocks, asking if he really thought she had feelings for him. She admits both of them were merely pawns in her plan. Then, disgusted, she says they're too useless and the base is lost, so she'll handle things herself. Ruan Hong pats Gu-Cheng's face lightly, telling him to prove his worth by stopping the zombies. Gu-Cheng stands frozen in despair. He screams, questioning why everything turned out this way. He cries in pain, asking why everyone abandons him and what makes him lesser than Gu-Yue. His scream merges with the cold, howling wind. The horde of zombies surges in like raging waves. He-Jian, terrified, begs Gu-Cheng to save him. He promises there's more explosives outside and will surrender them all, even recognize him as leader if spared. Gu-Cheng silently stares at him. The emotions bottled up inside him finally explode violently. He asks bitterly if this is another lie. He-Jian panics, swearing absolute loyalty and calling him father if they survive. Gu-Cheng smirks coldly, saying he'll give him one chance to prove it. He suddenly grips He-Jian's throat tightly. then lifts him high into the air. He chokes and curses in despair. Gu Cheng says coldly, "Didn't he just call me father? Why resist now?" He tightens his grip, demanding where the explosives are, but He struggles, saying hell only tell if taken there. Gu Cheng squeezes harder, eyes glowing red. Suddenly, power erupts violently within him. Heat spreads through his arm. He screams in panic as flames engulf him. Gu Cheng stares in shock at his burning hand, realizing its fire ability. He exclaims excitedly, finally awakened as an ability user. He writhes, begging for mercy and promising to reveal all secrets if spared. Gu Cheng laughs arrogantly, saying he's worthless now. He drags him down to hell with no return. But things don't end there. Gu Cheng and the other plunge into fierce action. A burst of fire suddenly erupts. The flames completely consume He-jin, leaving no trace. Then Gu Cheng charges forward fearlessly. Fire bursts from his hands, burning everything ahead. The zombies are incinerated by the blaze. Exclamations of awe echo around. A terrifying power from deep within him erupts. Gu Cheng proudly declares this is true awakened strength. He laughs loudly in satisfaction. His laughter echoes, driving away fear. With He-jin dead, he declares himself the new leader. After eliminating the old one, Gu Cheng wastes no time. He charges straight toward the subordinates, looting the factory supplies. They celebrate finding so many assets, planning to start over. They curse He-jin's greed for starving them, now seeing a chance to rebuild. Suddenly, a burning object falls from above, startling everyone. They're shocked to see the one who fell as their old boss. On the rooftop, Gu Cheng stands tall and cold-eyed. He declares He-jin is dead and that he will now lead, warning anyone who dares defy him. The subordinates tremble in fear before their new power. At Cao Xiaoliang's side, he hurriedly helps everyone board the vehicle to escape. The people rush onto the truck as if their lives depend on it. They look back to see hordes of zombies charging mercilessly. Cao Xiaoliang realizes their chance of survival is slim. On the vehicle, shouting and complaints rise from the cramped chaos. They fight for standing space, asking if there's room to climb onto the roof. Cao Xiaoliang, nearly crushed, yells angrily that hell retaliate. Then he's shoved out of the chaotic crowd. He finds himself abandoned amid the turmoil. He falls right into the middle of the dangerous zombie horde. Panicking, he runs wildly, cursing his terrible luck. Suddenly, the system congratulates him on completing a hidden quest and unlocking a new weapon, asking if he wants to use it. Cao Xiaoliang, feeling saved, instantly agrees to activate it. Guyu turns back annoyed, demanding to know who that person is. The girl following Gu Cheng trembles, softly calling his name. Gu Cheng stands proudly in front, assuring her not to be afraid. Gu Yue, puzzled, wonders if she did anything to scare the girl. Gu Cheng explains the girl's name is Ruan Hong and tells how they met. He says Ruan Hong once hid in an empty supermarket surrounded by zombies outside. Gu Cheng says when they rescued her, she was exhausted and pitiful, so they brought her back. Cao Xiaoyong is shocked to learn she had starved for several days. He cheerfully jumps up, joking that even starving she's still cheerful, thinking it's an easy situation. Gu Yue angrily scolds that at the base they must follow rules and can't just bring in strangers. Gu Cheng argues firmly that Ruan Hong isn't just anyone. Gu Cheng quickly turns pale, recounting Ruan Hong's wealthy background to justify taking her in. She pleads emotionally for Gu Yue to see Ruan Hong as kind and undeserving of abandonment. Gu Yue, displeased, reluctantly answers dismissively. The two girls who open the gate for Gu Yue speak up, saying bringing in He-jin earlier wasn't solely her decision. Gu Cheng's followers angrily object, telling everyone not to judge people by money. The two girls retort that wealth doesn't mean virtue and criticize blindly trusting a pretty face. Cao Xiaoliang, confused, asks what's going on seeing them argue. Then he notices the upside, happily remarking that this kind of quarrel makes mission progress faster. Seeing them continue arguing, Gao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai excitedly cheered. Gu Cheng angrily scolded that the noise annoyed her. Gu Cheng curiously asked who the two were, and Gu Yue explained they were new cooks. Gu Cheng complained of being ignored since she couldn't save Ruan Hong, while Ming accepted people freely. Gu Cheng grew angry, turned to Gao Xiaoliang, and suspected them of being frauds. She ordered her subordinates to expel the two from the area. The subordinates aggressively shouted for them to leave immediately. Xiaobai refused to be bullied and knocked one down with a punch and kick. The two guards fell, groaning in pain. Seeing Xiaobai's swift moves, Gao Xiaoliang joked that guests shouldn't suffer losses. They whispered to each other, reminding Xiaobai to hit the legs only to avoid breaking hands they needed for eating. Gao Xiaoliang apologized softly, offering a free meal for a good review, angering the guards. Ruanhong watched from behind, eyes gleaming with cunning. Gu Cheng, unaware, drew his gun and accused them of being dangerous. Gu Yu sensed tension, rushed forward, aimed her gun, and shouted for him to stop. A gunshot rang out and Gao Xiaoliang fell, hit by a bullet. Everyone froze in shock at the sudden scene. His body collapsed, lying still on the cold ground. Seeing Gao Xiaoliang fall, Xiaobai screamed in fury. She dashed forward, kicking the gun from Gu Cheng's hand. Gu Cheng staggered, shouting in confusion. Xiaobai unleashed a flurry of punches in rage. Gu Cheng retreated in pain, begging for mercy. Xiaobai screamed and suddenly bit his arm hard. Gu Cheng roared in desperate agony. Unable to resist, he called the two girls to shoot Xiaobai. Remembering his arrogance, they coldly stood still. Ruanhong ran to the beaten men for help, but they refused, terrified with broken arms. Hearing that, Ruanhong sighed in contempt and cursed quietly. Xiaobai, eyes glowing red, still bit Gu Cheng's arm like a wild beast. Gu Cheng cried for help, begging his sister to save him from the crazy woman. But Gu Yue coldly turned away, ignoring his desperate pleas. She sadly approached Gao Xiaoliang's motionless body. She closed his eyes, her voice low with regret. She murmured that if she had known, she would never have brought him back to die unjustly. As her words ended, Gao Xiaoliang suddenly opened his eyes. The sight made Gu Yue scream in shock. Gao Xiaoliang calmly stood, stretching like waking from a long sleep. Everyone stared in disbelief. Seeing him awake, Xiaobai joyfully cried out like reuniting with family. She immediately rushed toward Gao Xiaoliang. He opened his arms, assuring her he wasn't that easy to kill. He glared sharply at Gu Cheng, making him terrified and disbelieving he was alive. Ignoring the confusion, he grabbed Gu Cheng's collar and scolded him for firing recklessly. He punched him hard in the face, thankful for reacting fast enough to avoid injury. Before the bullet was fired, he had already called the system to use the disguise skill card. Light surrounded him, boosting his maximum speed. At the critical moment, he dodged the bullet and felt the surge of speed. Everything seemed to slow down, letting him predict others' moves easily. He enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of superiority. The system warned the skill would last less than 3 minutes, frustrating him for being stingy. Guyak worriedly asked about him. He said it was only mental strain and complained about almost dying before payday. Gu Cheng angrily opposed letting the two stay. He insisted they were highly suspicious. He couldn't understand why a direct hit had no effect. He also doubted the woman with him. He claimed she looked pale and strange, like a monster. Gu Yue, hearing that, questioned Gao Xiaoliang. He was startled, sensing danger. The two girls behind also asked curiously who they were. He panicked, afraid they'd discover Xiaobai's identity. The 3 others shouted they were ability users. He thought to himself they should have said zombies instead. He was stunned by what he heard. The blue-haired girl stepped up and questioned his strange ability. The other girl was glad the base had another gifted person. Gu Yu excitedly praised him for hiding well, making him sigh in relief. The 2 girls curiously asked what power type he had, and he sweated, avoiding an answer. Seeing his discomfort, Gu Yue intervened, saying there was no rush to reveal it. Ruanhong watched from afar, lost in thought. Gu Cheng shouted angrily, doubting the stranger had any real power. He mocked that a cook couldn't possibly be an ability user. Gao Xiaoliang proudly replied that being chosen by heaven and loving to cook weren't contradictions. Gu Cheng was speechless. The 2 subordinates whispered that the base now had 3 ability users. Gao Xiaoliang asked in surprise if Gu Cheng was one too. He teased and mocked him for being useless after being beaten by Xiaoi, angering him. Gu Yu explained that Gu Cheng was only a seed, not yet awakened. She clarified that those about to awaken showed fever, hallucinations, and a special mark. Trying to save face, Gu Cheng declared to Ruan Hong that he would awaken soon. He glared at Gao Xiaoliang, threatening revenge once awakened. Ruan Hong smiled softly and encouraged him. Hearing his boasting, Xiaobai grew angry and prepared to charge. Gao Xiaoliang quickly stopped her, telling her not to cause trouble. As tension rose, Gu Yue stepped in to mediate and told everyone to stop. She turned to Ruan Hong, clearly stating everyone must work to earn food. She emphasized that no one could touch shared supplies without permission or face expulsion. Ruan Hong trembled, clutching Gu Cheng's shirt, softly saying she understood. Gu Cheng shouted that Hong Hong wasn't to blame since it was his fault. Gu Yu lost patience and coldly glared at her brother, silencing him. That single glance made Gu Cheng instantly shut up. Ignoring him, Gu Yue cheerfully told Lao Liu to prepare food to welcome the newcomers. He weakly agreed. Gu Yue patted Gao Xiaoliang's shoulder, urging him to do his best for her honor, while he sighed that it felt like being forced to cook. Gu Cheng began noticing something strange. He apologized and volunteered to handle the meal as atonement. In the cafeteria, people excitedly discussed the new cook being an ability user, thinking he was friendly and reliable. They were thrilled to finally have a real meal after days of eating dry biscuits. In front of Gao Xiaoliang were only rotten food and wilted vegetables. There was also smelly meat, and potatoes already sprouting. He sighed in frustration, wondering how to cook 8 dishes and 3 soups with such ingredients. Gu Yue asked in surprise why the food was so bad. Gu Cheng calmly explained it was due to flooding, leaving little food. The 2 subordinates added that the spice storeroom was empty and the last salt trip failed. Gu Cheng mocked that poor ingredients were a chance to test a chef's skill, forcing him to give a sarcastic thanks. He instantly realized Gu Cheng had set him up. He confidently thought that with the system, ingredients weren't a problem. But the system warned he couldn't take items out of storage space, shocking him. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng and his men whispered proudly about hiding all good food so he couldn't cook properly. They plotted that if he failed, Gu Yue's reputation would collapse, pleasing Gu Cheng. Ruan Hong hesitantly said it was too cruel to do that to his own sister. The 2 subordinates defended him, saying she was too kind to care about someone who had targeted her. Gu Cheng slyly said the 2 newcomers were dangerous and should be expelled for the base's safety. He declared he should remain the only ability user, allowing no rivals. Outside, base residents complained of hunger, impatiently waiting for the meal. Gu Yu's 2 subordinates rushed in, saying everyone had waited too long. Gao Xiaoliang sighed that only spoiled eggs, rotten vegetables, and a bit of rice were usable. He turned to Gu Yue, suggesting they cook porridge to get by. Gu Cheng secretly rejoiced, plotting to use this to his advantage. He flung open the cafeteria door and shouted that today's meal was plain porridge. The crowd froze in displeasure at the news. They grew angry, disappointed that the expected feast became thin gruel, saying noodles would have been better. Gu Cheng's 2 men pretended to defend him, spreading rumors that Gu Yue kept the good food for the ability users, further angering the crowd. The mob furiously accused Gao Xiaoliang of greed and demanded his expulsion from the base. Xiaobai gritted her teeth in anger seeing others insult him. Gao Xiaoliang calmly realized Gu Cheng was skilled at creating conflict. Gu Cheng smugly thought his sabotage plan had succeeded. Seeing the chaos, Gu Yue hurriedly shouted to explain. She took full responsibility, saying the trip went wrong so no food was brought back. She promised to find more ingredients soon and cook properly next time. Hearing her words, everyone softened, telling her not to blame herself and that safety mattered most. They praised Gu Yue's efforts, saying having porridge was already lucky in such times. Gu Yue was touched and thanked everyone for understanding and support. Ruan Hong sneered that whenever she spoke, everyone obeyed, proving her absolute authority. Gu Cheng fumed, thinking he had to bear the blame again, feeling furious. Ruan Hong glanced at him with a sly, calculating smile. An old woman recognized Gao Xiaoliang and cheerfully said plain porridge was her favorite. The crowd calmed down, apologized for earlier, and shared pickles with everyone. Gao Xiaoliang secretly admired that Gu Yue, though young, had earned such trust and influence. However, he was puzzled, since in his 9 lifetimes memories, he'd never heard her name. One of Gu Yue's subordinates loudly defended that neither the chef nor Sister Yue was at fault, but someone ruined the pork. The crowd reacted angrily, demanding to know who spoiled the precious wild meat. Another girl pointed straight at Ruan Hong, saying she threw it away for being dirty. Ruan Hong scowled disdainfully and snorted coldly. The crowd cursed her for wasting food while everyone was starving. Gu Cheng quickly defended her, saying Hong Hong just wasn't used to wild meat and meant no harm. His 2 subordinates chimed in, mocking the women for being petty. Gu Ye's subordinate retorted angrily that if they were so generous, they should give up part of their own rations, silencing them. Seeing the situation turn against her, Ruan Hong teared up, pretending weakness and apologizing, saying she only feared the meat was poisoned. Gu Ye suspiciously asked what she meant. At that moment, someone brought out a large chunk of meat as evidence. The crowd gasped. It was the same wild pork said to be discarded. Gu Ye turned in fury, confronting Gu Cheng about his earlier lies. Cornered, Gu Cheng panicked and whispered to Ruan Hong for an explanation. Gu Ye's 2 subordinates mocked that the so-called righteous ones were actually hoarding meat. Pushed to the limit, Gu Cheng shielded Ruan Hong, arguing that since the meat was found, there was no reason to blame anyone. Ruan Hong suddenly shouted that the meat was infected with a virus. The crowd panicked, asking if it was the zombie virus. She cried, saying the smell was familiar, just like a zombie corpse. She insisted the black color and strange odor were signs of zombie contamination. She justified that she only wanted to protect everyone by ordering it to be destroyed. The crowd murmured, admitting the color was strange and didn't look like fresh meat. Some doubted, saying it might just be spoiled from poor storage, not a virus. Lao Mo quickly defended himself, saying the meat was already black when he got it. Ruan Hong argued that if it spoiled from storage, it would mold, but instead it was oddly dry and clean. The crowd buzzed that the wrinkled skin looked like a zombie's, maybe from a mutant creature. The Chung brothers, Chung Nan and Chung Bei, joined in praising Ruan Hong for saving the base from infection. The crowd thanked her in unison, making Ruan Hong blush and pretend to be humble. Gu Cheng, seeing his side gaining ground, turned and forced Gu Yue to apologize for endangering everyone. Gu Yue shouted angrily, unable to believe he dared say that. She gritted her teeth, asking if he was accusing her of bringing back the virus, making him respond irritably. He mocked that his sister risked lives just to be admired. Gu Yue's 2 subordinates objected furiously, saying she would never act recklessly. Gu Yue yelled at her brother, reminding him better than anyone of her true character. Gu Cheng bowed his head, pretending to reflect sadly. Ruan Hong softly interrupted, feigning sympathy, saying maybe Gu Yue was just careless, which moved Gu Cheng, praising her kindness. Gu Yue's 2 subordinates protested angrily, saying Ruan Hong's words were basically admitting guilt for Sister Yue. The crowd started whispering, swayed by Gu Cheng's group. Gu Yue's companion worriedly realized people were beginning to believe the lies. The crowd murmured thanks for the early discovery and agreed to destroy the meat quickly to prevent infection. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang stepped up to the meat and bent down to sniff it, startling everyone. Then he picked it up and the group screamed for him to drop it before getting infected. He calmly put the meat in his mouth, chewing and nodding, saying, "That's the flavor." Everyone froze in stunned silence. He calmly said the food was fine, so why not eat it? He called Xiaoi to take all the meat to the kitchen. Xiaoi immediately obeyed, carrying the tub of meat away. In the kitchen, the fire burned bright, pots and pans ready. Gao Xiaoliang cheerfully said the timing was perfect since the rice had just finished cooking. He twirled his knife gracefully with expert skill. Thin, neat slices of meat were cut swiftly and cleanly. Soon he finished a fragrant bowl of meat rice. Gu Cheng's group furiously called him insane, accusing him of trying to kill the base with tainted food. Many, curious yet afraid, asked if he was sure it was safe to eat. He calmly explained that mutant creatures weren't always poisonous and could be edible if processed correctly. Moreover, this meat wasn't from any mutant creature at all. The crowd gasped, unable to believe it. Guyo asked in surprise if he was certain, and he confidently confirmed. Ruan Hong angrily accused him of risking everyone's lives just to defend Gu Yue. The Chung brothers joined in, claiming the black color and strange smell clearly proved viral infection. Gao Xiaoliang calmly replied they were ignorant. It was simply wind-dried meat. The crowd froze, repeating doubtfully, wind-dried meat. He continued analyzing, guessing their former cook was a man. Gu Yue's subordinate confirmed, saying he indeed had a southern accent. Everyone recalled he once said he came from Guishan to work. Gao Xiaoliang gently explained that wind-dried meat was a famous specialty of Guishan. He touched the meat and described how locals cut, salt, add soy and sugar, then dry it to preserve longer. The meat darkens as it dries, keeping well for months without spoiling. Gao Xiaoliang explained the outer layer smelled odd, but cooking restored its rich aroma. He eagerly added that since the meat was marinated, it was easy to cook. Just place it on hot rice so the steam cooks it, letting the flavor soak in. Before removing the pot, sprinkle scallions to enhance the scent. A pot of golden, fragrant rice appeared. Everyone stared wide-eyed, drooling at the pink, savory slices. Gu Sheng panicked, insisting no one could prove it was truly dried meat. Ruan Hong angrily blamed Gu Yue, saying lying would only make things worse. Gao Xiaoliang held the rice, making Xiaobai hungry and asking what kind of meat it was. He immediately offered a bite to Ruan Hong to test for herself. Gu Keng panicked at the sight, calling her name anxiously. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Ruan Hong's eyes teared as she chewed, trying to spit it out. Gao Xiaoliang laughed, saying guests shouldn't waste food. Xiaobai rushed over, stopping her from spitting. She was held by the cheeks, unable to react. Saliva mixed with the meat as she suddenly sensed a strange, rich flavor. The chewy, salty meat burned slightly, yet brought delight. The tender rice soaked in juices, spreading a sweet, fatty taste through her mouth. The flavor was so intense, she imagined riding a wild boar through the wilderness. It felt like running through a deep, untamed forest. Every sensation was wildly overwhelming. After swallowing, she collapsed weakly to her knees. Gu Ken rushed over, asking if she was okay. Chung Nan and Chung Bei questioned her, wondering if she felt sick, forcing her to respond. Ruan Hong blushed, cursing inside but secretly enchanted by the taste. Gao Xiaoliang laughed at her ridiculous expression. The crowd murmured, noticing she looked healthy, only flushed, not infected as expected. An old woman stepped forward to apologize to Gu Ye for the misunderstanding, and she gently said it was fine now that the truth was clear. Everyone agreed, confirming Ming Yue wasn't involved and the wound came from catching the boar, not disease. Gao Xiaoliang suggested everyone eat since doubts were gone. He returned to cooking, joking that anyone who enjoyed it should give 5-star praise. The crowd held plates hesitantly before tasting. Someone suddenly exclaimed praise as the flavor spread, astonishing all. People took turns praising the soft rice and rich, fragrant meat. Everyone savored the taste, saying true happiness was found in eating meat again. The short-haired girl mocked Gu Yue, sneering that she didn't know about dried meat, implying her background was fake. The crowd immediately sided against the short-haired girl, saying she was pretending to be smart and that thanks to Chef Gao, Gu Ye was cleared. The girl with a tied ponytail beside Gu Yu spoke up, reminding them they were the ones who should apologize. Gu Cheng's group all admitted fault, hastily begging forgiveness. Ruan Hong suddenly turned her gaze forward. She saw Gu Ye and Gao Xiaoliang standing proudly before the crowd. The sight made her feel hurt, eyes welling with tears. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears and ran away, blaming them for being cruel. Ruan Hong covered her face, sobbing as she fled, and Gu Cheng worriedly called after her. He turned angrily, accusing Gao Xiaoliang of tampering with the meat. Gao Xiaoliang quickly denied it, insisting he only handled the cooking. Gu Cheng, furious, challenged him to a duel. He declared no one was to interfere, shocking Xiaobai. Gao Xiaoliang chuckled inwardly, thinking Xiaobai just wanted to bully the weak. Suddenly, the system announced he had received rare ingredients and a new skill, culinary massage. Gao Xiaoliang rejoiced at the surprise reward message. He scratched his chin, wondering what culinary massage even meant. Suddenly, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei rushed in, holding both his arms. They mocked him as a man relying on women and urged Gu Cheng to attack. Angered by the cheap trick, Gao Xiaoliang shouted they had broken their word. Gu Cheng growled back that cheaters didn't deserve honor. He swung a knife straight at Gao Xiaoliang. Gao Xiaoliang roared, calling him an idiot. Gu Ye saw it and screamed to stop Gu Cheng. The two girls beside her also shouted warnings to the chef. Xiaobai prepared to intervene. But Gao Xiaoliang immediately ordered her to stay back. Xiaobai froze in obedience. He lifted his head proudly, declaring he would strike back and test his new skill. He jumped free from their grip, dodging Gu Cheng's knife. Then he countered with the move Culinary Massage. His fist slammed precisely into Gu Cheng's weak points. Gu Cheng cried out in pain continuously. Then he was kicked flying backward. Gu Cheng still cursed stubbornly, refusing to yield. But moments later, his body trembled and collapsed. His limbs went completely numb. Realizing something was wrong, he screamed for his sister's help. Gu Ye rushed over, worried and scolding him at once. Gu Cheng weakly said he couldn't feel anything and feared he was dying. Gu Ye calmly explained it was just temporary paralysis, not fatal. Gao Xiaoliang then understood the true nature of his new skill. He recalled how chefs tenderize meat with hammers to loosen fibers. That was culinary massage. He laughed, realizing the skill's real meaning. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei were horrified, realizing he was stronger than Gu Ye. Gao Xiaoliang smirked, challenging the two remaining foes. Terrified, they turned and ran, begging for mercy. Seeing her brother injured, Gu Yue stood and apologized, pleading with Gao Xiaoliang to stop out of respect for her. The chef seemed unconcerned, only wishing the troublemaker would stop. Medical staff arrived and carried the injured person away. On the stretcher, the victim angrily swore revenge and refused to let it go. As the meal continued, he sat by the lake focused on his tablet. The comment section was filled with praise and positive reviews. Watching the progress bar rise, he smiled with satisfaction. His eyes lit up at the good feedback, hoping to finish the mission soon. Suddenly, the progress bar froze halfway. He froze, puzzled about the cause of the malfunction. The system popped up an alert, urging an immediate check. It explained that 1-0 rating halves the score, 3 bad ones reset it to 0. He screamed in panic upon learning that harsh rule. A sense of dread grew, fearing someone was sabotaging his mission. He jumped up and angrily demanded to know who caused it. The scene shifted to a small private room. Inside, Doan Hong furiously tapped on the screen. She repeatedly typed criticism, trying to create negative feedback. She believed herself noble and couldn't stand being toyed with. Recalling the taste of the meat, her body still trembled with lingering pleasure. In anger, she threw the pen to the floor with disdain. The two men named Trin were instantly hypnotized, bowing like beasts. They trembled, calling her master in blind devotion. Seeing this, Don Hong's face gleamed with new intent. She coldly ordered, preferring only obedient and submissive ones. From her eyes radiated a charm that made them crave to obey. The waves of enchantment sank deeper, making them unable to resist. Knowing they were ensnared, she extended her leg for them to serve. They began licking and kissing, total slaves to her command. She sat smugly, mocking men for their base instincts. Furious, she tore the honor paper and vowed revenge on the Saboteur. The scene changed to him fishing enthusiastically by the lake. Suddenly, a strong pull signaled success. Seeing the fish size, he shouted excitedly at the catch. He pondered whether to grill or steam the giant fish. The fish spat out the hook, revealing sharp iron teeth. It shot up like an arrow, making Gao Xiaoliang flee in terror. He ran while cursing the unfair apocalypse where even fish turned monsters. He dashed to the car, trying to open the door to hide. But the door wouldn't open, heightening his panic. He banged and yelled for Xiaoi to open quickly. At that moment, the system coldly announced he'd received 3 bad ratings and lost user rights. Amid danger, he was expelled from the system and faced the erasure penalty. He screamed at the sky, condemning the system's injustice. He cursed Lao for lacking morality. Then the mutant fish lunged and bit his crotch. Its tail whipped his face repeatedly, making him scream in agony. Stunned by the blows, he collapsed, gasping in pain. After a while, he woke up in the rain, screaming aloud. Realizing it was only a light drizzle, he sighed in relief. Xiaoi was sleeping soundly on his chest, softly snoring. Seeing that, he jumped up and angrily scolded her for getting too close again. Xiaoi rubbed her eyes while he warned irritably he'd confiscate her stuff if she disturbed his sleep again. Outside came unusual noises. He lazily asked who was making such a racket so early. When he opened the car roof, he saw the busy scene outside. Everyone was bustling to prepare for something. He and Xiaoi changed clothes and stepped out to greet everyone. 2 girls smiled back, asking how he had rested. Guyai noticed his dark eye circles and worriedly asked why he hadn't slept. He smiled bitterly, thinking he'd had nightmares all night and couldn't sleep well. Seeing the tense mood, he curiously asked where they were heading. Guyui explained that Doan Hong said her father's supply depot was at the mountain foot, containing daily goods, food, and weapons. Doan Hong humbly replied that in the apocalypse, supplies were worth more than life. Gu Cheng praised her generosity. She said her father had stored goods everywhere but died before using them. She repented, recalling how yesterday she almost made the group lose their food source. I plan to offer these items as atonement. Tring Nan and Trin Bei defended Doan Hong, saying she was innocent since smoked meat was hard to tell apart. Gu Yue's 2 sisters sighed, admitting they were too emotional and still kept old habits. Gao Xiaoliang was utterly shocked after hearing this. I think that place used to be a resort. With many shops at the mountain base, survivors would have found any goods long ago. Tring Nan and Trin Bei angrily retorted, questioning his trust and motives toward Hong Hong. Gu Cheng was also upset, defending Hong Hong and condemning such insulting behavior. Gao Xiaoliang calmly sneered, his voice regaining its strength. Should I give everyone a muscle-relaxing massage? He teased. Gu Cheng was furious, ready to teach Gao Xiaoliang a lesson. Doan Hong stepped in to mediate, explaining the misunderstanding with Chef Gao and inviting him to join the survey. Gao Xiaoliang fell silent, thinking. She then asked Gu Yue if she truly trusted that man. Gu Yue replied that smoked meat couldn't be preserved long, and the base showed signs of malnutrition, especially among elders and children. So whether she lies or not, as long as there's hope, I want to try. Cao Xiaoliao rubbed his temples, sarcastically calling her naive. He looked at Gu Yue seriously, saying since it wasn't mealtime yet, he'd go with her. Doan Hong rejoiced at her plan's success, flattering him as a great chef who'd pick useful ingredients. Mu on the surface smiled and chatted, but inwardly despised him for being so easily swayed. Gu Yui's 2 girls insisted on joining since zombies were active under the full moon and safety came with numbers. Gu Yue was touched but refused, telling them to stay, lock the doors, and wait for their return. The 2 girls protested in disappointment, showing worry. Gao Xiaoling placed a hand on Gu Yue's shoulder, smiling playfully to reassure her. He told them to stay and care for everyone, leaving Gu Yue's protection to him. The girls relaxed, saying she'd be safe with Chef Gao along. Gu Yue shyly mentioned the past, and Gao Xiaoliang calmly said he'd bowed only to avoid seeing something improper. The 2 girls curiously asked what he had almost seen. Despite Gu Yue blushing, Gao Xiaoliang casually began, it was making the air more suggestive. Gu Yue panicked and covered his mouth as the 2 teased them for hiding secrets. Gao Xiaoliang was nearly strangled, begging her to stop shaking him. Doan Hong watched them cheerfully from afar, secretly sneering that their joy wouldn't last. The 2 vehicles of Gu Yue's group rolled along the mountainside. At the mountain foot, zombies were savagely tearing corpses apart. From above, Gao Xiaoliang noted zombies were most active during the full moon. Today being the full moon, many indeed roamed nearby. He noticed something odd. Xiaobai seemed unaffected, then suddenly pointed out the window. It seemed to have spotted something unusual. Gao Xiaoliang hit the brakes sharply, his face changing. Gu Yu shouted from the back, asking why he stopped so suddenly. He got out, looked at the flowing water ahead, and spoke. The road had collapsed from the rain, so they could only stop here. Doanhong pointed to a nearby forest, saying the destination was close, about a half-hour walk. Guye ordered everyone to ready weapons and stay silent to avoid attracting zombies. The group carefully ventured into the dense forest. A small bee flew over and landed on Doanhong's cheek. With her spoiled nature, she screamed loudly. Gu Yue scolded her in a low voice, asking if she wanted to summon zombies. Gu Yue brushed the bee away, but Doanhong kept screaming. The bee was swatted far off. She turned and scolded Gao Xiaoliang, saying it was just a honeybee and not scary. The three men in skirts turned pale with fear. Gu Cheng hugged Doanhong, comforting her that it was normal for girls to be afraid. Gu Ye, annoyed, countered that she was a girl too, yet not scared at all. Trin Nan and Trin Bei replied that Sister Yue was tougher than men, so fear didn't apply. Gu Cheng laughed, recalling she'd been boyish since childhood and once made girls cry in the restroom. Gu Ye blushed in embarrassment hearing that story. Suddenly, someone sprayed insect repellent toward them, shocking everyone. Gao Xiaoliang explained it was bug spray he brought since this mountain season had many bees. He sprayed it at the two men, boasting it repelled bugs and odors, making them flee from the stench. Gu Yu smiled quietly, pleased at the sight. Suddenly, he felt something missing, as if something was wrong. He turned around and asked where Xiaobai had gone. From the treetop, Xiaobai jumped down holding a huge beehive. Gu Ye was stunned to see the object fall. Everyone panicked, realizing it was a honeycomb. Xiaobai held the hive happily, laughing aloud. Her face glowed with excitement and curiosity. Someone remarked she was drooling as if craving it. The group grew fearful of Xiaobai's expression, unsure what she intended. They suspected she meant to eat the hive. Ignoring their concern, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide. The act made everyone pale and scream for her to stop. Cao Xiaoliao also shouted, ordering Xiaobai to halt. But she had already taken a huge bite of the hive. The scene made everyone scream in horror. They backed away from the tunnel entrance, avoiding blocking the path. Gu Ye doubtedly asked if this was really the place. Doanhong confirmed, saying the tunnel had collapsed halfway and been abandoned for years, so few dared to enter, meaning supplies might still remain. She spoke while clutching her cheek in pain. Trin Nan and Trin Bei glared angrily at Xiaobai, blaming her and wishing to punish her if they could. Gu Yi raised her gun and ordered everyone to move in. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang spoke up to stop them, asking them to wait. Gu Sheng objected impatiently, demanding to know what he was planning. Gao Xiaoliang calmly reasoned that rushing into the dark was too dangerous. He tossed a flare to check the tunnel's interior. Noises immediately echoed from inside. Someone warned everyone to stay alert. Something was crawling out. The group instantly became more cautious. Suddenly, a swarm of butterflies fluttered out of the tunnel. It turned out they were just butterflies, not monsters. Xiaobai screamed in fear and retreated. She hid herself in the bushes. Gao Xiaoliang found it strange, thinking butterflies weren't scary. He moved forward to pull Xiaobai out of the bushes. Xiaobai clung tightly to a tree, resisting him. Doanhong secretly rejoiced, thinking leaving her behind would make handling the others easier. Someone intervened, saying Xiaobai was still shaken and shouldn't be forced. Gu Yue looked up at the sky to check the time, realizing it was running out. She firmly declared they couldn't delay or more zombies would gather. Xiaobai trembled, stammering endlessly. Gao Xiao long reluctantly agreed, telling her to stay put and wait. Xiaobai curled up, still crying in fear. He turned on his flashlight and entered the tunnel carefully, noticing its unexpected depth. Gu Ye impatiently asked how long until they reached the supply cache. Doanhong reassured her that it wasn't far and they'd arrive soon. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliao noticed something unusual. He shouted loudly, warning there was someone there. He emphasized that there were indeed people inside. Gu Cheng raised his gun, asking if the person was a zombie. From the darkness, He Jian and his subordinates appeared, laughing loudly and acting as if the meeting was a coincidence. They mocked the situation, deliberately heightening the tension. Gu Yue panicked upon recognizing He Jian and aimed her gun, demanding to know why they were there. She questioned what they were doing in this place. Suddenly, one of Gu Cheng's subordinates lunged from behind. The attacker struck hard, knocking Gu Yu's gun away and making her scream in pain. One grabbed her tightly while Trin Nan and Trin Bei were blocked as someone shouted to stop. A man pointed a gun at Gu Yue's head, leaving her helpless and furious. Doan Hong folded her arms mockingly, warning Gao Xiaoliang not to act or Gu Yue would get hurt. Seeing her brother aiming a gun at her, Gu Yue froze and called out Gu Cheng's name. Gao Xiaoliang realized the woman in this situation was an old enemy. He warned them to release her or face the consequences. Suddenly, a grenade or explosive dropped from above. It landed right beside Gao Xiaoliang, startling him. Gu Cheng smirked, daring him to disobey. She boasted the cage was rigged with explosives that could wipe out the entire group. He Jin stepped forward, praising Gu Cheng for the clean capture and calling her an excellent ally. Gu Cheng beamed at Doan Hong, thanking her for the idea that helped catch Gao. Gao Xiaoliang, trapped, fumed that this system was full of bugs, especially its poor concealment function. The image of a mechanism with a trigger appeared vividly in his mind. That image flashed and lingered, haunting him. He imagined taking revenge on Gu Cheng in his dreams, picturing the payback. But reality shattered the dream, and Gao Xiaoliang angrily realized it was only fantasy. Terrified by the situation, Gu Yue screamed, asking if Gu Cheng was insane and why she trusted such a cruel person. Gu Cheng shouted back that she wasn't crazy, just fed up. Her answer stunned Gu Yue, who couldn't understand her words. Gu Cheng's anger burst out as she spoke of a childhood filled with beatings and fighting to survive. She admitted Gu Yue once shared food, but everyone still called Gu Yue big sister and treated her as the extra. Even in this apocalyptic world, people at the base followed her sister and ignored her. She vented her resentment, saying she deserved respect for her strength but always lived in her sister's shadow. Gu Yue cried, heartbroken that her sister resented her so deeply. She explained she'd always cared for her as family, never expecting to be repaid with hatred. Watching, Gao Xiaoliang mocked Gu Cheng as a leech living off her sister. Offended, Gu Cheng cursed angrily, showing hatred and contempt toward the chef. Gao Xiaoliang brushed it off, remarking she clearly had serious issues. Coldly, Gu Cheng declared she'd seek artificial powers instead of waiting to be controlled, making Doan Hong sneer. Without mercy, Gu Cheng aimed her gun at her sister, saying she wasn't worthy to be called her sibling. He Jian cheerfully remarked it was a shame the sister lacked power and declared his support for Gu Cheng. He promised she would soon control the steel factory and become the true leader. With his troops, weapons, and help from an ability user like her, they'd form a powerful alliance, making Gu Cheng grateful. Gu Yue panicked, asking if Gu Cheng intended to lead that group into the steel factory. She shouted that bringing them back would doom the base since He Jian was dangerous. Aggravated, He Jian slapped her hard, reminding her he hadn't finished with her last time. He mocked how it felt to be betrayed by one's own sibling. Even restrained, Gu Yue glared hatefully at Doan Hong for mocking her as a weak woman. One gunman pinched her cheeks, saying enslaving a strong woman like her would be great pleasure. Doan Hong interrupted coldly, telling them to wait. She looked at Gu Yue and generously said she'd give her a chance since she was a Cheng's sister. She mentioned a coded box stored inside the steel factory. She promised that if Gu Yue handed it over, He Jian would spare her and the base. Gu Yue was shocked, repeating the code box suspiciously. Then she remembered seeing one when she first arrived, but discarded it due to its self-destruct mechanism after 3 wrong attempts. She suddenly realized Doan Hong's true goal was that very box. Furious, she coldly asked if that traitor thought she'd believe such lies. Gu Cheng snapped, shouting there was no need to talk. Once they took the factory, they'd find it. Doan Hong grew irritated, thinking he was a fool. If the box were still there, she wouldn't have needed to lure them here. Gu Yue raised her voice, saying even if deceived, she still had something honest to tell her. She warned that women relying on men would only end up abandoned in shame. She added that anyone who'd betray her own sister could never be trusted. Gu Cheng angrily declared she truly loved Hong Hong and no one could separate them. Doan Hong leaned in close, whispering that she needed no one. Men were merely tools. She sneered that Gu Yue thought herself strong but was actually weak-hearted, always betrayed for her kindness. Her gaze shifted to Gao Xiaoliang as she mockingly asked if Gu Yue had feelings for him. Seeing Gu Yue's flustered reaction, Doan Hong knew she'd hit the weak spot. She smirked, claiming that with a wave, even Gao Xiaoliang would kneel before her. Everything Gu Yue once treasured would ultimately belong to her. Gu Yu shouted in fury, insisting not everyone would sell their soul for profit. Doan Hong laughed arrogantly, betting that if Gu Yue lost, she must hand over the coded box. As she stepped toward Gao Xiaoliang, Gu Cheng nervously asked what she was doing, while Gao Xiaoliang looked confused. Doan Hong spoke sweetly, praising the salted meat he once made that she couldn't forget and wished to taste again. Gao Xiaoliang scratched his head in surprise, thinking she'd always disliked him. Doan Hong proudly replied with a seductive tone, saying how could she ever hate him. "If you leave that woman Yue and join us," she offered, "he'll let you stay at headquarters as our chef." Then she activated her personal ability. She released a pink sound wave. The effect made Gao Xiaoliang dizzy and unsettled. Doan Hong smiled inwardly, believing that even an ability user would reveal weakness when cornered. Once willpower wavered, she could invade the mind. Her goal was to turn the opponent into a mental prisoner. But Gao Xiaoliang, bearing protagonist's aura, couldn't be subdued so easily. She could never deceive him. Doan Hong's face turned pale in fear at the sight. Meanwhile, Gu Yue was overjoyed. At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang angrily grabbed an iron bar, shouting that she was the one who'd written that one-star review. He claimed he'd found the rating slip right at her door. Gu Yue grew furious, confused why the ability hadn't worked on him. He might look foolish, yet his willpower was unbelievably strong. Gu Cheng, enraged by the insult to his goddess, roared he'd kill the man today. She sternly ordered that no one knew his true power, and keeping him alive would be a huge future threat. The target blushed with irritation upon hearing he was the only true ability user in the base. When Gu Cheng was distracted, Gu Yue swiftly broke free from Trin Base grip. Then a young man charged at Gu Cheng and struck him hard. The blow knocked the remote control from his hand. Seeing that, Doan Hong furiously ordered not to let Gu Yue seize it. Both sides lunged to grab the controller. Realizing she might fail, Gu Yue pointed her hand at Gu Cheng as a warning. Then she kicked him down, pinned him, and pressed a knife to his neck, shouting for everyone to drop their weapons or she'd kill him, earning Gao Xiaoliang's instant praise. Her blood vein restraint technique worked perfectly. This time even staying still could win. Knowing his sister's soft heart, Gu Cheng still begged desperately, saying she couldn't kill her own brother. Gu Yue coldly cut ties, calling him a coward and declaring she no longer saw him as family. Gu Cheng panicked, calling out to his allies, "Jian! Hong Hong! Help me!" Doan Hong looked at him with disgust, biting her lip and thinking he was useless trash. Another replied coldly that his threat meant nothing. The man was her brother, not theirs. She could kill him if she wanted. Gu Cheng cried out Hijian's name in despair. Gu Yue, shocked, called him despicable. Suddenly, something like a spider silk shot out from the cave entrance. The thread struck one of Hijian's subordinates, stunning him. It snapped tight and yanked him off the ground. Gao Xiaoliang was startled, eyes wide, shouting, "What the hell is that?" Everyone stood dumbfounded in shock. They tried to figure out what had just happened. The sounds from the cave entrance grew louder and more intense. Hachjin's subordinates were stunned, noticing something huge like a monk's corpse. Hachjian showed no fear and ordered to reload, determined to kill whoever it was. He commanded, "Fire!" Following Hachjian's order, everyone fired chaotically. They heard nothing and thought the target was dead. But suddenly something burst out, slaughtering them fiercely. The monster's shape gradually became visible. Hachjian screamed in terror. It was a mutated spider. The henchman trembled at its massive size, realizing it was a predator unlike normal mutants. Gao Xiaoliang recalled it devoured flesh and absorbed victims' power to grow stronger. He wondered why the predator appeared earlier than in past lives. He suspected it was a chain reaction caused by his link to the system. The victims screamed desperately for help. They watched the monster charge at them in utter terror. Hachjian's subordinates scattered, trying desperately to escape. Gu Yue was distracted and panicked by the spider. Gu Cheng shoved his sister aside and shouted, "Die!" Gu Yue, pushed toward danger, screamed in fear. At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang activated his skill using the force card. He grabbed the metal rod of a nearby device. He activated it, unleashing extraordinary power. Gao Xiaoliang swiftly rushed to shield Gu Yue. The spider turned to attack Hachjian's subordinates. Screams and nervous laughter filled the chaos. People shouted for help, begging for their lives while fleeing. Hachjian abandoned his men and ran toward the exit. But the spider had spun webs blocking the only way out. Everyone cursed in despair at the dead end. Seeing the monster chasing, they panicked completely. They wondered what to do with all exits sealed. Wenhong said the drainage path could lead out, but someone must distract the spider. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei struggled in fear, begging not to take that suicidal task. Yuan Hong slyly replied she wouldn't let them face danger alone. She mocked that they once vowed to die for her, so why hesitate now? Then she used her hypnotic ability to manipulate the situation. Because of Hong Hong, they became mindless and charged at the spider. The spider caught and slaughtered them, then prepared to attack again. Hachjian panicked and shouted to clear a path, urging everyone to flee. Gu Cheng suddenly discovered an important clue. He guessed it was leftover explosives from the tunnel digging. He coldly declared that Gu Yue's indifference would be met with cruelty. He cursed those blocking him, vowing they'd die with the monster. Ordered to open fire, aiming at the vehicle cabin. He immediately rushed into the tunnel. The deafening explosion shook the entire tunnel violently. Xiaobai trembled outside upon hearing the thunderous sound. She panicked, jumping around in fear. Thinking of the moment before made Xiaobai sad as she softly murmured Hua's name. However, she quickly pushed those feelings away. Memories of when he cared for and protected her resurfaced. Xiaoyue shouted with determination and charged straight inside. Inside, the flames blazed fiercely. Gao Xiaoliang felt dizzy and in pain, thinking he had been blown up. He quickly got up, shaking his head to regain focus. Realized his body couldn't move. He was trapped in a huge spider web, but cleverly escaped without panic. He landed lightly, like a cicada shedding its shell. Gao Xiaoliang looked around, astonished by the countless spider webs. Seeing corpses wrapped in cocoons, he shuddered, guessing they were victims used as food, and realized the webs had softened the blast. Turning back, he saw Gu Yue unconscious and rushed toward her in alarm. He shouted loudly, asking about her condition. As the fire weakened, he realized the air was running out. He worriedly sought a way out before oxygen was depleted. Sensing danger, he picked up his sword. He slashed at the spider webs, but to no avail. The webs were too tough to cut, yet upon closer look, he noticed something strange. His eyes flashed as he seemed to grasp the key point. He threw the explosive block toward the web, holding the controller ready to activate. Pressed the button, the explosion went off and the plan ran smoothly. Gao Xiaoliang cheered loudly at the success. Suddenly, a burning object fell from above. He stared at the gun, bewildered, asking about the strange noise. In the cocoons, distorted humanoid shapes gradually became visible. Then cocoons fell, pinning Gao Xiaoliang and Gu Yue. He was horrified to find they were still breathing. But the lot suddenly went mad and charged like demons, infected into zombies. The horde of undead screamed and surged forward like a broken dam. Gao Xiaoliang used a mystic massage technique to fell them one by one. Even with their bones twisted, they kept dragging themselves after him relentlessly. He cursed, realizing they had evolved into mutant variants. They inflated their bodies and rampaged. His massage skill was useless against nerveless creatures. Looking up, he noticed something abnormal in the tunnel. After the two blasts, the tunnel's structure was shaken and on the verge of collapse. The chaos behind him only raised his stress. He sighed, wishing Xiaoi were here to help. Suddenly, he stopped, eyes fixed on the zombie horde. He made a resolute decision: wipe them out before escaping. He gently laid Gu Yue on the ground. He opened his storage space and took out the needed item. He hurled a gasoline can at the zombies. They slipped and tumbled across the slick floor. The chain of falls created a domino effect. He used it to spring onto the rock ceiling and deliver a mighty kick. The kick shattered the tunnel roof. Falling rocks crushed the undead. He smiled smugly, joking as if he'd just held their funeral. But the ground cracked open from that very hole, shocking him. He shouted. The tunnel was collapsing faster than expected. At that moment, a figure plunged down from above. The figure landed right on Gao Xiaoliang. Xiaobai brushed off the dust and stood up unharmed. Gao Xiaoliang jumped up, yelling a warning at the attacker. Realizing it was Xiaobai, he exclaimed her name in surprise. The sun set, bathing the scene in red twilight. The three got in the vehicle, continuing their journey under the dusk. On the road, they noticed the mutated moonlight phenomenon approaching. The full moon was about to rise, making the wilderness extremely dangerous, forcing them to find shelter quickly. Gao Xiaoliang worried about Gu Cheng's group, unsure if they had returned to the tower plant. Looking over, he saw Gu Yue's face unusually flushed. Placing a hand on her forehead, he was shocked by her high temperature. Her body burned with unnatural heat. Realizing the severity, he immediately stopped the vehicle. He feared she might be transforming, possibly infected by the virus. Turning her over, he was horrified to see strange marks. He gasped in disbelief. They were zombie bite marks, but the wound was old, not recent. He slowly realized something terrifying. Elsewhere, Gu Yue's two sisters stood on the watchtower, worried she hadn't returned by nightfall. One spoke fearfully, only to be scolded by the other, confident that with Gao Xiaoliang's protection, she'd be fine. Suddenly, they saw the group's vehicle approaching from afar and cheered in relief. The vehicle stopped right before the base gate. Gu Cheng poked his head out, happily waving. But the two girls grew uneasy, noticing the missing chef and lady's vehicle. Gu Cheng hurriedly explained they met monsters, the others fell off a cliff, and his sister was badly injured, begging for entry. Hearing this, the girls panicked, worried for Yue, and rushed to open the gate. But they suddenly remembered Yue's order: do not open unless seeing her in person. They demanded to see Yue to confirm her condition. Gu Cheng and Ruan Hong grew frightened and flustered. Gu Cheng grew angry, accusing them of distrusting him. Ruan Hong cut in, claiming Yue was unconscious from blood loss, and urged to open quickly. The girls grew suspicious, drew their guns, and demanded to see Yue for verification. One stayed to guard while the other went to call reinforcements. He Jian lost patience, slammed the vehicle, shouting that he would open the gate himself. The girls recognized him and, horrified, pressed the alarm. He Jian, enraged, aimed a cannon to attack. A violent explosion echoed. They hadn't yet triggered the full alarm. Both were blown away by the blast. He Jian's men had planted bombs around the gate. The bombs detonated, shattering the main door. The gate was blasted apart. He again laughed triumphantly, declaring the steel zone his. Everyone was horrified at the destruction. Gu Cheng stood frozen. He Jian scolded him disdainfully, mocking his daze. He sneered that Gu Cheng didn't look happy at all. Ruan Hong hurriedly covered, saying Gu Cheng was just too shocked. Gu Cheng awkwardly agreed, pretending compliance. He Jian ordered them to advance and seize the base. Gu Cheng immediately drove straight in. The noise attracted a horde of zombies waiting to feed. Ha Jin's group moved in, suppressing the resisting villagers. Ha Jin checked and confirmed everyone was captured. He asked his men, who confirmed no one was missing from the list. The villagers angrily cursed Gu Cheng for betrayal, warning that Yue would punish him upon return. Ha Jin sneered, claiming Gu Yue could never come back. Everyone was shocked, suspecting Yue was dead. They furiously accused Gu Cheng of betraying his own sister and losing all humanity. The henchmen rushed up, kicked a villager away, and shouted for order. Gu Cheng followed up, spreading news that Gu Yue was dead and declaring himself the new factory leader. He set a condition: anyone who knelt and called him boss could stay. His proposal stirred heated discussion among the residents, unsure what to do. Suddenly, an old woman with a cane walked straight up to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was delighted, thinking she would set an example for others to kneel. Her family hurriedly begged her not to do anything reckless. Instead, the old lady spat directly in Gu Cheng's face. Offended, he went mad and cursed her viciously. She remained calm, saying she'd rather be despised than live in disgrace with an evil man. She turned away calmly, leaving Gu Cheng stunned. Seeing this, the villagers grew more resentful and decided to leave to find a safer place to live. Gu Cheng panicked, shouting that they would die miserably if they left the area. Despite his warning, everyone firmly decided to leave. He desperately pleaded, claiming he was the only one capable of protecting them. In panic, he screamed orders demanding everyone stay and obey him. Duan Hong calmly allowed them to go, but forbade taking any base supplies. She turned to the manager, asking him to hand over the key as usual when Yue was absent. Lao Mo stammered, begging to stay if he gave her the key. The villagers were shocked and mocked Lao Liu for lacking courage, criticizing Yue's misplaced trust in him. Lao Liu hastily explained he was just the key keeper, powerless to decide and afraid of dying outside during the full moon. He politely offered to hand over the key, saying he knew the supply sources and only wanted shelter. As he spoke, his hand reached into his pocket and his eyes turned sinister. Hang rushed forward, pointing a weapon at Duan Hong, vowing to avenge Yue. As the old man charged, Duan Hong struck him hard, knocking him down. A fatal blow made him collapse unconscious. The crowd panicked, crying out in concern for his injury. Seeing the wound, even Lao Liu shuddered in fear of evil spirits. Duan Hong drew her long claws and picked up the key. She coldly mocked the old man, doubting his excuses. With the key in hand, Duan Hong retracted her claws and looked arrogant. The scene left Gu Cheng terrified and confused. Duan Hong spun the key in her hand while Thao Mai viewed it as a weapon. Thao Mai justified that in the apocalypse she needed something for self-defense. Hach Jian suddenly grabbed Gu Cheng's shoulder from behind, startling him. He mocked that an item is useless if its owner can't use it properly. Hach Jian's subordinates opened fire chaotically, causing panic. The gunfire threw the villagers into chaos as they screamed and fled. Blood spread everywhere, turning the scene into a sea of death. Gu Chenghuang panicked and rushed into the chaos, shouting to stop them. She warned that killing everyone would leave the base without manpower to grow. Hach Jian retorted that he still had his own men, so there was no shortage. He accused that Gu Cheng might be allied with the villagers. Gu Cheng denied it awkwardly, but Hach Jian seemed pleased by his reaction. Hach Jian ordered him to call the boss down to test his loyalty. Gu Cheng's face turned pale as he fell into hesitation. Amid the chaos, villagers searched for hiding places to escape. A Gaza vehicle ahead offered a last hope for fleeing. One person begged another to stay strong and assured them they were fine. Lao Liu was reminded of his promise to go fishing after the apocalypse, begged not to leave them. Line reused, please correct numbering. Suddenly, a girl was grabbed by the hair and dragged away by Hach Jian's man. The villagers screamed in fear, calling out Xiaoli's name. Xiaoli tried to comfort them, urging them to run and leave her. But she was thrown toward the thugs like an object. They acted ferociously, treating Xiaoli as prey for amusement. They boasted about taking revenge for letting 2 girls escape last time. Xiaoli backed away in terror, begging them to stop. She tried to break free and run but was restrained, screaming for mercy. Suddenly, someone struck the thug's head hard, knocking him down. The thug collapsed instantly, unable to continue harming her. Hearing the sound, the rest turned back, tense and afraid. At that moment, the villagers rose up, ready to fight to the death. A thug threatened to kill them all with vile words. He boasted he'd teach the refugees like their mother should have. Xiaoi burst into tears as her companions rushed to protect her. The villagers immediately charged forward to attack the thugs. They grabbed weapons, shouting they would not retreat anymore. They mentioned a U.S. contribution and vowed to defend the steel factory even in death. One joked that if they couldn't live, they'd die together. The thugs raged and ordered everyone to open fire. Suddenly, a corpse rushed in and bit one of the villagers. Everyone panicked, realizing a zombie had appeared. Hachjian's men fell into confusion, some captured, others firing wildly. They shot randomly in terror and disarray. A villager named Ying Yong stood up, urging others to flee while he stayed behind. He truly stepped forward to block and protect those escaping. Suddenly, Xiaobai appeared, slaying multiple zombies. Cao Xiaoliang dashed in like a deity, facing the chaotic scene. He was shocked by the overwhelming number of zombies. The villagers cheered, calling him Chef Cao, their great savior. Hachjian looked bored and told them to flee before he lost patience. Gu Cheng pleaded, claiming he was the one who led them here and was an ability user. Hachjian kicked Gu Cheng's leg hard, making him stumble in pain. The kick left Gu Cheng hurt and instantly unsettled. He mocked that an unawakened ability user was just trash hiding behind women. He insulted Gu Cheng as a freeloader who relied on his sister. Then Hachjian stepped on Gu Cheng and humiliated him before everyone. In pain, Gu Cheng wondered if betraying his sister had any meaning when he still had to bow down. Hachjian's subordinates panicked and scattered as zombies flooded in. Hachjian turned pale, shocked by the overwhelming horde. He blamed his men for not securing the doors, but they insisted they had done their best. He cursed them, saying moonlit night zombies were too strong for wooden boards. He ordered them to fetch explosives. They obeyed fearfully and ran off. But each subordinate was stabbed to death one by one. Many died, and Hachjian soon met the same fate. He looked down at his wound in disbelief and terror. With a knife through his heart, Hachjian collapsed in agony. Seeing it, Hachjian shouted in rage, accusing Duan Hong as the killer. Duan Hong retracted her claws and mocked that she merely helped him see his true self. Hachjian roared and cursed Duan Hong furiously. Gu Cheng rushed over happily to praise her, but Duan Hong coldly dismissed him as useless. Gu Cheng then kicked Hachjian, calling him a traitor. He tried to pull Duan Hong away, suggesting they retreat and reclaim the factory later. Duan Hong suddenly twisted Gu Cheng's arm painfully. She threw him aside without mercy. She sneered, asking if he ever truly cared for her. She declared both of them were merely her tools for manipulation. She arrogantly complained they were too incompetent, forcing her to handle everything. Duan Hong flicked Gu Cheng's chin and ordered others to block the zombies. Gu Cheng looked at the scene and screamed in fury. He shouted why everyone despised him, wondering what made him inferior to Gu Yue. The zombies surged forward, worsening the chaos. Hachjian, terrified, begged Gu Cheng to save him. He promised to hand over the explosives outside if taken to safety and crowned as boss. The offer ignited Gu Cheng's thirst for revenge. Hachjian desperately vowed to obey Gu Cheng if spared. Gu Cheng smiled, declaring he would grant Hachjian a chance. He grabbed Hachjian by the neck, roaring angrily at his betrayal. Gu Cheng mocked him, reminding how he once called her his only father before turning away. Hachjian tightened his grip, demanding the location of the explosives and forcing him to speak. Gu Cheng tightened his grip, making Hachjian scream in agony. Suddenly, power burst from Gu Cheng's hand, awakening his strength. The rising heat distorted the air around them. Hachjian screamed, begging to be released before burning alive. Gu Cheng realized it was a fire-type ability. He shouted in joy, overjoyed at awakening his power. Hachjian pleaded for mercy, promising to confess everything if loosened. Seeing his new strength, Gu Cheng coldly declared he no longer needed him. Then Gu Cheng unleashed flames to burn Hachjian. He charged forward, incinerating nearby zombies. The surge of power made Gu Cheng believe it was the manifestation of his ability. He laughed wildly, filled with manic excitement. Hach Jian was burned to death. Gu Cheng proclaimed himself the new boss. After killing Hach Jian, Gu Cheng rushed to the subordinates moving supplies in the factory. They excitedly chatted, happy about gathering resources and urging each other to grab loot before zombies arrived. The ruthless man hoarded all food, endangering others. With these and the explosives, they could rebuild life from zero. Suddenly, a charred figure fell from above, shocking everyone. They were terrified when they realized it was their leader. Gu Cheng fiercely declared Hach Jian was dead and he was the new leader. Any resistance would be punished. The subordinates trembled as they recognized him. Chao Xiaoliang quickly acted, shouting for everyone to get on the vehicle and escape. At his command, everyone panicked, scrambling onto the vehicle for safety. He noticed the zombie horde rapidly closing in. Chao Xiaoliang despaired, believing no counterattack could change their fate. Passengers shoved and argued loudly about touching and body contact. Cries to climb onto the roof echoed as the vehicle overflowed. Some searched for sticks and scolded the disrespectful. At that moment, Chao Xiaoliang was squeezed until he could barely breathe. He feared being pushed out if the crowd kept pressing forward. Looking around, he found himself trapped among chaos. Terrified, he ran and lamented his bad luck and fear for the future. Suddenly, a hidden mission notification appeared, sacrifice to save others, with a prompt to unlock a new weapon. Chao Xiaoliang rejoiced and immediately agreed to activate the weapon.